Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Orcs here today as we jump in to a huge match, a rematch perhaps, of the largest esports event of 2022. Well, the League of Legends World Final. In that series, it was T1 and DRX. And things have changed quite a lot. So it's going to be just a little bit of a different matchup to perhaps that one and the level of hype that was there in that 5-game series. We'll just have to see whether maybe this best of 3 can come close. Because maybe it can.
Yeah, I mean, there is honestly still quite a lot on the line.
It'll be missing 2 games, guaranteed.
Yep.
That's a bit of a shame. Let's jump into the standings if we can. And then we can have a look at where all of our teams stand. Playoff round 2 has been secured by both KT and Gen G, both of them sitting on only 1 loss. And therefore, when they do stuff, they do it together, as it turns out. 24 and 23, looking real good. T1, however, are not looking super good. If you have a look at the standings, if it was just round 2, T1 would be in 8th place at 1 and 4.
Yeah, they have been struggling, I think, to say the least. But so is DRX. And I think for both of these rosters, T1 kind of want to break out of this struggle streak, whereas DRX, this is kind of like the last hope at this point. There are not many matches left in the split. If they want to try and make it the 6th place spot, which, you know, a lot of people are like, well, if they make 6th, will they even make Worlds? Will they even make a run in playoffs? Will they even... That's what happened last time, right? Is that they made 6th, and it kind of opened all these possibilities. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen again, but yeah, their year will end here if they aren't able to pick up some wins towards the end of the season.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. These are the round 2 standings. KT undefeated, so congratulations to them. But we'll be focusing on this bottom side. 1 and 4 and 0 and 5 for DRX. So DRX also not having the greatest of performances. Kwangdong Freaks, another one on a massive losing streak. They were on a 50% chance, theoretically, based on you know, our little system that we have here for judging the likelihood of teams making it to playoffs, and that has since dwindled quite a lot. 977 kills to date for Gumayushi, who is approaching that 1,000 kills, just 23 kills away.
Which sounds like a lot, but Zeri seems to be back.
I knew you were going to say it. And I was wondering how long it was going to be before we had to talk about it.
Not long. I'm going to insert it in every conversation we have today. And I think, you know, Gumayushi has been the most consistent member on T1 this split. Even when Faker was on the roster, it still felt like he was the one putting out solid performances day in, day out. And ultimately, he kind of needs to be the carry today, I think.
Oh, yeah. I would agree. Poby is still going to be on the roster. Faker is currently playing some solo queue and stuff like that, so I have a feeling that he's getting closer and closer. Yeah, I could imagine that he's probably jumping on that bandwagon. And so it is going to be Poby once again in that mid lane, but they've had a lot more time to prepare as we welcome T1 to the LoL Park stage. Last time they faced off against DRX, it was the first time that they had to play with the adjusted roster after Faker had to leave the mid lane. So I could imagine that now that they've come to terms with it, it might be that things are going to be a little bit easier. Or things maybe haven't, because, I mean, you know, like Zeus has been outspoken saying that, you know, the atmosphere wasn't even good just before that and everything, so yeah, I think it's a tough one.
I think these issues were magnified when Poby came in and lost Faker, but they were very much there before that point. The team wasn't looking flawless, and it really feels like that first series against DRX was where we saw all of the issues kind of come together and just be too much for them to be able to win out the series. DRX, on the other hand, it's kind of like they've had these shining moments occasionally where players are really impressed, but those haven't all come together in a series yet, and they've really struggled to just get wins on the board, which at the end of the day, that's what you need to do.
Exactly, and 0 and 5 in round 2 is not how you're going to make it towards playoffs. Their run isn't too bad, necessarily. They're against T1 today, Harmolife Esports a little bit later on, and then their final week is Bro and Kwangdong Freaks. So theoretically, some winnable matches in the future. Yeah. Unless Bro is going to continue the tear that they're on.
I feel like it's definitely doable, but one of the problems is Bro has the highest chance, we think, to make 6th. They play a lot of the Eastern teams, but if they bomb out, that's giving more wins to the other teams on the East side. So I think as much as you may think, oh, well, DRX can lose this week and then win next week, I don't know if that'll be enough. And I think T1 are an easier opponent than Harmolife Esports right now. So I think they have to take any win they can get.
I would agree. Round 2 stats here for our key player matchup, Zeus versus Rascal. This is a pretty hype one from days gone by. But you can see here in round 2, things not looking as pretty for these top laners. Rascal especially, that KDA is not looking like a number that you'd really want. And the damage per minute doesn't really help it either.
Yeah, and I think both of them have had their moments. I think Zeus really had that series where he was on the Rumble where he completely popped off. Rascal has had a couple moments, but consistency has not been the word I would use to describe their form currently. And I expect a battle in the top lane. We've seen the meta shift from what we saw like at MSI, where it was tank top, your science and all that. A lot more carries, a lot more interesting. A lot less weight on the AD carry, I'd say, and more put onto these top lane picks. So if one of them can find the edge, the jungler can impact the lane early. We've seen from those stats that it can definitely snowball one side or the other quite quickly.
I would agree, except I saw 2 Zeri POGs yesterday, and that means that you can just play only for the bottom lane, because then there is only one player on the team.
They're going to ban Zeri. We're not going to say it today. Zeri came. We had one day.
How are you supposed to ban LeBlanc, Orcs? How are you supposed to ban LeBlanc if you're busy banning Zeri, you silly Billy?
Yep.
Oh,
how can I argue with that?
Goodness. Don't say weird things.
I'm so afraid that Zeri will return, and then there'll be a draft where, like, we think, like, Rakan's good with Zeri, provides the engage, all this, and then we'll see the cat show up.
That's when you know things have gone too far. That's when science has progressed to a level where, there could be an event that wipes us out. No, we don't want that. No.
It's like the big, like the dominoes, like the meme where they get like bigger and bigger, and it's like Zeri Yumi, end of the world at the other end, right? It's direct. It's what led to it.
Yeah. Just like Barbie, it's the same sort of comparisons that we've been seeing quite recently. Let's get prepared for the draft, shall we? As DRX will be on the red side, T1 on the blue. They have won a few more of their games on the blue side compared to the red side, but I don't think side selection is going to tell us too much about who's going to win this series. I think it's all going to come down to who actually has things together as a team on the day. And I can see some smiles on the DRX side of things. We'll see whether that is going to help them out or whether T1 have come in realizing that they are just one win away from clinching playoffs. It's all they need to do. Just pick up one victory and they are there. Already, the Jax is going to be banned away as we jump into the draft, and the Rumble will be the response.
Yeah, these aren't 80 carry bans, which is making me a little bit worried. I'd have loved just to see, like, Kai'Sa Zeri wiped out in the first 2, but there's still time.
Yeah, I'm also worried about a LeBlanc first pick. DRX cannot let that one go through.
I think based on the bans we're seeing, this is setting T1 up for a potential, like, early Renekton pick, because Jax and Rumble are 2 of the prominent picks taken into it. Quinn is another one, but Quinn obviously requires a bit more nuance, I'd say. Sejuani also an option for T1 in this situation. Obviously with Vi and Poppy being banned out here, the priority does go up. Maokai as well. I could really see this being a Sejuani first pick, so maybe DRX end up banning for Sejuani, but there's so many things that have been left open. Yeah, it's kind of like they focused on all these top or jungle related picks. That's like, guys, Kai'Sa, Zeri exist.
Yeah. And are we handshaking Kai'Sa Zeri? Is that the theory here?
Oh, I hope not.
Because, like, oh man, with these bans, we could have the okay, well, at least the LeBlanc's been banned away. As I mentioned before, he can't afford to let that one through, says Atlas, his voice dripping in sarcasm. The Kai'Sa is going to be the first pick, though, as DRX. I think Sejuani, definitely a high priority one, and it could just be Sejuani Renekton. Rascal and Croco could go back to some old favorites here for some power in the top lane.
The risk of Sejuani Renekton is that if T1 take, like, if you're concerned about like a Quinn coming in, that could be problematic. So maybe you go like 80 carry plus Sejuani. DRX, looking at this Xayah. Not sure that's a great idea because we've seen Xayah really struggle into the Kai'Sa. One of the reasons Xayah's been doing so well in the last week is because Kai'Sa was actually banned quite a lot. And traditionally, Kai'Sa, Xayah were in meta together. And because Kai'Sa was played with all these dive compositions, Xayah was good into that. But ultimately, we've seen a situation where because AP Kai'Sa is such long-range poke, it actually becomes quite a struggle, and T1, they end up opting for the Rel and the Azir, so not even a look towards the Renekton that it felt like was being set up. So maybe DRX, they have a choice here. They can go for a support pick to match the Rel, they can go for a mid like an Annie to match the Azir, or just solidify your top lane, the Renekton Sejuani that we were talking about.
I think allowing Beryl to cook a little bit, letting that Rakan get banned away is probably all right. as the Renekton comes through. Get a good matchup for Rascal. Get that nigh unbeatable 2v2, especially with Jackson Rumble banned away right now. And that feels pretty good. You can ban away things like the Quinn if you're a little bit worried about Zeus doing a bit of that, but it will mean that other things will remain available. The Rel Flex pick, very, very cool here for Owner.
Yep.
Hovered his Nidalee there first to see whether or not they wanted to go for Renekton Nidalee, an oldie but a goodie.
I think it's also really powerful because in a situation like this, typically you'd expect, oh, you know, we can ban away jungles. So many jungles have already been banned, but because of the flex power of the Rel, it would feel like you're kind of wasting bans. You might be able to force them onto the Rel, but that's not necessarily a benefit.
Oh, this is actually really cool as well, because DRX, they've left the mid lane open, and that means that T1 looking to opt into protecting Poby's lane. But what that will mean is that the Lovers duo could just get through.
Yeah, because Tristana's still open and available.
And so either it's Tristana or it's Rakan, and that works out beautifully here for DRX, allowing Fate to then counterpick and possibly even take Renekton into the mid lane if he really wants to, right? If something goes horribly wrong. But the last ban will be that Rakan, so Tristana up and available for Fate if he would like to take it.
Jace as well makes a lot of sense. Annie, we saw be pretty competent into Azir, but did get the nerfs to a Q damage, so maybe be a reason why we haven't seen her popping up so much.
Ooh, the Ahri. That is not exactly. It's not exactly Sejuani synergy, and we don't really like it into Azir. But if there is chaos that's going to ensue, Ahri can certainly capitalize on it.
Yeah, not too sold on the pick, ultimately, but clearly trying to go for something they feel Fate will be comfortable on. And T1 looking like they might be using that Rel Flex and putting it into the jungle, obviously, to get some big changes this patch. A little bit of a nerf to her durability, but in return, massive buffs to her clear. And with the Nautilus lock-in, I mean, that's technically a flex too.
Yeah.
So
it could be going all over the place. Mid lane, jungle, support, top lane. Absolutely. 80 carry Nautilus, I'm sure it works. Doesn't it? It works, right?
Why not?
Exactly. See, that's why we brought you in. Because you go along with my garbage. Sion is going to be considered here. We'll see whether T1 do lock it away. Does mean that they are lacking a fair bit of physical damage unless the Kai'Sa is going to go that route. The Gnar is something that Zeus is extraordinarily good at, and also one of the picks that works into the Renekton is there's the Alistar.
Because you pick the Alistar because you expect the Rel support, but they could, you know, they could put the Nautilus support in the Rel jungle. They could put the Rel, you know, you have that flexibility. That means that you can just go for the best matchup, and I think Nautilus Kai'Sa is the best matchup into the Alistar.
I think that Puddock and Beryl are not likely to win out in this lane anyway. I think it's kind of okay for them to just play back as much as they can in the early stages.
Yeah, it is also a very hard lane to dive, which I can imagine when you have so much CC set up on the side of T1, that would be like a thing you'd love to go for, but with Xayah Feathers and with the Alistar playing Bouncer, it's pretty tricky. I think the Gnar makes sense for Zeus, something he's definitely lent on, but into the Renekton Sejuani, it's very easy to set up that stun.
Yeah.
You know, if Renekton gets on top of you, instantly stacks up the Sejuani passive. That could be the point that DRX expect to play through, and based on the draft, I would think they want to focus on the top lane, they want to try and get their Renekton ahead, and their bot lane is playing the survival game.
Yeah, I think that leaving Puddock to fend for himself with his Featherstorm and things like that in this game is going to be the aim of it, because otherwise you see the Ahri build 2 semi-items that do damage and then kind of doesn't really do anything if you're playing in an even game state. If you get her fed, things can be fantastic. See whether DRX can make it work. However, I feel like T1's composition, beautiful flexibility until the end of the draft, utilized it well, got a bunch of comfort, and we'll see whether this is going to be the start of the T1 Renaissance. Jump onto the Rift. T1 and DRX, 2 teams with a lot of fans, all of them in full voice here in Lowell Park. Very interested to see how the first few minutes are going to go, how the laning phase is going to go, whether we're going to see some of the T1 dominance of old in the early game, or whether it is going to be more of what we have gotten used to over the recent weeks. It was really only the Nongshim series that T1 kind of found some of their old mojo, some of that old pizzazz. And otherwise, it has looked pretty middling. Although they have been more competitive more recently, and it's been late game mistakes that has led to their demise.
I think the last time they played against DRX was when they looked their worst. When
Zoid skin.
When they it's a different one for once. We don't get the Pyro Rider.
Yeah, not the Pyro Rider. This is actually the Liga Zoid skin. I actually love it. That particular chroma. That's how you do it. That's how you know that Croco's a real one. Right there.
Very true.
Don't know whether he watched Zoids as a kid, because I'm pretty sure he is too young.
Yeah, it's lost on me.
Yeah.
So I think it's like one of your old man moments.
Yes, it is one of my. But I'm sure that there are plenty of people in chat that
there's probably like 7, maybe 6. Yeah, who appreciate the shout out.
And look, now everyone does, because I've just told them about it, and they can look it up if they're interested. I'm just providing information here, Oz.
Yeah. Oh, that is you know, I feel like because Kai'Sa came in a meta when T1 was struggling, the win rate always looked so bad.
Yeah, it's not super great. As Beryl is going to get hooked up here, Carrier landing his first one, very nicely done. Beryl now down to sub 50%.
Even when T1 have been struggling, their 2v2 bot has looked pretty solid for the most part. Carrier's definitely had some rough games, but they've tried to challenge quite aggressively.
Ooh, there's the Pulverize in response. Puddock's actually going to catch the Void Seeker for Beryl, and then Beryl is going to weirdly walk up towards them and take too much damage.
Yeah, he was
Explain it to me.
Very close to death. I can't, because you know why I can't explain it?
Because you don't have...
Because I'm not a 2-time world champion.
There we go.
And Beryl is, and that's why he did that.
Well, Rascal is going to have to flash, and Owner is actually a little bit out of position as Croco is going to move into his jungle, I believe, unseen as well. Oh. Bristle and Sejuani, man, that's some solid snakes type stuff there. All right, Owner is going to crash on in, and Croco, I believe, was just spotted, but is going to find Owner now. Should be able to grab this. But Scryer's Bloom going to be used, and Croco just putting that pressure on. Level 3 versus level 3, and it is Owner that gets the smite.
Yeah, played it well, syncing up his abilities with the smite to kind of ensure it was stacked in his advantage, and now Croco's just kind of hanging around.
All right, we've got Beryl also. He's been lit on fire. Gumayushi going to get the flash out there, was threatening the passive proc. And Beryl not going to do that one. As okay, Charm connects in the mid lane. Spoby wandering around a little bit, but will be able to grab the Conqueror and get himself out. 11-4. Yeah, Ari hasn't been doing so hot. Croco is still doing this. Not sure about it. Winter's Wrath comes down. Poby has the inside track, as Nara's not going to be moving down, but I don't think Rascal really wants to head over there. And Owner is going to grab the Rift Scuttler as well. So not sure what the plan was for Croco there, but...
I don't know either. And Owner was about to get like a rotation at cooldowns as well, so if he stayed any longer, that would have gone horrifically. Very weird goings on in the early game.
He's back again. Owner still has double buffs. Croco's everything has run out.
To be fair, I think part of it was that Owner stole the initial Raptors, so Croco just didn't have much to do with his time, other than be a nuisance. And now Kerry is here, being even more of a nuisance. They really want those Raptors, and they will secure it.
There we go.
If that's what they were going for, they succeeded.
It's called having a goal and achieving it. And you love to see it.
Yeah, and now looking towards getting the bot skull as well. So if you look at the CS difference, Croco has actually just wasted so much time, fallen so far behind in terms of farm, even this early in the game, and is now going to be spotted heading over towards Owner's Gromp and should be able to get it. But that's the only camp up on that side of the jungle, so Owner's completely happy to just farm through his own jungle himself.
Yeah, and he just heads towards the bottom side, is able to double scuttle, as well as secure his entire bottom side. This is a very large lead for the T1 jungler, and it's kind of inexplicable to me from the Croco perspective, as Pulverize Headbutt comes through from Beryl. Very used to saying those ability names in a different order, but that's just how it happened.
Yeah, and now at level 3, it should be a bit easier for Beryl to maintain presence in the lane. I honestly think if Paddock hadn't been eating all those Void Seekers, he probably would have died already quite comfortably, which is kind of funny when you have the AD carry blocking skill shots for the support, especially when the support's an Alistair. But laning phase not been too hot so far for the DRX bot lane, and we can see the level difference already between junglers. A little over half a level this early is very significant, especially when they both have such impactful ultimates. But Croco finally going to pair up with the Renekton, and Zeus has just gone mini.
Yeah, this is a real rough time. There's the flash, and the permafrost comes down. That is a guaranteed kill, and Croco is going to be able to help secure it. Might help him out there with a bit of that assist goal, but he is still 5 camps behind. It's going to be very, very difficult here for the Sejuani, even though he was able to help get that kill for Rascal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play from Croco. Doesn't really alleviate his issues, but this is kind of the power of this Sejuani Renekton, specifically into Gnar. When you know it's going to be a mini Gnar, what is the counterplay? There is literally nothing that Zeus can do in that situation. It was a nice few flash from Croco to ensure he couldn't even use his hop. But once the initial CC is hit, it's just game over.
Yeah, does mean that now DRX have themselves a slight gold advantage, although it does feel a little bit more like they've just managed to get themselves back to even after the jungle went so horribly wrong for Croco. Ona coming on down to make sure that it is never going to be a better situation. And you can see with Keria starting off this blue buff with the Gromp already in trouble, Croco is going to get the bad news. Beryl is moving over, but that is going to be Gromp secured, and then the crash down. Ona gets on over, should be able to secure this blue, unless Croco gets in, but he's just not quite there in time. With no flash, probably wouldn't want to get too close anyway.
And you can see how T1 uses their prio bot lane and has Keria be so proactive to set up Ona, who has now hit that level 6 point. Massive power boost for the Rel. Going to get another scuttle and can honestly look towards the dragon if needed, but Croco's just been massively shut out of his own jungle. And I think Ona, rather than focus on the dragon, wants to try and maintain this advantage.
Yeah. I think it's pretty fair enough as well. He's going to be moving all the way towards Croco's jungle on vision, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, he's just going to be able to crash on in here if he would like to. The Brambleback needs to desperately get into this brush, and Croco will be able to secure it. Rel is actually just going to leave, walks over a ward here so Croco knows he's relatively safe. As Rascal moving on down, and Zeus in the area as well. Doesn't have a whole lot of health bar, as we can see there.
And honestly, it feels like Croco has had to spend so much time fighting over his camps.
He got level 6, it's fine.
He's finally got level 6, you know, it's good. But I feel like he spent so much time fighting over his camps, it's just meant he hasn't been able to devote as much attention towards Rascal as they clearly wanted to from this draft. And I'm going to start up the Herald, confident that they've matched, you know, in terms of ultimates from their junglers, but Zeus is about to hit Mega. Not sure they want to contest this, though, I think. The Renekton Sejuani is still so scary, especially as Ahri is there for backup too.
Yeah, it's the targeted CC, as well as the fact that Rascal has Flash. It is very difficult for everyone to survive in this moment, and so they are going to give that one up. I think Zeus would also have had to sacrifice a fair bit of farm, if that was the case. And Rascal here, the only one to pick up a kill so far this game. We have to remind everyone that he's on his Renekton. This is his most played champion, his most confident champion. Something that he was picking even when we weren't in Renekton metas. Rascal was the only one that we always kind of said, I guess it's okay if he plays it. And we'll see whether he's going to be able to have a carry performance here today.
Oh no, waiting in the wings. Trying to find an opportunity with that Mega Gnar to take out the Renekton. But Mega Gnar times out. Rascal doesn't commit too heavily when it does. So ultimately, Ona will just reset. And Zeus surviving pretty fine in this lane so far, and ultimately DRX still with a slight gold lead now. And now they're looking for Poby.
Yeah, there is the Glacial Prison. It connects beautifully, and Poby will explode. The Emperor's Divide comes in, but that is almost from the grave for the Shuriman Emperor. And now the Rift Herald's going to go down in the mid lane. Ona comes on in. Croco doesn't seem too worried about this one. Fate, I think, is able to collect plates, and he does.
Not
plus 88. Oh, yeah. Is he going to be able to get the next one? And it's just barely away.
Yeah, I think you could honestly walk up an auto and just take a tower hit.
Yeah, I think that's
be okay.
Probably all right.
But if he crashes his wave without getting in range, he's just going to go to the wind.
Oh, no. It is going to go to the wind. No, no, no.
Why? And it's gone.
But why?
Goodbye. I don't know.
Isn't that just...
I don't know.
Well,
they got better things to do. They need to kill Zeus.
Well, that is what they're going to go for here, as Rascal's taking a fair bit of damage. Croco moving on in, and the teleport is going to come out immediately from Poby. Watches as these minions are going to fall down underneath the turret. Fate just gets himself out of there.
Really nice play.
Yeah, to start the dragon.
Zeus like catching the wave before hit the tower, just to kind of stall out a little bit until Poby can TP back in. So, all in all, considering DRX could have got a second plate mid, could have got that dive top lane, not getting as much as I'd hoped for, and the Dragon being picked up by T1 means T1 once again kind of surviving and being pretty okay with how the situation panned out.
Yeah, not getting that plate actually really hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna lie.
A deep core level.
Yeah, right? It's just like watching someone just hold up that $100 note and just burn it right in front of you.
That is
one of those.
what they did.
Yeah, that's kind of what it, yeah. Wasn't great. Didn't feel, that did not spark joy.
No, definitely did not.
No.
Especially after they made such a good play catching out Poby in the first place.
Yeah.
No, you did the hard bit.
Yeah.
Just walk up at the tower once. It's that simple.
Yeah. It's like they got through the whole dungeon, killed all the bad guys, then spawned the chest at the end, and then said, nah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Not interested. I just did this for the experience.
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, sometimes that happens, and sometimes that is the most important part.
But not really in
League
League of
Legends.
Legends.
Well, take it as well.
Yeah.
You know, just take the money. Anyway, that's enough about that. Rascal is going to be able to... Oh, no, don't tell me it's going to happen again.
Oh, my.
Oh, I'm so glad that Jonas Strong left. Oh, he got it.
He got
it. It's
See,
fine. Look at that.
That's the difference. Yeah, top laners get it. They know, right?
All right. Well, that helps me feel a little bit better about the whole situation.
Bounces out.
Yeah, just a little. What isn't balanced is the jungle situation where the 30 CS gap is still there. Owner is super far ahead, has also been able to take the time to collect a Drake as Carrier
Which,
in the mid lane.
I mean, this is kind of why farming junglers aren't a thing in this meta, because they're both level 8.
Yeah, and
at the end of the day,
how much more valuable does Owner get with like an extra half an item?
he doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about, as Zeus not going to find the boulder as, oh dear, Everfrost comes through. The Orbit Deception is very deceiving, and Carrier going to be able to get the lockdown onto Fate. Owner comes on in. They do get the Spirit Rush and Flash out of Fate here as the Permafrost comes through, but Poby just barely survives.
So close there. The shield and the E coming in to keeping him alive for the final bit of damage. And unfortunately, DRX, once again, similar good setup. They wait for him to put the soldier out on the wave, knowing he can't use it to dash away, and that's when they go for the ult. They lay the CC, the damage just isn't quite there. And you know what? Maybe if Fate had a little bit of extra gold, that he could have had a little bit of extra damage, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe that could have been the difference maker.
Yeah, he could have bought
I'm just theorizing. I don't know where we can source that extra gold from, you know? You can't just magic gold out of thin air.
Well, and there is an option, as, all right, Beryl, he is going to find himself a headbutt into the wall. There's the Pulverize, as Gumayushi's going to have to cleanse. Beryl, you know what makes me really sad? Well, it's talking about Beryl's Alistar. Because it used to be incredible. And you just can't really say the same things, because this season it has not performed to that level necessarily. Yeah. We know what he's capable of, but
I think that play was fine.
Yeah, no, that was fine. But I want to prepare people. Like, if you've just started, okay, we'll have a look at this replay.
Yeah. So once again, wait for him to put the soldier in the wave. They know he can't dash with that timing, so that's when they go for the ult. Really well played there, and then we'll see. This is when they try to go for it again. Similar situation, but he gets the ult off and manages to use the shield to survive. 55 HP, so cutting it very close. Being honest.
Can you do 55 damage? Or can you take 55 HP from Poby at that stage?
Apparently they
with
can't.
An extra 170 gold or
maybe
88 gold.
Probably not, if I'm going to be honest. I'd love it to be a thing, but it probably isn't.
So in goes Poby. Does shift some sands around, but Fate able to hit him with a Q and a charm. A good little attack here from the Azir, who does have Flash available. Fate not so lucky as Croco clearing out vision. Owner comes on over to protect his Gnar. Zeus hits Mega. And will mean that T1 should be pretty safe there towards the top side, but Shirley is on their minds.
We just saw the gold graph, and Croco is up on gold compared to Owner.
Okay.
Yep. And they're both tank jungles. At the end of the day, it's just
not that relevant, is it?
We focus so much on it. It's cool to track. It just doesn't.
It's because we're so used to it, you know, like the old metas where the jungle actually mattered and things like that. Oh dear. Well, anyway, Owner is still pretty strong here as the ultimate flies to Narnia. That is not what you want to see. As Croco, can he actually get the smite? He can't, because it's taken by Azir. Carrier taking a fair bit of damage as Rascal's now trying to get amongst it. Fate diving forward. Owner is burning, ticking, and Fate is going to pick it up. But the hook is going to connect here onto the Dominus Crocodile, and he will be the trade. I think Rascal could have possibly just not moved a bit further forward there, but DRX probably thought they had an opportunity to get themselves something. So, HLE goes to T1, and they trade evenly in kills.
Yeah, communication, it seems a bit rough from DRX there. I think there was a definite moment where they could have just backed away. You saw the 4-man unit doing that together, and Rascal ends up overextending it a bit and going down. Great dodge here from Proby to dip away from the Sejuani ult. He's actually kind of the hero here, doing so much damage, flashes the Alistair combo, and just doing so much work across the course of this fight. You do see Ona, once you're kind of in with Rel, that's kind of it. You're not really getting out again, but this great hook from Carrier manages
really
to find that final kill and trade it off, and with them securing the Herald as well, they're pretty happy.
I unfortunately didn't see why Puddock's Featherstorm went in a strange direction. Probably.
I think it's just because Ona came from
the
war, and at that point his mouse was on that side, and you just hit, you don't have time to like go the right way. So a bit unfortunate, but I think the fact that Ona died anyway, I'm not sure how much of a difference it would have made.
Well, DRX wanting to fight for this next Drake, going to be an Infernal. As Rift Herald goes down. Fate's on the top side of the map, though, so I have a feeling that DRX probably just going to let this one go. As Carrier is trying to usher HLE towards this mid-outer turret. Gumayusi moves in. I don't know whether this is going to be a charge. It was a Drake, so there's that. It's going to be Ocean Soul this game, which is very disappointing to people that really like Cloud Souls.
I think there's one on the desk with me right now.
It might be. A little bit sad, but it is still going to be a very pretty Rift.
And it's not Chemtech.
It is not, as Glacial Prison flies on. No, it doesn't fly out. Looked like it did, sort of, in my brain, but it did not, because it wasn't on off cooldown yet.
But it looked cool.
It did definitely look cool.
Yeah, bit of an interesting one with the Herald from Carrier there, because the rest of Team 1 Dragon, there was
Zoning
no support
Herald.
mid. Oh, Zoning Herald, yeah, valid.
Zoning Herald.
Yeah, absolutely. But does, when you put it in the context of them securing the Herald being like an advantage, but then getting nothing for it, not so hot. But they still do have those 2 dragons in pocket, and gold is very even at this point.
It is. And if we have a look then at the scaling situation, I feel like T1 are in a very nice spot.
Yeah, but DRX have a Crocodile who is more scaly than everyone else.
I see what you did there. That may be the difference maker. It just might. A Crocodile and a Fox here towards this bottom side. What does it mean? I don't know. Whoa, now there's a boar. All sorts of animals. The menagerie has come on over as Ona. Okay, he's going to be denied his little crash down, but then just wanders away.
When you think about it, there's also a bird.
Yeah.
And a cow.
Wow.
So
it is actually just animal synergy. Why didn't I see it before? This is the greatest comp ever.
Yeah, it's just clicked. This is what they were going for when they locked the Ari in.
Goodness. Okay. Actually genius in the end. I want to apologize on behalf of both of us for missing that.
This would be a great TFT
better Twitch chat. Absolutely. As Rascal is going to have to flash, and Zeus says he does not care. He's going to have Mega Gnar even if he tanks up the turret for an extra 4 times, and that is just a very comfortable solo kill for the top laner of T1. Good to see Zeus back in some form.
And honestly, with the fact that this priority was put on the Rex and Sejuani, Croco being set behind might not really have changed the state of the jungle, as they're both tanks and whatever, but it meant he wasn't able to put pressure top. They weren't able to get this Renekton ahead, and at this point in the game, the Gnar will just outscale you in the side lanes.
Yeah, and he absolutely did there. Able to grab a whole lot of advantage here for T1. That has put them in a gold lead for what feels like the first time this game. Proby moving on over, wants to deny the steal on this blue buff, whose patience is running out. And will just try and go back, but no, it is going to be Ona that's able to secure it. As let's have a look at this one more time. Just waiting in that brush.
Yeah, gets a nice bounce there. And then the fact that he has the red buff as well as the Triforce, there's just no getting away. You're getting slowed. The movement speed's being picked up as well.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, well played.
As Carrier is going to be able to get over that wall. Baron is woken up by the shenanigans happening near his pit. It has nothing to do with it ticking over 20 minutes right now. It was purely because he was woken up. Just want that to be known. Barrow clearing out some vision here. So I don't think Baron's going to be on the cards for anyone just yet. And of course, the gold lead isn't really enough to tell us exactly how this game is going to go just yet.
So they could just Baron, because why not?
That's a good point.
That's always a possibility.
I don't have the answer to that. They have Leandries as well as 2-item Kai'Sa. So I have a feeling that Baron wouldn't actually last very long.
Yeah, they are pretty strong right now. And Ocean Dragon's going to be a minute 20. And obviously T1 securing that would be pretty good in terms of odds of them getting Ocean Soul. But I think that'll be the game plan. Bait DRX into the Dragon area, kill them, and then get a Baron.
Yeah. I feel like T1's
never mind, they skipped
so strong. Yeah, they
skipped 2 steps.
A couple of steps have been skipped, but that is absolutely fine. Croco is just wandering around, and this Baron is just going. Carrier is going to be able to find the hook onto the Sejuani here as well, just trying to keep Croco busy. Depth charge comes on in as Fate. Can he actually get himself over, as it is going to be the Baron secured? Into the pit they go, though, as Puddock's able to take down the kill onto Poby, but now T1, they just need to get out of there. Losing 1 kill, getting the Baron, still absolutely fantastic, as Gumayusi with the killer instinct going to be able to make sure that they escape. So sacrificing just a pigeon for a Baron, you'll take those.
Pretty good trade, and honestly, it just feels very T1-esque for them to start the Baron. And it's like, we can just do it. They had the damage, they had the Azir and the Kai'Sa there, and then Kerry doing a good job of playing Interruption, but now they're trying to defend the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, Kerry is taking a lot of damage. Teleport does come forward as Owner with the Magna Storm is there. Zeus is building the Narbar as Beryl, the Unbreakable will, and he's going to be able to get himself out. Croco trying to escape as well, as they do need to respect Zeus. Rascal, he's getting flashbacks to what happened in the bottom lane, but he is going to be able to make it to the turret this time, and Zeus does not feel like diving. Still, they're going to return the favor here, as this outer turret will fall.
And you know, the play pans out fine for T1, but they don't defend the tower, and it also kind of felt like the sort of play that against a stronger team may not have worked. It felt like they were maybe overstepping the hand a little bit. The fact that they got the Baron, they should be resetting and playing towards the Dragon, but they're like, no, we also want to defend mid, and we also want Dragon. And again, it works out completely fine. They managed to outplay DRX, but it definitely felt like they were trying to ensure they got everything when they didn't necessarily have a right tune here. Kerry does a great job of keeping Croco out the pit, so he's kind of forced just to ult over the wall. They do get Poby there, but they're just not able to chase down anyone else, and ultimately that's just very weird.
Very nicely done. Avoids the charm as well with the killer instinct, does Gumayusi. Gets himself out to the north. So nicely done here from T1. They are sitting on about 1,000 gold Baron power play. It's not the largest of all time, which is why the gold lead is only stretched to about 2,000. The amount of map control they'll be able to pick up already with the fact that this outer turret fell in the mid lane, that is great news, because they win side lanes, especially with Zeus the way that he is right now. And it should be that T1 can utilize this added pressure to start this suffocation that we have seen them capable of in the past. What we haven't seen from DRX is being able to team fight in any sort of coordinated way so far this game with the composition that they have. It is difficult to play out, especially into what T1 has. But maybe there's a big play in their future. Maybe there is that big pick with Croco's ultimate that they might be able to play around.
See, now this is how frustrating is playing as a Kai'Sa who can just spam W's at you. DRX, I have to deal with the side lanes as well. Oh, this is... They didn't make the fight happen.
There's the fadeaway jump shot. They do manage to get the cleanse out of Gumayusi. Emperor's Divide just to protect the President as Beryl dives forward, gets the stun here onto Poby. He will go down, but at what cost is the question? Fate keeps himself alive as Rascal's going to get hooked up. And now Croco and Rascal against the world here as Beryl just doing his best to try and escape. Somehow it almost works as Zeus will be able to grab it as Carrier. That is a beautiful hook, but he tries to let Gumayusi grab the kill, who does manage to flash forward and grab the Void Seeker kill onto the Crocodile. Croco, not sure about this one. Not sure about the avenue to escape here, as that was a cute little ring around the rosy. As Permafrost is going to be in. This is going to be a lot of time bought by the Sejuani, as Ona doesn't really have very much damage. He just needs to try and keep Croco in position so that Gumayusi can slowly walk towards the Sejuani. As Zeus is just winning the game by himself. That's his strategy, as he may die, and there it is. So 1 for 1 underneath the turret, and he was a lot of the added pressure. Croco also just walks out, by the way. That's how you're supposed to do it. You just walk away from the bad guys if they're chasing you.
And I think at this point, the poke coming out from the Kai'Sa is so oppressive. DRX just thinking we have to fight. We can't withstand this for long. They go for the tower dive, which is obviously a rough one to execute, and they don't actually really connect on anyone apart from Poby. We see here, Zeus turns up, and nice little boomerang just takes out Fate and gets the Featherstorm. So the backline of DRX is zoned, and it just becomes a cleanup matter for T1. But the problem is, now they become so split after the fact. So Zeus looking for a 1v1 mid, which he eventually does find, but at the cost of his life, it's not really worth. And in the meantime, the rest of the team are chasing the Sejuani, who they don't even get.
Yeah. And Croco just wanders it out. He's now back here again, probably brimming with confidence if he sees Owner there, because he knows that Owner's going to need about 25 minutes to kill him. And so doesn't need to worry about it too much.
You don't actually get that much from the Baron in terms of structures on the map. There's still those 2 outer towers up. They didn't break an inhib tower, so they're ahead. They're 4,000 gold ahead. They look really good in this position of the game, but it still feels like they're not getting as much as you typically expect from the T1 we saw in the first round robin.
Yeah.
Still not quite performing the same level. And now we're looking towards Ocean Soul in a minute 20, another Baron in 50, and DRX, this is kind of the last legs for this game. They have to deny these, or they will be probably just losing this game.
Have to find some sort of avenue back in. As Paddock also 2.5 items. It is 3 completed items for Gumayusi now as the Insu's Rage Blade is now completed. This is a very scary Kai'Sa. We've seen, I mean, you barely need to do very much to just win a team fight if you have a Kai'Sa, because you press W until someone basically dies, has to go home, and then you have a man advantage.
Yeah, you just spam W.
Yeah.
Just keep pressing the W button, especially into a Xayah, where she's just never going to get an auto range off you.
Nope.
Like, that's the thing. T1 can engage if they want to, but they can kind of just sit back and wait until the poke does its work.
Now they're moving towards the Baron. It's up in 4 seconds time as Croco utilizes the extended brush to get a Winter's Wrath off, as Fate will connect the Charm. Owner isn't exactly the greatest of targets right now because he takes a fair bit of killing.
He is a target though, so at least there's that.
That is true. They are at least doing some stuff. Zeus in a side lane is a big problem because this inner turret is going to be taken down. Beryl was on a bit of a mission here. Carrier is going to spot him. And now DRX, they do at least have priority on this Baron. But Zeus has priority on the enemy base.
Yeah, they just got to go for it now because this Gnar is too much of a problem in the side lane. They have to force a fight. They have to get a TP from Zeus at a minimum, but he's just going for the structures.
Yeah, and there is a complete flank from Beryl and from Rascal in this moment. Carrier is going to go in as Gumayusi supercharges after the cow. Rascal is still just in no man's land. He's going to have to teleport back to the base because otherwise they may just lose it right here. They're inside the pit. It's going to be a 50-50. Empress Divide is fantastic. It's a 3-man knockup, but what does it actually achieve is the question. Poby's going to mop up the kill on the cow. And now T1 will just take down the last remaining Nexus turret and pick up the victory. DRX, unfortunately, just pushed into a situation where they couldn't really win, and there goes the Nexus. T1, beautiful play, honestly, in the last few passages, but a little bit unfortunate there from DRX.
It just felt like they were between a rock and a hard place, and it kind of felt like, yeah, and that is where his ult does the most damage. So,
hey,
an ideal situation.
My goodness, I didn't even see that one coming. That was beautiful.
And ultimately, T1 showing that the difference between them and DRX, in this game at least, was so much that they could win on all fronts. You know, not just do they have the winning side lane who's going to take your Nexus, but also they get the Baron as well, they win the fight as well. They kind of just ensured that no matter what happened, it was an absolute victory.
Yep. And once again, we see that Ahri is just not very good into Azir. Fate went for it. They did manage to find a couple of kills in the early game, but then where was the transition? Where was any usefulness after that point? Just really didn't find anything. The cohesion in any sort of fight after the mid-game, they just didn't feel like there was any hope.
And the early Xayah priority into the Kai'Sa, you saw how painful that looked in the setup for fights where you're just getting poked to 20%. You can't play the game. And we're probably going to see that reflect in the damage graph where, look, Gumayusi doing over double Product's damage.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I don't think Product played bad. It's just you're putting yourself in this matchup where the enemy champion can kill you far beyond the range you'll ever reach.
Yep, and that's exactly what we can see illustrated here. DRX weren't able to do damage because they just couldn't move up and hit their opponents. So maybe they can draft a composition that can do that.
Or just ban Kai'Sa.
Or just ban Kai'Sa. Either of these things will be fantastic. They can choose blue side as well if they'd like to switch up the draft. But now, it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, though, the space will break down that game 1. We have game number 2 right around the corner. We'll see you there.
알리 한번 끌게.
떼주공만 맞아.
알리 빼볼게 이거.
천천히 오긴 해야 돼.
레이저 T가
이거 아니니까 직근을 내. 나 그냥
알리
칠게.
너.
T가
오케이,
나오면
오케이,
그냥
오케이.
클리어하자.
칠게,
이거.
칠게.
레 빠졌다. 레 빠졌다.
들어갈게 나는.
한번
위. 자유부터. 자유도고. 나 싸우면 될 듯?
얘 다 이기긴 했어.
나이스.
1대1 넣으자.
미드 가면 됐다. 테랄게.
큐. 나이스. 한준이 카정품 미쳤다. 간다.
아, 이제 집을 안 가네. 야, 나 쏘리. 그거 당한 거야, 까비. 잘 빠져.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1 of T1 versus DRX. I am Valdez. With me is Huni and Chronicler once again. And that one was a pretty one-sided affair to the side of T1. What did you guys think about this first game?
Yeah, once again, it's a Huni. I think the last game was a little bit, DRX could have snowballed even harder. But I think T1 just play individually a little bit better, so that's how they won the game. That's why the game, it was like, overall, it was pretty boring, right?
Yeah, not a whole lot happening. I think T1 are trying to kind of refine their pace, and you can't just start off sprinting, right? You need to like slowly build up. And I think we're seeing that here. We don't see any crazy shenanigans, crazy early plays. They're really trying to play just slow, methodically. And outside of Poby, who individually struggled a little bit with some of the pressure that was put on him, and Zeus making a mistake in the early lane, I think T1 looked, as a team, pretty clean.
Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look at the draft, and I feel like T1 have a pretty good meta read at this point in time. On the side of DRX, though, we did have some question marks. Also seeing the Rel picked up here pretty early for the side of T1. What do you guys think about the draft?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, from T1 draft, I think it's like it really made sense why there was no early action, because they picked Azir and the Gnar, even Kai'Sa. Like, they're not gonna have any action until they get like all the first item, Ninja Tabi, especially Gnar, like Azir first item, Kai'Sa first item as well. Like, there's so many factors that they can't go fast, but the thing is, like, DRX has it, but they fail. Even Drake's take,
yeah,
it was of T1 favor.
Yeah, that's the real issue. I think with a comp like that, you kind of want to play through mid-jungle and then try to generate leads there, or get your Renekton out of lane so you can actually contest for Drakes. But because the bot lane wasn't really going super well, they didn't have prio for Drakes because, Xayah, Alistar is kind of whatever in lane. So the composition just kind of fell short of generating the tempo that it needs to.
Yeah, it did feel like it fell a little bit flat, and we can take a look at the first highlight here where T1 are like, well, we've had enough of sitting around. We're just going to do a T1 Baron right at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they pull it pretty good. Like, the fact that they have actually Azir OT with the Kai'Sa, the damn DPS as well. The Baron damage was like really unexpected from the DRX side, and even though the Azir died with the shutdown on it, like, that didn't really matter anything, because they didn't lose anything, basically. Kai'Sa still has a Sums on it, the Rel still has a Flash on, the next fight, nothing matter, so they're fine.
I think what's also really important to note there is that it is a pretty safe Baron that they take, right? And the benefit of having Kai'Sa and Azir is that you actually shed, as mentioned, through the objective very fast. DRX not really accounting for that. And then because they get the Baron, even if they don't end up doing like that much with the Baron necessarily, but it just means that you take it away from the DRX comp who so desperately need it. So then from that point onward, T1 is just fully in control.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can take a look at highlight number 2, which really does a great job of showcasing exactly what control looks like when you have a Gnar with Hullbreak.
And we kept waiting to see if he'd pass the Huni test. We kept waiting for him to disappoint us and be the Gnar that gets Hullbreaker and then teleports into a fight.
Like, I'm just letting you guys know.
He was waiting.
I'm just letting you guys know, like, when you guys are put in this situation, do not press the TP. Your TP is basically locked.
Fade.
It's locked. And it's like, he played really well 1v1. It's like, also I was a little bit, considering like why he didn't go GA instead of like Hullbreaker. This is the reason why. So I think that previously Ras kind of make a small mistake that he should have just cleared bottom a little bit more and held a TP.
That's the highlight.
That's it. Yeah, they won the game after that.
Yeah, it's you purchase a Hullbreaker and you break the hull. You don't TP into the fight. There's no Mega Gnar, big, 5-man ultimate, none of that. Let's take a look at the POG real quick here and see who does pick it up. I think you guys already know who we voted for based on that highlight. And yes, he will pick it up. A big factor in this game was Zeus. From after he got killed, he picked up 2 solo kills and did a great job.
Yeah, and the early kill got a little bit greedy. He's sitting on like 1,300 gold, didn't back, died as a result. But this kill basically got him ahead in the game, and from that point on he had side lane pressure. Then goes really crazy here, ends up dying, but it does buy him literally a full Hullbreaker as a result. As I don't know if they'll actually show it because he keeps going, and then he trades his life. And as we already showed, he's not involved with this. This doesn't matter to him at all.
I mean, he's already POG as soon as
he's winning.
As soon as he stopped pressing TP.
No TP. Wait, what? Because he was still in Mega, and we were like, oh, there we go.
No TP. POG.
Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Because he was Mega, and it's like, and then he went to Mini, and we're like, It's happening! He's not TPing!
No,
So
it was
happy.
perfect. And he pulled the Renekton over, who was 3 levels below him, because he wasn't the one pushing the side lane, getting all that solo XP and gold, right? It was the Gnar. And pretty obvious 11 out of 11 here. No media kick Ws this time around. So DRX, after this game number 1, they're actually going to go back to the red side here for game number 2. Any thoughts on this?
Don't ban LeBlanc. Just let it
good
get
start.
fine. Like, LeBlanc is okay. It's not that good.
Wait, for me, I thought it's gonna be like they probably want to use the same kind of draft they're running again, and it's like using their prio like much better because the Crocodile actually screwed over all the game because he was ganking a lot, but the thing is like he was not farming. Like that's why the game was like really just equalized as a global gold. But they gotta bring more pressure from the as the Chronicle said about the mid jungle, bring the support in it, and just keep constantly fighting on the around the object, especially the Drake side. That thing has to be possible.
And in a case of emergency, you know, maybe bring out Rascal's Ornn. I think Rascal individually hasn't been that great this split. Not necessary to his fault. I think that being on a team like DRX, as we saw with Keen, for example, last year on Kwangdong, can really take away. Dudu is another example of you really playing to your best level. But if you're not feeling too hot right now, I think playing a comp where you can safely sit back and scale, let's play like Maokai for barrel and throw an Ornn in there. Try something like that, just something that plays itself.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I think that DRX are really kind of on struggle streets as we reach the end of the season. So maybe simplify things here for game number 2. But guys, we are done on the space. Let's throw it back to the casters, Atlas and Ox, for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spacemen. Really glad to hear about the boring game number 1. Direct quote from Hooney there. It was relatively slow, but I do like a good old unanimous Hullbreaker POG.
Yep, and as Brennan said, you buy Hullbreaker and you break the hull.
Oh, yeah.
And that's exactly what he did. I think as well, the moments he was in team fights was pretty good. I think Ona obviously had a strong start, but I think part of that was from Croco not clearing his jungle, and also it wasn't really about Ona when it came to the team fight, so.
Oh, and this is the T1 subway guy, a man who I believe cleaned up somebody else's vomit in a subway station. Just an all-round good guy. Turned out he was also a T1 fan. And so he was invited here to Lowell Park to celebrate.
And that's a very support player attitude.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
Because I feel like sometimes when I play support, I have to clean the dribble off the bib my AD carry is wearing.
There it is. And so T1 invited him, and he is now here. It was a while ago, and so he has since washed his hands and stuff like that. So
oh, yeah.
just to confirm with everyone. But anyway, let's get back into it. As DRX, you can see Paddock especially is kind of loosening the shoulders so that he can try to avoid locking in Xayah again. Because I didn't like that one very much. There are quite a few things in the draft that we didn't like too much. One of them being the not selecting the blue side. Just because I felt like things in the draft didn't go so well for DRX, and if they have the same game plan moving into this game, things are going to be really, really worrying. T1 are going to ban their own rel, though, so already we're going to see differences in the way this one is going to be played out.
Yeah, Owner is like, you know, I played it once, it's pretty cool, I'm bored of it now, let's do something different. But realistically, the LeBlanc ban was probably the most contentious thing from DRX. That champion has struggled last week, and I think it's at the point with the Shiv changes, it should kind of just be dropped from the weapon drawer, so I ultimately think that they don't need to ban that. And I think Kai'Sa, Zeri are the prominent AD carry picks on the patch. We've only seen a day of Zeri, but it was enough, maybe too much.
It was. It was played by Genji and KT against much weaker teams, though. So
that is valid.
It might be that we're not going to see the priority of it.
I've just been hit so many times.
I know. So have I. Look, I'm coping. I'm coping real hard. Just trying to make sure that that is not going to be a thing. As Rumble going to be the final ban here. Last time around, it was Maokai taken away, as well as Poppy. This time, DRX are going to take care of the Poppy situation, and now the Kai'Sa. Oh my goodness! The adaptation!
Yep, and now Azir's going to come out as first pick. So, here's the thing, you don't ban LeBlanc, and what happens? They don't even pick it! They don't even pick the... Oh, no, please don't.
Oh, no, it's time. You know, you've got to, because distortion allows you to go back to the distortion after you get divided emperorally.
Maybe DRX try and distort back to the start of the series.
I think that might be a way to do it, although I'd recommend Echo for that.
Oh, yeah, actually.
Because he has Chrono Break as an ability. Sejuani going to be locked in here, though, as Croco may actually look to tend his crops a little bit more than going out into battle. We'll see whether that is how it's going to go.
And I think, you know, if they end up in this situation, leaving the Renekton until 3, they could potentially try and ensure a better matchup top lane. Because we saw when the Renekton and Sejuani actually got a pair up, it worked well, but we just didn't get to see it pair up pretty much at all in that game. So they're kind of toying with the idea, and they're actually going to pick the Tristana, something they didn't really focus on in the last draft, but that we have seen consistently picked into the Azir.
Is it now the Rascal Cannon angle? Because I feel like they will be looking for some magic damage, and without the Kai'Sa availability, it does sort of push the magic damage to a little bit of a minimum. We have seen teams just ignore magic damage completely. It's not something that everyone's really been crazy about. As T1, they love magic damage. They're going to pick magic damage in as many places as possible, as Renekton is going to be banned away, so never you mind. There's Cassante as a bit of a Renekton answer. Shuriman advantage over on T1's side right now with 2 of them, but this is definitely very physical. There is a fair bit of power, especially towards that top side.
Though. That's the magic damage.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Actually,
go.
It's mainly magic damage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
Genius.
But yeah, Cassante's been struggling recently quite a bit, really, to have the impact he's had on previous patches, and Renekton has been so strong. I think T1 are super happy to have Azir in the mid lane, they have Maokai Renekton. They kind of just need to solidify a strong bot lane for themselves, and it's clean sailing for a 2-0. DRX, on the other hand, will get first choice when it comes to that pick on 4. Rakan banned, so Xayah Rakan not a possibility, but Xayah still has potential in isolation.
I would like to see Xayah banned, because I don't know. It doesn't make me too happy. How are you feeling? Are you still feeling that it's all right, even without Rakan?
I think Xayah is still fine without Rakan. It's more what it's into. And I think when you have like Renekton bearing down onto you, it does have value. Not the best into Azir though, because he does just outrange you so hard. But I think it's fine here. But I do think that Zeri, I think I've brought up I said Zeri like 4 times now,
and she's not here.
She's not here. I'm just anxious, you know.
Yeah, you are. I think you are very nervous. Are your knees weak? Have you checked the palms?
They are sweaty.
Oh no.
Mama's spaghetti.
What's she making for dinner?
Oh, no.
Have you called her? Oh no. Well, Heimerdinger is going to be banned away. That's a Varus. Okay. Oh, that's a Varus. All right. Well, oh no. We know what's happening here. I think... Is it? Surely not. You get outranged, right?
There's you could go Xayah here. You could go Ezreal.
Oh,
yes,
you could go
that's
Ezreal.
Zeri.
There we go. A little bit of an archery off, even though Ezreal's bow isn't exactly real. Oh, that's a all 3 of those options are not the one we're scared of.
Yep. And
there we go.
It's the Ezreal, and I don't think it's going to be Ezreal support, so I think we got through another draft without seeing.
Whoa!
The Zed. Ooh, this is a.
That's a throwback.
This is a throwback.
Oh, that's even better.
That would be bold.
I love
looking
going
to the coach. He's like, can I?
Don't you just want to go on a magical journey with Keria? That's what we want to do. Okay, that's
significantly more tame.
Yeah, I think we've been. That's. Okay.
We've been finessed a little bit.
We have definitely been. I was okay.
Oh, you know what's cool? You know, imagine if you had a skin for a champion, right? Who's also an archer. No,
yeah.
never happened. The Braum pick actually pretty good here, though, I think. You have double AD carry. Braum Sejuani really strong in the early skirmishes. I think this is actually a great pick in this situation.
You like the Braum angle?
I like the Braum angle.
Well, that is exactly where Beryl is going to go. Does mean that Puddock's going to have a fair bit of peel available. We'll see what build he's going to go for. I very much hope that it is not lethality. I feel like lethality would do absolutely nothing in this game.
It cannot be lethality with Braum.
It has to not be, right?
You know, I think AP would be great here. Provide the AP to your team. You have the on-hit potential to stack a Braum passive. Between you and Tristana, you can just shred the front line. You can play front to back pretty competently. And against like an Ezreal, Ezreal's going to really struggle with so much front line to block his damage. So I think DRX comp, you know, was a little bit tentative in the first 3, but it's kind of come together quite nicely. T1 still have some solid power picks on the top side, but I think this is very playable for DRX.
I would agree. I feel like DRX have more avenues for victory in this game outside of just we're going to steamroll you in the early stages or steamboat you in the early stages, as we used to say here in the LCK. We really let that one go. I feel like there was like a steamboat shout out last week, like one time.
And now you want to bring it back?
I really enjoyed the old steamboating. But I wasn't there for its debut, but I very much enjoyed its long stay in the LCK.
You can appreciate the classics.
No, you really can. DRX, hopefully they can bring us to a full series here. I'm very much hoping. Of course, if T1 win in 3 games or 2 games, it does not matter. They just need a victory to get to playoffs. That's all they need. We'll see whether this composition is going to be enough to do it. I thought maybe the Maokai might be flexed like Beryl debuted here in the LCK, but not going to be the case. So we did end up getting that Leona, as the Tristana that we were calling for in the last game does come in this time around. Where is Croco going? Will he be farming? Let's find out right now. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. 280 carries, both of them wearing hats with brims. Isn't that cool?
That's some good synergy.
Uh-huh.
What is that Varus skin?
I don't know. Hat with brim Varus? I think that's what it's called.
I'm not sure that's the technical name.
No.
But I don't think I've seen a skin. Like, I'm used to so many, like, very, like, mysticky, ethereal skins, you know? I haven't just seen one where he's just wearing a hat.
I know,
I
and he's
kind of dig it.
He's just kind of silver, and he's just wearing a hat. I kind of love it. Ona is thinking about throwing a soccer ball over here, but isn't going to, because he doesn't want to take that one level 1. And there is the little pumpkin bat thrown down by Croco, as he's now looking for his bottom side jungle start. He will be able to do that. So first camp going to be began, as Fade already shooting minions in the mid lane. He's taken E already. We shove it as quickly as possible.
Looking for that prio. And I think that might be a big difference maker in this game, is it felt like Croco really suffered from the lack of priority in the bot lane 2v2, and also from the fact that he opted... He kind of did like the Ivan thing, where you don't kill jungle camps for a while, except he's not playing Ivan.
Yeah.
So hopefully more of a focus on that this game. And oh no, it's Halo Blades Varus.
Oh god. Oh no. Paddock, please.
You know, it could be Halo Blades. It could be Halo Blades AP Varus, but if it's lethality,
Halo Blades on hit Varus to allow you to have a little bit more lane presence, perhaps?
yeah, that's fine. You know, maybe.
That's what I was calling for last time, and then Teddy played the lethality variety. As Carrier is under the turret. He takes 2 turret shots, and Halo Varus comes in. So actually, pretty sure Halo Blades Varus is the best. Look at that. Carrier is on no health. And he didn't do that in the last game.
And Croco's like, hey, enemy support just blundered. Time to gank.
Well, that's precisely what he's doing. And this is the fast track towards the bottom side. Beryl's moving in. There's the flash forward. This is the Beryl aggression that we know. And Gumayusi is now left on his lonesome. May have to flash to get himself out of this as the permafrost does come in. Cleanse comes down. He's going to hold the flash for a long time, but there it is. Croco going to be following after him. It's a merry jaunt through the enemy jungle here, as even the Brambleback is getting involved. Gumayusi is going to be able to make it out to relative safety, and I say relative with a lot of emphasis.
Yeah, the wave is in a terrible spot, and I love the aggression from DRX. Maybe a bit too much from Croco at the end. I'm not sure what he was going for with that flash at the end.
Sometimes your opponent flashes away from you, and you take that as a personal offense.
Oh, it's because he wanted to track Gumayusi's flash.
There you go.
Instead of doing the math, I'll just flash at the same time, and then I know when my flash is up, his is up. And you know, Croco once again seems to be very much spending a lot of time around bot. He will get a scuttle though, so this is a big improvement on like the first, I think it was like 10 minutes of last game.
He was sitting on 12 CS for until at least 6 minutes, I'm pretty sure. Just hanging around in the enemy topside jungle. So this time, definite improvements being made here by DRX. And it's the bottom side that is working out here. We saw Paddock have a really rough time.
2 scuttles for Croco potentially? There's no way. What a glow up.
Yeah, gets the totem in here, and oh my goodness. the glow up that you're talking about, man, like Micro's secret stuff really coming through here as Gumayusi. This is not the time to bring up these Ezreal stats because they don't look great. Things aren't going great here on this bottom side.
You know what this says to me? If you're not aiming, don't play it.
No, and you need to aim. He's got a fair few skill shots, so I would 100% agree.
Yeah.
Already a plate has gone down. DRX, did they take the training weights off? Like, what's happened here?
Yes, the training weights being they drafted themselves early pressure.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Which made it a lot.
Or go the LeBlanc ban, you know? Pick good champions. Don't pick Ari. There are a lot of things that have definitely gone right.
Crazy how much easier the game gets when you abide to that.
It's nutty, isn't it? They're like, oh, wait, we're on 13-13? Oh! Although I think that a few of those situations could have worked on the previous patch as well.
T1 are just going to pick Azir no matter what? Oh, I guess we don't need a ban mid lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, if T1 had picked LeBlanc, they would have been absolutely fine with that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana's pretty good in the LeBlanc.
Yeah.
And also LeBlanc is just kind of not good at the moment, so...
Yeah.
It all works out.
It does. It does. So...
It just finds a way.
This is a good early game situation here for DRX, but they have not won the game yet. So we'll just have to see whether T1 can find themselves a little bit of a turning point in this game.
Have you seen what's in the inventory?
Oh man,
With a Braum? Like, your team comp is very heavy AD, and you have a Braum who wants you to auto fast to stack his passive.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, you know, you win some, you lose some. It's fine. Sometimes Boris, he really just gets you. He's a great salesman, you know. And you're in that shop, and he's like, "This tier, it's half price just for you," and then lists it at exactly the same price. You know,
you can stack it, and it will become more powerful. It's like a cull.
Yeah.
And you know how much AD carries love culls.
Precisely. And he hasn't actually bought one of those. In fact, none of these 80 carries have purchased a cull. Do have the tier stacking up for Gumayusi as well, but of course we're not going to be molding about that one.
Yeah, that's pretty valid.
Yeah, that one's totally fine. And of course, I mean, I guess T1, they don't have a Braum themselves. They don't have a way of blocking it, and they also have Fate on this Tristana for, you know, the ability to stack Braum passive. So I guess maybe if that's how they want to play it, that's a thing.
I guess if I'm being honest about it, I think maybe they're concerned about the fact that Ezreal and Azir are both quite long range. So they're like, look, we need something to interact with them from a distance. And they're like, Paddock, you can do your poking from a distance. So maybe that's the thought process here. I do think it weakens their 5v5 considerably, but, you know, they're starting strong in this game. So if they can ride this momentum, maybe it's just not going to matter.
Perhaps. Let's we'll just have to wait and see. You know?
Just have to hope. Beryl, he's just hitting that dragon.
He is. He's going in. Just, you know, base Braum holding up the OG door. And they will just start this one off. So first Drake going over to DRX. Yet another evolution here in this series. Last time they weren't so lucky. This time 800 gold advantage. And first Drake will belong to them. Oh, Chemtech comes through as well?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Honestly, when you're trying to stack up for a soul and you see, like, Ocean Chemtech, you're like, it's going to be a good soul.
I mean, it is guaranteed. The worst one's probably Mountain. You're still pretty psyched about it.
And honestly, with this team comp, a Mountain?
Oh, yeah. Frost Armor Mountain? Oh, my goodness. Croco, he procs Aftershock and never can be hit by anything until Aftershock goes off.
Yep.
And his Frost Armor goes down. Oh, just incredible.
And T1 going to opt on the other side towards the Herald. Zeus has just silently been building up a lead in this top lane, having a lot of pressure. So this is definitely the area of the map where DRX is weakest. And yet they are still opting to try and scare T1 away, and it's actually working. So T1 a little bit hesitant, will let the Herald reset. Both supports just hanging around mid.
Yeah. Beryl just holding the door, doing what he can. Fate going to move on in, does have a fair bit of wave clear to his name. As Croco moves towards his top side, will spot this control ward. And I have a feeling that Zeus will need to respect this whole situation. Owner, once again, starting off the Rift Herald. But Croco just going to move on in and deny that one. Beryl has been here for a very long time as Paddock makes his way back down towards the bottom side.
And you know, if he keeps doing this, where he just forces Owner to drop it and resets, in 11 minutes he'll despawn. So...
Ooh, true. That's the option. That's what we're playing for here.
And it looks like T1 have decided, nope, we finally have enough people to do this. We're getting the Herald.
Well, let's see whether they can actually do that. As Croco moving on over, Nature's Grasp comes down. That is an early smite that does come through here as T1. They do manage to grab it. Croco, he's out of there. Beryl not going to be so lucky, as they're still diving in on top of it. Fate trying to get the damage down where he can, but he just cannot make it happen. It is still Rascal being able to pick up a kill, and Carrier goes down as well. Oh, the hail of arrows! Lethality Varus! That's what I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting Lethality Varus to come out and just destroy them, and what I needed to remember was this is the early game. This is the time that the Lethality thrives.
Yep. Good vibes all around. And DRX, it looked a little bit rough. I'm not going to lie. It wasn't clean. Wasn't really crisp. But they got the job done. And we can watch the replay here. So Smite is early. Try to sync it with the eye from Croco, but not enough damage. And then both the Sejuani and the Brauma in the pit. And Fate goes for a very bold move, which is to jump in.
Yeah, brave. Brave is what we call it in
Brave and
Challenger.
bold.
Yep.
And being in melee range of a Maokai and an Ekton, not the hottest move. But then we just see Parda come in and just clean up. Those 2 kills, without those, I think it would definitely be a big loss for DRX.
And now he has a blue buff.
Oh, true. And he has a Ghost Blade. And if there's one thing that Lethality Varus appreciates, it's being ahead.
Yeah. And now he finally is. Rascal, as well, having an okay time, sitting at half health, but it's kind of what we see from a lot of Casantes, especially these days. Paddock going to continue shoving this wave in. So he has about a 813 gold advantage, although it was ticking down a little bit further as Gumayusi picks up some added farm. He's still going to be fine, and of course the Ezreal scales quite well moving into the later stages of the game. And he's heading towards his Trinity Force.
There's not too many threats for him as well. I feel like it's going to be difficult for DRX to get on top of him for the most part.
Yep.
So should be a pretty chill game, but I think the main issue is just cutting through the front line. So it's going to be a while before he can really do that much damage like a Cassante, Sejuani, Braum. But obviously he does have the big 2-item spike we always like to talk about with Ezreal.
Yep. And he's heading towards it, stacking up that tier, still halfway to go on that one. Rascal has gone for the quite sad first item, Thornmail. You do see quite a lot. But into
just
the
wants
next,
to
I
mail
guess,
some thorns to someone.
Yeah, he does. He does want that, and there are a lot of thorns on that mail. Yeah, that's all I got to add there. Is Paddock going to come down and look to see whether he can take down an extra plate? And Croco, Beryl, and Fate are all here. All right, Gumayusi is going to get imprisoned, and I think they only really needed Croco, but the rest of them still going to spectate the whole situation. T1 moving into the mid lane and will be able to get this Rift Herald to come down, teleport to the inner turret, as Fate is going to turn up and look to see whether he can stop this one from happening. Croco and Beryl moving in. Carrier is going to get CC'd as the Permafrost comes down, but he is able to back away. Owner gets into position, and Paddock just left by himself here in this bottom lane. The snowball is starting to roll here for DRX. They need a little bit more of an advantage. They need to put the pedal to the metal a little bit here. But the aggression, I'm enjoying it from the team.
Yeah, maybe a bit too much invested in that bot lane play, which allowed a window for T1 to herald mid. But all in all, still a positive play and one that we're happy to see from DRX. And now they're setting up for this second dragon again. Chemtech dragon means that you have the potential of a really good soul. So if they can get this second one, it'll really solidify this mounting lead they're building. But T1 are looking to contest. There's the TP coming in.
Yeah, Cassante coming in as well. That is a deep flank angle here from Rascal as they dive on top of Beryl. He throws out the ultimate to try and buy some time as Emperor's Divide comes in, but the all-out is going to be there, and Poby is going to fall, but Paddock is already dead. They're going to be able to take down the Varus, and that is so much of the DRX damage. This is a disaster for this team that have really committed to getting the early lead. They may be able to grab themselves a little bit extra here, a bit of a plate on the way out, as there is still 30 seconds before the plates do fall down. Drake should actually be, yeah, it is going to be secured. Owner remains in the pit, and there it goes. It is going to be Mountain Soul, and a possible 3 for both teams.
Yeah, and I think particularly when we have these bulky front lines, it can make such a difference on those Mountain Dragons. But T1 doing a fantastic job of taking that, securing it, and not allowing DRX to pull ahead in terms of the Dragon advantage. And here, DRX get kind of corralled in, and they seem so split. It's a great ult from Carry to start things off. Beryl then gets split from Paddock, and what can Varus do when you have a Maokai and a Renekton jumping on top of you at this point in the game? The answer, not much.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. And imagine if Poby was actually able to use his Emperor's Divide in that fight as well. I mean, the Varus could have found himself completely even further out of position in that moment. DRX need to make sure that if Parak gets fed like this, that they protect him. They still retain a little bit of a gold advantage.
LC from those plates.
And yeah, the plate's certainly working out there as Parak was demonstrating that he still does have some damage.
That didn't feel like that much though, considering he's 3-1 and it's a squishy Azir.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like an amount of damage. I'm like, whoa! But you know, he's still got time.
He'll press W next time and then he'll do more.
Yeah. And he's got Manamune coming along, so maybe that's the point where DRX really need to be winning out this game. But I'm not optimistic about how this lethality Varus will hold up.
Well,
especially based on how the last fight went.
Yeah. That is kind of what you were talking about when you know, we were discussing the on-hit Varus prospects and things like that. It is certainly difficult for him to be able to actually auto-attack. And you saw Parak land a couple of piercing arrows in a row there. So, not the worst of situations. I just get flashbacks to Lethality Varus is doing absolutely nothing a couple of years ago, over and over again, and teams relentlessly picking it.
And I think Lethality Varus was in a better spot then than now.
Yeah.
If I'm going to be real. DRX setting up this Herald though, not wanting to give a second one over T1, but T1 are looking to contest.
Yeah, Nature is going to be grasping here as the door is going to be put up. Parak still trying to get some damage down. Stand beside me. Going to be used here by Beryl as Rascal gets a flash out from Gumayusi. His cleanse also is down, as that is a decent amount of damage with that explosive charge. And DRX is just going to get them out of there.
Harry just walked it in to the rest of his team. He had the bomb in his head and he just...
Yeah. Now, we see a lot of players do this, actually. There's a lot of, like, disrespect to the explosive charge damage. Of course, wasn't stacked very much. Didn't kill anyone. But, it's, you know, it's just not very nice.
Yeah. Well, good play from DRX. They will be able to secure the Herald. And now looking to just transition that immediately into a top tower take, which is a bit of an interesting one. Although if they don't use the Herald here, it's actually pretty fantastic.
Yeah. Moving the Herald into the river.
Oh, you know what?
They want to take the river turret. Zace is taking a lot of damage here. He does Dominus as Fate trying to get some damage down, but
you know what it was?
Go for the dive.
That threw me off. It's the purple skin from Tristana. So I was thinking that Fate had it, and I was like, oh, I guess I just don't need a Herald. And then it went down mid, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's just a bewitched Tristana.
It is. That's why you just take Firefighter. Is it?
That's confusing.
Oh, the turret is going to be taken down here as well. Yeah, because like Firefighter is just, you know what you get.
Yeah, you fight fires.
You don't fight Heralds, although sometimes they do.
I think T1 needs to fight some fires right now, because they've just lost multiple turrets across the map. So good positive play from DRX. They haven't let that dragon fight really slow them down too much. And they do now have, it's not fully stacked, but they have the Manamune from Parak, an approaching second item for Fate. So starting to hit some of those spikes as we see the third dragon up in a minute 10, which will definitely be the next objective. It's still a while before Baron though. Sometimes at third dragon you get that situation where, okay, you lost third dragon fight, you also lose Baron, but that won't necessarily be the point at this time in the game.
Yeah, we're a little bit earlier on, 17.5 minutes in, and there are 50 seconds before the Mountain Drake is upon us. The first one of the game. DRX, with the amount of map control they have from taking the outer ring already, it should mean that they can get themselves into a better position for this Drake. So we'll see whether that is going to be how it works out. As Poby pushed up, trying to clear waves. It's going to be difficult for him to move any further forward, though, especially with Croco bearing down on them. Gumayusi in this mid lane, just trying to tidy up these minions where he can. We'll ignore the fact that last one went begging. Pesky turret going to kill it.
And it's surprising how much focus both teams are putting towards the Baron area when Dragon is up in 15. You can see, you know, Ona and Carrier posturing up here, and it looks like they're willing to give up the Dragon to try and make a potential play. It's like they're putting Poby out as bait.
Yeah.
But DRX don't seem to be biting, so they'll just head over to Dragon. And sure, the top tower is going to be taken by T1, but I think DRX is fine with this trade.
Yeah, and Fate is still going to be here to pick up the wave after it does move past this outer turret. It looks like he isn't going to push too much further up. And yeah, good defensive play here by DRX. They will sacrifice the turret, but they get themselves that second Drake for themselves. And that means some extra tanky stats for Croco. He's going to be very happy about it. Rascal also on this Cassante. I hear he scales relatively well with resistances and stuff.
He does. Braum as well, his W obviously adds resistance.
Hey, there you go.
He jumps on, so the more he has, the more he gives. I think this kind of shows how important that second Drake fight was, though, because if T1 hadn't secured that second Dragon, I don't think they can make this play. I don't think you can just give up third Drake over the side of DRX, but they have some time. And 440 till that next one, which I feel like they'll be a lot more emphasis on them needing to fight, but by that point they should have like 2-item spike for Azir and Ezreal, which will make a big difference.
And remember, this is DRX, the team that hasn't made it to 4 wins yet. Yesterday, we saw none of our teams on the eastern side actually manage to clamber over that 4-win mark. So if DRX do manage to pick one up here, they will join the 4-win club. Everyone on the eastern side of our bracket will be on 4 victories.
Yeah, and I think DRX schedule isn't the hardest, but it's not the easiest. I think Bro has the easiest schedule, but they're already being a match down. If you don't get that 4 wins quickly...
Oh yeah, they needed one against one of either Harmalife Esports or T1 to feel like they had any chance moving into the final win.
And I think Harmalife Esports they're in good form right now.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take.
You know, I think a lot of people...
You don't take down the G-Riz.
No, I think it's too difficult. I think a lot of people look at this match and they're like, well, you know, it's a hard one. If you give it up, you have next week. I don't think DRX are going to be able to wait around until next week. Especially as there's only that one spot really available. If T1 win today, they're locked in. And then there's one spot for 5 teams to fight over. And I could easily see with Bro's schedule, they could be like 7 wins.
Yeah.
And that is going to be hard to catch. In fact, it's going to be impossible to catch if they lose today for DRX.
And if Bro win all of their matches, they could actually tie scorelines with T1.
Yeah.
Even if T1 wins here. So, kind of crazy. That is how that one goes. As DRX still pushing forward, there is still a chance they can win this one. Of course, 700 gold. Not very much of a difference here as Beryl just loses patience. Going to throw an ultimate over onto Ona here as the Glacial Prison also comes down. But this is not the target you really want to be taking. Still, they get him out of there, and Fate grabs the kill onto Carrier. Buster Shot gets rid of the Croc, as well as Rascal. I don't know about that one, but still, these arrows are just flying through. And Puddock, this is what happens when he stands this far back and they try to fight. He's able to actually get this damage down.
Getting a lot of value there, and ultimately, you know, it looks like a bit of an ambitious engage from DRX, but when T1 attempt the counter-engage, it's so difficult to push through. You have Braum passive stacking up, Sejuani passive stacking up, you know, you have Fate able to jump away while stacking these up, and just very quick to turn around kills. And I feel like the front line for T1 isn't actually that tanky yet. Like, Ona's gone demonic, Carrier's support is behind on gold. I think the Renekton is legitimately tanky, but he wasn't really involved in this fight. So they start hitting Ona here, and then Carrier steps up to kind of provide peel. And we see when he eases in, that's like the mistake. Double passive stack up and just deleted, and then the Buster Shot to get the Renekton out makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, it was beautifully played by Fate as well there, because you'd see a lot of Tristanas use that ult just to try and confirm kills in these fights, but not to be the case this time around, as once again, Carrier goes on a bit of a journey there.
Such a hard game to play as a Leona, and you can see Merc Treads picked up by both Carrier and Ona. Makes complete sense here, but regardless of the Merc Treads being available, you're still going to end up just CC chained and probably blown up in these fights now.
Yeah.
Both teams posturing for mid. Dragon isn't actually up and available though, so they don't need to be here, but I think it's kind of T1 trying to push for that mid-tier 1, and DRX trying to defend.
Now the ulti comes out. This time Carrier is going to flash it. Beryl is on the warpath today, man. He is just... He's not pulling any punches.
He's playing the aggro Braum, and actually, they pushed in, got control of the river, and it feels like they want to bait T1 in to come towards them. It looks like to be the plan here, and the poke's coming out. Well, didn't there, but for the most part, but look at Zeus on this flank. This could be devastating.
Yeah, they didn't land another Zenith's Blade as Puddock is just going to get 100 to 0. Carrier this time. He's going to find it, and he's going to take them down as the Dominus doing so much work. The double kill, though, with this explosive charge, as Fate is pretty dangerous still. Gumayushi is going to try to find it here as Fate somehow surviving for so long. The auto attacks are going to be all he needs as Rascal versus Gumayushi. That is going to be the battle as Rascal is just going to get out of there. Doesn't want to tempt Fate, although Fate is in the death chamber. Still,
what a hectic
4 for 4
fight. the fact it ends up in a 4-for-4, and there's so much to take away from this. Zeus' flank is fantastic, and it shows how rushed this was from DRX. They didn't have the proper vision set up, so immediately the Varus goes down. But here, the bomb coming out from Fate stacked onto Zeus. He actually gets knocked into Carrier for the double kill. And then here, Rascal is just ignored. They're focused on the Tristana, understandably, but this Cassante is running rampant. And I have to say, Gamusi, definitely the T1 MVP in this fight, but it just feels like so much was kind of blundered there from T1, considering how well the fight started.
And the blow-up Puddock strategy looks to be
pretty
the
solid
thing that's working, right? And it worked so beautifully in the last Dragon fight. The fact that Rascal did manage to get his claws in, 4-0-4. Cares not found. Mundo's not found, as we used to say many moons ago. And DRX looking pretty good. True Shot Barrage is going to land on a 3, though. That is going to soften up the backline quite nicely here as T1 do use that as an opportunity to move into the river.
Beryl could have blocked that with a shield, so
He probably hasn't maxed it.
I know for a fact he hasn't. So it could well not be available because, you know, when you max it, the cooldown reduces massively.
I walked into this, didn't I?
You did.
I did walk.
I wasn't going to mention it because I've mentioned it so much.
Yeah.
You set me off.
Yeah, I had to. As in goes Rascal. Okay, finds the third Q. There's a knock-up as they look for it. Still, Owner's just going in because I think he knew that he wasn't going out. And so DRX, they're going to kill the jungler, and now do they look for a Baron, or do they just try to lock down Soul Point? That is the question. It looks like Baron is on their mind. And DRX, they get into the fog of war. Winter's Bite is going to connect. It does a lot of damage with all those points in it. As DRX have now started off the Purple Worm. No smite available here for T1. They have to try and kill them all to try and deny this. True Shot Barrage does a fair bit of work here as DRX. They are fighting the Baron as well as T1. Could be that it's now a 5v5, but it looks like the Baron is going to be taken out. And now Fate is diving forward. T1, we're here just sort of supervising. And so I think there might be an actual fight for this Dragon as well, as T1 are going to move on over there. Immediate teleport back to the mid lane to try and get a bit of control here.
Yeah, and look, T1 aren't confident enough to rush the Dragon. They're actually going for resets. They don't want to mess with DRX. And we see here, Ona gets clipped by the ultimate, flip back, and the Cassante manages to soak damage so much better than the Maokai. Again, this Maokai isn't that tanky. With the build he's gone,
yeah.
The Demonic and the Radiant Virtue have a ton of power, but in terms of individual tankiness, they don't compare to Rascal having Jack Show and Thornmail.
And I also think that it looked to me like it was Ona twisted advancing, but I think it was Rascal Wing him back into his team.
He knocked it back, and at that point
he actually could not do anything throughout that whole passage of play.
Yeah, and then that's the thing. Once you get hit by the initial CC, it's just layered. The Sentinel Braum so powerful, and you have double AD carry as well.
Well, that's another ulti from Beryl. He's just not holding back. He hits one Q. He's like, it's ultimate time. Every single time.
He has played such an aggressive game, which is kind of expected from how we've seen Beryl play, if I'm going to be honest.
It's very Beryl, but this seems actually in line with what the rest of his team wants to do.
Yeah.
Which is a great look.
But also not very in line with what Braum wants to do, because we were super critical.
Oh, it's not about that.
Play Braum like this.
Yeah, right.
But Beryl's doing it, but kind of making it work. So, you know,
I feel like that is the essence of Beryl, isn't it? Like, either it doesn't look good and we're like, but why? Or it does look good and we're like, but why?
Yeah.
You know, like that's sort of it.
I think that sums it up quite nicely.
And then he gets 2 world championships and you're like, well, I guess it works.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, look at that. Now that he's got the extra
That is
point.
personal growth.
It's beautiful. As now DRX is just going to push this one down. This is with Tristana, mind you. Like, the amount of siege potential this competition has is absurd. Look at them. There's 3 of them. These buffed up cannons are just destroying T1. They can barely even move through the minions. As Rascal is now ushering another minion wave towards this inhibitor turret in mid lane. Now this is one heck of a Baron power play. The last time we saw a Baron taken, it was not like this, but it wasn't with a team comp like this. As DRX will break open another portion of this base and continue making lives incredibly difficult for T1. This Drake is still up, by the way.
Yeah, I love this from DRX. They're like, look, yes, we can take the Dragon, but we have Baron and we want to get the most value possible from it. And look at that graph. They have. Look how much they've managed to get from this. They're so far ahead. They're going to rush the Dragon down before they reset. Not even stopping to spend gold, but now 3 Dragons in pocket and this much of a gold lead. This is looking like DRX's game.
It certainly is. I mean, Beryl is now like, he's kind of a legitimate tank with double Mountain. If they get triple Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul,
and you know
like
what?
Braum it's going to feel like he's got 3 items instead of just 2.
In a few more levels, he will actually have his E maxed, and he can soak so much more damage on a shorter cooldown.
I think you put 3 points into it, and then you switch to W max till level 8.
I think I would just, I would have to leave at that point.
Oh dear. Because you're all about the, you know, you can put 3 points in Q.
3 points Q is completely fine, and it helps with that lane damage when it's valuable. But the reason why maxing E after that's so important is because points like this, right? Supports get so little levels in competitive. You're nearly at 30 minutes, and your E isn't maxed. And this ability is so broken when you max it. Just look at the wiki. It even says, it's like, oh, you put points in it and you get everything. It's like, yeah, that's how it works.
I really do walk into it. But I mean, it was your birthday yesterday. I think
gotta give me some
you
time,
deserve a rant, right?
Well, I did also rant about Zeri a lot.
Yeah, that is true. So you got double rants? It's been a great birthday, right?
It has been, so thank you for that.
Beautiful.
And now, you know, we saw Poby push out the bot lane, which is great, denying the super minions. DRX are just trying to apply pressure top while those waves build up in mid and bot. And Fate, with the shield there, just able to tank up the tower, get a bit of chip damage.
And look at this, like, Freljordian frontline just moving these 80 carries towards this turret so they can get to work. Man, the explosive charge does a whole lot of work. And Zeus just pops like a crocodile-shaped balloon. And now Rascal, he finds the angle. They dive on top. Owner is just trying to get out of here. He wants out of this base forever. And he is going to go to the death chamber, so he sort of half gets his wish. As Gumayushi just getting sniped from a million miles away. Carrier pulled back by Rascal, who is very, very low on health. They do get the Rain of Arrows kill, but now their health bars are extraordinarily low. Paddock just taking matters into his own hands. Rocket jump from Fate provides no way out for this Ezreal. It's a triple kill, and now we're heading towards game number 3. DRX, what a turnaround from games 1 to 2.
Absolutely. Just looked like, if I'm going to be honest, a different team. They just did so much there. They managed to play the composition well, and you saw as soon as they got a lead, it felt like T1 was suffocated. They couldn't engage into the lockdown they had. They just played at a distance, front to back, really effectively. And what I love is even there were moments, there were hiccups, right? Paddock getting one shot happened a few times, and despite that, they didn't lose composure.
No, they didn't. And Beryl just kept pressing his R button over and over again. It did not matter what it was. They just kept trying to go in. Rs per minute, yes, was very high.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Lethality Varus, it worked pretty well. It did the damage.
It does. And like, Lethality Varus will always do this, right? Like, you can ride a snowball beautifully as this champion if you're ever in an even game state. And it felt like DRX, like, look at this graph up until 24 minutes.
Look at
if they don't find that Baron, it's over.
Yeah.
Like, that is such a huge moment, but DRX, they did manage to find it, right? And so it looks fantastic in this instance.
And I think Fate as well, really doing so much work in those team fights.
Oh, yeah.
You saw the Braum passive being applied, and every time it was just that constant sort of railgunning of Tristana, stacking it up and ensuring victory.
And the buster shot onto Renekton over and over again. His engage just didn't feel possible at all. So, fantastic execution of this composition here from DRX, and now they move us to match point. We're going to go to a short break, then the space, and then we will have that match point. We'll see you there.
아제르 미드.
앞에 공. 이번에 해볼만해.
너 먼저 써봐.
이거 탱 묻었어 일단. 야 처음.
그래. 잡았고.
야 아줄.
앞에 건 때려.
나왔어.
나 잡았어.
끝내자.
나 키워줘.
탱 묻었고.
그렇지 않아?
불 있는데 어차피 탱 묻으면 못 와서. 레오나 토스.
오케이.
레오나
오페. 살았고. 여기서. 형 텔 타고 올래?
문이 안 눌러.
형 텔 타고 와. 나이스 잡았어. 뭐야? 굿. 좋은데. 막파 화이팅.
I want you to
Can
get
you
a
not,
legendary.
can you not say it out loud what you get as well?
Okay.
Oh, it's a super rare. Syndrome. And I get a Showmaker, Super Showmaker as well?
Is it super?
No, it's just regular.
No, it's just a rare.
Oh, sorry, regular.
He doesn't even know the tiers.
It's just I wanted a super rare. It's another rare, and it's a deft. Do I get Showmaker deft
get
back
the
to
whole team.
back?
Just get the whole team.
Here we go. Super rare? It's an Elise? It's the Willer Steel! Oh, shit! That's actually kind of dope, though. That is actually kind of dope, though. We were there! I now got some Doran, a common Doran now.
Okay.
That seems about right. And another common T1 Gumiyushi angle.
Which champ though?
It's a Varus.
Okay. All right.
Oh man, I'm very happy about the Willa Showmaker depth. Though.
That's huge.
Ooh. Okay, now serious business time. It's common. It's a bit sad. Quantum Freaks. Okay, it's a Taeyun. It's Taeyun. It's pretty cool. Let's go next.
Another comment.
Where are the rares though? I do like peanuts.
Peanut.
It's delicious. Okay. Next one. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to go again. Although Owner is cool and all, but it's like triple common.
I think it would be
sometimes
very
unlucky.
thematically accurate if Max gets to open another
Oh,
pack.
you get to repurchase the pack. That means it
just a
throws these
one-button
away,
press.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you get new ones.
Yeah,
I
go
don't think
for
it's
it.
a mulligan button, but you can.
Yeah, it's a
use it,
mulligan button. Just use the full amount. Let's go.
You are a gacha representative.
Yeah, it's a mulligan. We just mulligan. So you can just go again. Cut the video and replay from here. Yeah, perfect. Good. Another common. No, I don't need to worry about that. A Nongshim, a Peter angle? Oh, it's actually kind of dope.
Nami.
I'm actually kind of into that. That's fine.
Oh, these packs aren't
Oh, a
paying for
Faker common.
themselves.
We take Faker
Okay,
commons.
that probably pays for the pack. Yeah, there you go.
Paid for the pack.
Ooh, the King and Orn angle.
The King and Orn angle.
That's a good one.
That is actually playmaking as well.
Oh.
was probably a flash knockup. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, whoops! I slipped. Oh, what an unfortunate
Wait, what?
situation.
We should not have done this. This was a terrible mistake. We have collectively
Max
ruined
isn't dancing
Atlas.
anymore. He's
No, it's business time.
Okade's
Oh, the
business.
June?
The June Heimerdinger angle.
Oh,
The
nice.
June Dinger? Another peanut? This time the Wukong? I'm swimming in peanuts, man. Alright, the Gumayushi. It's another Gumayushi
That
Varus.
means you have a dupe. I think it might be the same
Oh,
one.
he got a
Yeah, is that the dupe sound?
dupe. All right, Max, don't press it again.
Yeah, I don't think we need to press it again. This pack is way less fun than the VIP one, because we got the super rare.
You just got to be a VIP.
Set
I
a
guess.
card you're proud of as your front runner.
Put your Scylla in there.
Peter.
and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2, where DRX was able to pick up the win over T1 after dropping the first game. What did you guys think about the second one? DRX able to turn things around?
I think that DRX took some of the things that didn't work, mostly the draft and individual performance. Most notably, Rascal looked way better in game number 2 compared to game number 1. And that actually works out. I was really worried. A lot of teams, Kwangdong is the one that really comes to mind, but we've even seen it with some of our higher tier teams, where you pick the same side and you just run the same draft back, and it's just kind of a disaster. They didn't do that. They actually adapted and bring us to game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little messy. The game is like really, there's so many fights. There's really a lot of skirmishes. Like compared to game 1, like as I said it, there's needed to be so many action they want to get it. I think that DRX, this is like how they should be approaching also the game 3. Like I think that's how they got won.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we were talking a bit about the draft. Let's pull it up on the screen and show you guys what did happen in this one. Same signs as you mentioned, but a totally different look for DRX. What was your guys' take on this one?
So the Tristana priority, I think, really worked out. It's something that we were questioning why they didn't pick it up. And unfortunately, on the flip side, we also see Poby, his struggles continue. Even with the Azir priority, right, trying to get him a champion he's comfortable on. Fate, unlike in some of his previous Tristana versus Azir matchups, actually didn't die because of missed buffers this time around. Did jump into the pit that one time, we'll forget that. And then the Ezreal came in.
Well, I mean, if you guys see also, like, it's a Zaya's open, by the way. The Zaya, man. It's pretty good. The champion does a pretty good in this meta, and the item builds are much better than the Ezreal. You know, like, Ezreal doesn't really do damage much, like, especially he's not going LDR into K'Sante, Sejuani. You saw, like, Kuma usually was a leave until the Nexus exploded, but didn't really matter the single fact that he was not doing the damage.
Yeah, Ezreal doesn't really work in this meta.
Yeah, I
builds are part of it.
Yeah, I specifically like Ezreal when you're playing in the squishes and you can go for Quick Blades Navori, because I think that build actually has a much stronger spike. But like playing Ezreal into 3 tanks, one of which is Braum, is just a nightmare, and he had no impact. And Guma, even with Zeus, I think, coming back to the forefront, is probably T1's most consistent player, so maybe give him something he can carry on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights we have here, starting off with this Baron fight, which got kind of interesting. We can take a look at exactly how everybody got into the pit in this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what I said, like from the previous one. Like, the DRX just have to keep making constant fight, and the game get messy. And if you see the Rascal, making isolated one solo laner, it's pretty good to kill one and be able to find it here, the 3 kill from DRX, it's actually huge.
I think DRX actually could have pushed harder there, with Paddock still being full health and K'Sante still being relatively healthy. Didn't end up going for it, but it got Paddock fed, and even though Paddock's positioning wasn't amazing in some of the previous fights, T1 had to invest everything to try and kill him, which bought a lot of space for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and DRX, able to hold on to this lead for quite a while. We can take a look at the second highlight, which was this Baron that DRX pretty cleanly got across. They did make an attempt the first time around, but the second time, they get owner.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Rascal just use the third Q on the Maokai. He's just so exposed without the flash, and just after that, just get Baron like this easy. It makes just really secure game for DRX.
And it's pretty cool to me to see DRX develop a little bit in this series, because coming in, I really like this draft, but I think that you have to be early to objectives and actually set up well, and they did that a lot better than expected. I think that Croco and Rascal did a really good job frontlining, Barrel as well, actually being able to keep the backline mostly safe, and from that Baron on, there really wasn't anything you could do, because as we saw, Ezreal doesn't actually do anything, he just stands there and fires Qs that don't clear the wave, and really not a fan of the Ezreal. And I like the idea of the champion, but it just doesn't really work at the moment.
I think even in this meta, even if you're like a god at the champion, it's not even that good, especially in some spots, which we kind of saw this time, unfortunately. But guys, let's take a look at the POG here for DRX in game number 2. And we were talking about a couple of the top side guys, but Fate's going to be the one that does pick it up. Had that one whoopsie, but his Tristana overall was quite good.
And I think you also see a really good example of why these double AD carry comps are really hard to play into, because T1 actually do a really good job of killing the fed AD carry. but that's one of them. There was another one, right? And Fate got mostly unnoticed in all the chaos with Paddock really being the focal point, and as a result, got to output a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, he just has a really consistent lane phase as well. Like based on that, like he was growing really well by himself, and while they focus on the Varus, he just be able to put so much damage with the Tristana as a double AD carry composition, and he made it well. And it's pretty close. We did the top vote, right?
Yeah. Wasn't even media this time because they voted for someone entirely different. It was Paddock, very interestingly. And you saw Rascal getting the majority of the votes outside of Fate as well.
Yeah, actually surprised we didn't see any Croco votes. Had a really good game with Sejuani as well. Good front lining. But yeah, I think Fate played a clean game.
Yeah, and Croco did ult
Instead of that
owner.
one jump.
Yeah. Croco ulted owner that one time. I remember that. That was good. T1 are going to pick up the blue side here for game number 3. Not a big surprise. I don't think, you know, you want to move over to the red side after that game.
Yeah, it's just the same side 3 times in a row. Pretty funny. I don't think we see that very often.
Yeah, I mean, also based on the game 2, game 1 draft, and it's gonna be, you know, like I think it could get a little spicy in the draft because it will change like both of them.
Yeah, a little spicy in this one. We'll have to wait and see, guys. We are done on the space. Let's go back to Atlas and Ox for game number 3.
Thank you very much, astronauts. Fantastic breakdown of game number 2. And yeah, DRX going to be able to bring us to a third one and spend a third game on the red side.
Yep.
Both these teams pretty satisfied with the side selections thus far. Poby having a bit of a rough one once again. We'll see whether he does get priority in the draft one more time or whether or not he's going to be playing the Azir again, because it did not work out in either game, to be perfectly honest. And we'll see how it is going to go as we are into the draft for the third and final game. DRX really wanting to equalize with all of the other teams on the eastern side with a victory here. T1, they get playoffs with a victory in this game.
Yeah, I mean, DRX, if they lose this, are locked out of the top 5. 6th is still possible, but becomes so much harder. So much to fight for on the back of this. And going out with the first ban being Kai'Sa makes complete sense. You do not want to give that over.
Yeah.
And looks like we're having a bit of issues. Maybe T1 were like, no, we want to play Kai'Sa. So,
yeah, we're going to have to restart this draft and see whether Kai'Sa can actually get through this time. It is a bit of a, it's a bit of a roulette situation when it comes to draft, because you never really know what your opponent is going to ban.
Yeah.
So they're going to go for, no, that's not what's happening. I think we just popped out and we're going to get the lobby set back up again and we'll jump back in.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not more of an issue than that. But as you can see, looks like just a couple of members going to be diving back into this one.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll be sorted out in a second. I think ultimately, DRX's draft from last game really helped them out, went a long way, but also T1 kind of opted into it. I think that's been the issue with both games so far. Not so much that the team that won had like some, you know, unbeatable, godly draft that just dominates anything else. It was more so the team who lost hadn't given themselves the tools to deal with the winning comp.
Yeah.
And I think game 1, it was the long-range poke from the Kai'Sa. DRX just didn't have the options to deal with it. They also had the Ahri, which is pretty subpar.
Yeah.
And then game 2, it was the lockdown and the front line of DRX, and then T1 weren't really able to gap close into that, and also had the Ezreal, which feels pretty subpar, especially against that thick front line. So I think the takeaway kind of is that both teams are very capable of winning when they have a composition that sets them up to. But if we get an even draft in game 3, then it is really going to come down a lot to that execution. And I think both teams have shown signs that they can execute when things are going in their favor, but when behind, the snowball fell very quick.
Yeah, it did. And I'm wondering whether, you know, we did see some of the fan signs, you know, that unbreakable spirit and things like that. We are getting towards the end of the regular season. This is about the time where Beryl starts to think that maybe he needs a third world skin.
Yep.
You know, like this is where it starts creeping into the back of his mind. We already saw some of the glacial fissures actually working out very effectively. I want to see whether he's got something cooked up for us in this draft, as it looks like all players are at least in the lobby.
He needs a third world skin to never use.
Oh yeah, no, he's
So
not.
that
It's not about, no, but Beryl does it for the people. You know, he wants people to have his skin.
You know, maybe we end up with like a Beryl dynasty where he just keeps winning worlds, and it gets to the point where every support skin in the game is a Beryl skin.
No, do you know
and
what
he keeps dodging? He's like dipping and diving, trying to.
Do you know what
avoid
it's going to get to? It's going to get to the point where they can actually make a TFT set that has a Beryl as a trait. That's what we're going to get to. That's the dream.
That would really be what we aspire towards.
Uh-huh.
I wonder, I don't think they have used any of the world skins in TFT.
Not yet.
That'd be pretty cool if there was like a worlds themed one.
You could actually...
What would the synergy buff be?
I have no idea. But you could theoretically do it for SKT because they've got so many skins, right? But
I feel like maybe the Beryl one is that with every second there is a random chance that the champion just ults.
Oh my god! No, it has Hex Flash. That's all. It's just Hex flashing around.
Yeah,
it's Hex flashing around.
If you get the full barrel comp, they just permanently flash, and you just can't get on them.
That'd be incredible. Oh man, we need to talk to Mort Dog. What are we doing? Why are we here discussing
We're giving away this for free.
I know. Should really be having these discussions. As it was a bit of a coach's belt pack issue, so we're making sure that the coach can actually converse with their players.
That's really important because I can imagine, you know, Carrier's like, hey, can I pick like, you know, Kalista support? And the coach is like, no. He's like, I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
I don't.
Oh, wait, I can pick Kalista support? Oh, well, Cho'Gath support will probably work just as well in this instance.
AD Cho'Gath support?
Yeah, I was thinking lethality Cho'Gath support would probably be what we needed to go with here. I can clear out vision with my Astral Blade. Yeah, it's trying to scream by. No, not someone stop this, man. Not going to be the case, as I believe we have fixed it. And we are now back into the draft here for the final game of this series. T1 once again will ban Jax. The Kai'Sa ban comes in, and now we are into
the unknown.
The unknown, exactly. The roulette spinning of which champions are going to be banned away. Rel and Rumble were banned by T1 on the blue side last time around, and Poppy and Vi were the other two bans on the DRX side. Very jungle focused for a lot of these bans on the DRX side. We'll see whether that is going to continue.
I feel like a lot more top and jungle bans than we've typically seen so far.
Yeah.
In the meta for the LCK. Tristana ban coming through though from T1, so we obviously saw this being pretty fantastic for Fate.
Huh.
That's a weird one, because especially like LeBlanc was commonly picked into Azir. So when I saw the Tristana ban, I'm like, maybe DRX ban Azir. They're like, okay, that was the answer to Azir, it's now gone. This just like, I mean, T1 were already first picking Azir last game. They might just really first pick Azir, but maybe that's what they want.
No, but this is the thing, right? What DRX, I think, are probably figuring is that Poby's champion pool is something that they can attack relatively easily, right?
Yeah.
T1 have been first picking for this guy over and over again, and his LeBlanc is something that he has gravitated towards more often than not. So that would be sort of the copium thought.
If you're following that line of thought, this has to be an Azir ban on 3. Because there's no way that's the thought process, and they leave the Azir he's played both games this series.
But I mean, has the Azir necessarily looked ban-worthy? I don't really think so. And if they can make it a known quantity and they first pick it again, then that could be how it works out. But instead, the Rumble's going to get through, and Zeus will pick that one up immediately. What is Rascal's answer? I very much hope that it is not a Renekton, although Renekton Sejuani is still available.
Maybe just pick Renekton and really Renekton it up. I think that's sometimes Rascal's
maybe it's just not enough Renekton when we need more Renekton, and that's the counter to Rumble.
Yeah, you just have to Renekton all over the place. Rel going to come in from DRX, so obviously offers that flex. I'm not sure how I feel about this, because if they wanted to go towards the Sejuani, this kind of limits it, but we've shown from game 1 how powerful that flex option can be, especially now that it's on red side, so you can save the flex till the very last pick.
You just pick like Rel Maokai. You're like, where is it going forever?
You just never know.
Yep.
And they are opting now for the Xayah with all these AD carry bans. I think it makes a lot of sense. And T1, wouldn't surprise me to see them pick up an AD carry in this rotation just to secure it, as obviously the pool does get thin pretty quickly otherwise. But it looks like they will once again lean towards that Azir. And it looks like it's going to be 3 Azir games for Poby if they lock this in.
Could certainly be. I don't really like picking extra magic damage when there's a rumble. Disincentivizing the ability to for the enemy team to stack magic resist is generally a good idea.
I think especially with Xayah, a very common Xayah build we've seen has been Kraken, Navori, Maul on 3. And the Vi coming in, which is weird to me because it's obviously objectively a strong pick, but the only carry you've seen from DRX is a Xayah, and Xayah is pretty good at not getting Vi'd.
Yeah.
Especially since they nerfed on this patch the cooldown of your ultimate. So the thing is, like, there might have been windows before where your ult is up and Xayah ult's still down. Those windows have been closed, or at least, you know, maybe...
Yeah, it's a lot closer now. Yeah, it's a lot closer now. So you only need to play a lot safer for a little bit as Padak on this Xayah. K'Sante going to be locked in here. The Renekton was available, but Rascal was feeling himself in the last game on the K'Sante. That is what he's going to opt into.
Yeah.
We did see the Aftershock K'Sante working out relatively well into the Rumble matchup.
Yeah, I think it's just better.
Correctly.
I think a lot of K'Sante matchups, even the harder ones, you can kind of just like weather the storm. That's why most counters we've seen for K'Sante, like Gwen, have kind of been, okay, well, I don't necessarily kill you early, but I will scale to the point where I can. And I think that's why it kind of works, so you can kind of just hold out in the laning phase and be stronger later. But the thing is, T1 didn't pick an AD carry, and we saw them struggle with the Ezreal last game, and now the pool is just going to be targeted. Aphelios taking off the cards, a pick that has dropped in priority since the nerfs, but here, you know, we could see them throw a ban towards, they're going for the Draven actually, which is obviously a good matchup in Xayah. There's still like the Zeri available.
Yeah, a little bit worried that we're going to get to Zeri territory.
Yeah, that is one of the concerns.
And if Gumayusi is like, because we saw even on the Ezreal, there were moments where Gumayusi was able to find the space and actually win out in a few of these team fights. If he's on Zeri, then you just instantly win them.
Yep.
If you have any sort of advantage. So we'll have to look and see what this final ban's going to be. Going to be the Rakan, just trusting that Croco can play the Rel jungle, wanting to take that one away. Of course, Beryl has been very good on Rel in the past, and Rel in solo queue right now, I believe, is paired with Xayah even more than Rakan.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the duo is good, but you're not forced into it. But now the question is, what will DRX play mid? Because the Ahri really didn't cut it. The Jace is pretty cool, though.
Yeah, this is also one of Fate's picks that he's liked for quite some time as well. As there, we knew it was going to happen, right? As Zeri Alistar.
You know, and DRX could bring out something other than the Rel in the support role. And with the Maokai...
Now we don't know.
Now we don't know, but the thing is, when we see Jace, Maokai-Jace is such a common duo, and they do need some AP damage, which you're not really going to get from support Maokai. So we'll have to see if they opt to keep it in the support role. I do think, obviously, the fact that you're up against Alistar might make people expect that they'll put the Rel in the jungle. But I think based on the Jace being mid, based on the fact they need some AP, this kind of makes sense. And
yeah,
I mean, T1 have Zeri.
They do. Look, T1's composition does do a heck of a lot of damage and team fights pretty comfortably in the later stages of the game. DRX have been finding some of these snowballs, but there has often been mishaps. There have often been windows where T1 can find parity. It took until 24 minutes for DRX to find any sort of advantage in the last game, and that was the only one they were able to take a victory in. And it could be more difficult now.
I think it's typical when you're facing a Zeri comp, you have to kind of be perfect with how you play the game, because if you make a mistake in one team fight...
Isn't that a perfect portrait? That is gorgeous. The illustrations.
And it's very Rel.
Oh, actually, no. I take it all back. That barrel had legs.
Oh.
That's not how Rel works. No. The horse is the legs, okay? She is Pants, the champion. Okay,
Never thought about it.
You'll
point it out in game.
Yeah, I'll just try and move past the disappointment, as T1's composition looks pretty scary, especially with this rumble towards the top side of the to the top side of the map has been banned throughout this series. DRX though could get things done a little bit earlier on. We'll see how it is going to go as we jump into the Rift for the third game. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the final game in this series. Who will win? DRX, who are desperate to hit 4 wins, much like everybody else on the eastern side of the bracket, or is it going to be T1 clinching playoffs right now? They just need to win one more of any of their next matchups.
And you know, I remember bringing up this point before the show, and I was like, if Zeri's back, I think T1's best strategy is just pick Zeri and let Guma 1v9.
Yeah.
And whatever happens, you probably just win. And that's my fear here for DRX, is if they find that early momentum, fantastic. It's also a Chemtech Dragon first, which is great because you're not going to get scammed by a Chemtech Soul. But if you make a mistake, like we saw in the last game, there was a couple. They weren't huge, a little mishap. But if you do that in this game, it's very liable that the Zeri will just pentakill you and the game will be done.
Yeah.
And that's my concern.
It is a little bit worrying. You can see Croco actually starting on the enemy Raptor camp. See where the owner is going to opt into also vertical jungling.
Ooh, and also, we actually see Gumayusi going for the minion dematerializer. So this has been talked a lot about when it comes to LeBlanc, is that people were still playing LeBlanc despite the nerfs to the AP minion damage on Shiv. And the reason being is DMAT lets you still kill the caster minions with Shiv. So here, Gumayusi's going it to essentially increase the effectiveness of Shiv and make it continue to be relevant throughout the game.
Interesting. We did see that it was the first item built last time around. Shiv Navori is generally the way. We've seen a few different third items coming in, as I think that we also had a Runans yesterday.
Yep.
So quite a few different options here as Fate is going to take a bit of damage here from Poby. Croco was unseen as he's now heading towards his red buff and walks over a ward, but I think he should be able to fill himself up on popcorn chickens pretty comfortably here as Owner is going to cross towards this ward. Actually going to be fighting Croco, but the Vault Breaker is not going to find the Maokai. The Jace not moving over just yet, is on the wrong side of the lane here just a little bit as in goes Poby. I don't know about this though. The Bramble Smash does come down. It's a decent shock blast, but there is the Vault Breaker onto Fate. He doesn't want to flash. He's going to have to in the end and just barely survives.
That was very close to being a pretty bad time for DRX. Fate really playing it close to the wire there. But does bait out the flash from Ona, which is positive, but Croco's still level 2. He can't really contest his vibe and will just be kind of at the bane of Ona's aggression. And now he's going to go towards the red. The good thing is that he forced a smite from Ona, but you can see it ticking away. It won't be long before it's up and available, and Croco is just getting forced out. And if you remember, game 1 was a game where Ona built up a massive lead in the jungle. Looks like it might be a repeat in this match.
Certainly is. Zeus with his scrap shield not going to be too worried about these saplings, and Croco really at risk of just losing this this red buff. And honestly, he could have cut his losses, right? He's already taken Raptor's red from Ona. And now Ona not going to be able to steal this one away. Level 3 for both of these junglers now. As Gumayusi is in a bit of trouble here towards the bottom side. Puddock trying to find some autos. It's a minion a few times there, but Beryl gets himself out of the way. And checking in on these summoner spells, it is just a cleanse that does go down as Bramble Smash to try and deny the Vault Breaker. But Zeus, with all this priority, is going to be able to make sure that Ona collects a red buff. And he does so.
Yep, and now he's just going to go for a recall. You can see Croco moving in to try and steal away some camps in return.
Raptors are the best camp.
They are.
That is the only thing that Croco really, he's on like it's a pure Raptor diet. Like most of us wouldn't really understand, but Croco's really just, they want popcorn chickens.
Yep. And the thing is, they're nice because you can get in, you can get them, and it's very easy to get out. I feel like the other camps, you have to commit so much more, and it leaves opportunities for Vi to smash you in the face. So quickly gets in, gets the camp, will also get the scuttle, and doesn't have to go too over-aggressive in that situation. So compared to game 1, where there was like a massive lead built up, this one doesn't feel nearly as severe.
Now we've got Puddock coming in for a bit of a gank. There's a flash forward. They get the flash out from Gumayusi as now Carrier looks for Puddock. As there is a Maokai waiting in the wings. Ona's moving over. He's on vision, but there's a headbutt back. Puddock gets over the wall, though, and now Carrier could be overextended. The feathers do not get there, and Beryl needs to make sure that they can get out of this one. He can crash over the wall if you would like to, but that is not a lot of summoner spells remaining. Still decent defensive play here from T1.
Yeah, really aggressive play from DRX. The posturing from Paddock there to set up the play I think T1 just feared there was going to be a gank, but in the response, we see a bit of an even trade when it comes to summoners. But a lot of action.
I love Beryl. Just walks up. Doesn't worry about minion waves. He just wants to press buttons. And he does so. Not going to result in too much here, as we can see that Gumayusi still has a decent CS advantage. And Ona towards this top side. Rascal still relatively high health. And level 6 here for Zeus. Rascal going to try and get out of the way of it, and does find the decent amount of CC here, as Rascal doesn't get towards the wall. Croco's moving over, though, and the dash does come through. So Rascal has to use everything, but he does make it out.
Yeah, just a great read, though, from T1 not to overchase after that point, because you could see Rascal baiting towards the Tri-Brush, and it could have gone really badly when you have the ultimate from Cassante running. You can see what the game plan from him was, though. Knock Ona towards the wall and then slide him through it, but just wasn't quite able to get the distance on it.
Yeah, I like the positioning from Ona as well, just not giving him an opportunity to get that all-out angle. I feel like everyone has gotten used to playing around Cassantes a little bit more.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing against Poppy or in that sense, but almost more severe, because suddenly you stand a little bit too close to a wall, and you're like 3 screens away in the enemy jungle alone with 4 people around you, and like, okay, I'm dead.
Yeah, doesn't have a great time. So Fate with a slight experience lead here in this mid lane, checking in. Poby farming out quite nicely. Beryl going to move on forward. Just going to grab some of these minions before moving back into the fog of war. And 7.5 minutes, still no one even attempting this dragon.
Which I think, for me, would be a big protocol. Seeing a Chemtech dragon, knowing it's no Chemtech soul.
Yeah.
Oh, that would just... I'd be like, guys, come on, we got to secure this. It could actually be a good soul.
Exactly. We've got to find out what's next. As T1 may have heard you, they are moving into this river. As Rift Scuttle going to be secured by Ona. Croco comes in, clears out the control ward. DRX will be able to make it somewhat dark, but you can't get rid of the Scuttle vision.
Yeah, and Croco's ended up falling a bit behind here and should be able to get his... Actually, I'm not sure he even gets level 6 in these 2 camps, but needs to quickly catch up on XP if they want to be contesting this dragon. As Ona already has that ult available, and Maokai really needs his to be having an impact in those team fights.
Yeah, Gumayusi has hit level 6 himself, but not going to be using that R button, as Paddock has also collected his Feather Storm. And Rascal, once again, towards his top side, is just waiting for his flash to be back up again.
Okay,
they're
Croco
utilizing it quite nicely.
Croco did just hit level 6 off Blue and Gromp, so looked like they were trying to maybe make something happen bot lane, but they don't really see the angle. And with the Scuttle Crab still up in the river, can't really go for Dragon, so Reset's going to come through. And I think Herald might end up being the focus now before the Dragon is.
Yeah, Ona actually going to move on in here. You can see Croco is just fresh off a reset. Moving on over here. I don't know whether they'll be able to make it here in time, so it looks like Ona may just be able to take Shelly down, especially with the amount of control that Zeus has of this top lane. So DRX, they could cut their losses and move towards the dragon, and that looks to be what Croco has on his mind.
And actually, one of the things with Rel jungle being buffed, essentially, is that support Rel actually gets a lot of the benefits that jungle Rel does.
Yeah.
And you can actually contribute quite a lot when it comes to helping out with taking epic monsters like the dragon. Like, they added like a percentage HP on Rel. It was actually really funny. Before they nerfed it, when they first reworked Rel, there was no limit to the damage you could do.
Yeah, no, you just insta-kill it.
You would out-damage smites as like a support Rel.
It was kind of absurd. Now, Zeus is moving on over. Rascal, I don't know whether you really want this, and he doesn't. So he's going to get out. Does get an ultimate cooldown, so I guess there's that. And DRX moving into the T1 jungle. They are just going to get over this wall and look for a Zeri underneath the turret. Just barely doesn't have flashes. There is the crash down. Gumayusi taking a lot of damage, and that is first blood going to Paddock just in the nick of time.
Yeah, really nicely played. You can see the power of the Rel when you put that E on the Maokai as well, giving him that huge speed boost. And after Maokai is kind of gated by the fact that he has to be so close to you to W, just runs him in, speeds him up. It's actually Paddock who takes the aggro, but that's the beauty of this trio, is both the Xayah and the Maokai can drop turret aggro. With Maokai to W, with Xayah to also, being honest, nothing Gumayusi could do there.
And it is just a bit of an advantage for Paddock in this game. We saw the Xayah game in game number 1 wasn't exactly the most inspiring. This time around, it does feel like the composition is built around him that little bit more. So could use this this money very effectively. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, once you see them, you just already gone. And not much you can do in terms of outplaying. I think I will say Gumushi doesn't burn anything apart from the ultimate, so just accepts his fate.
Yep. And I think that is absolutely fine. T1 still retain a slight gold advantage, mainly due to CS margins being in their favor, looking at the top side of the map and the jungle as the main offenders. And so DRX still need to do a little bit more, but they do have that Drake that they've picked up. The next one's going to be a mountain, so Ocean probably the worst option, and everything other than that going to be pretty impactful here as far as our dragons are concerned. So look for more dragon fights in the future.
Yep. Yep, definitely. And Early Abyssal Mask picked up by Rascal. And this item's kind of come into relevance because of how cheap it is, and also how strong the magic damage amp. But very weird seeing it first time on a Cassante, which is a champion without much magic damage. So really itemizing for team fights rather than for the solo matchup.
Well, Cannon is going to go completely awry. I believe the turret also killed the Rift Herald, so a little bit worrying there for DRX. Not getting the majority of that money. Still, Gumushi very happy, does have his static shift now completed. And let's see if Beryl decides to go aggressive. Again, the Magna Storm back up and available, as another plate is going to be consumed here.
I think the problem is, this is why the shiv is still so powerful, because you get to this point where, you know, DRX are just trapped on the turret, and you're just going to permanently have Prio on a Zeri, which is a champion who typically doesn't have the most wave clear. You can see they're a little bit behind the damage it needs to take out those casters, but it's not much.
No. He'll be there pretty quick. And Ona now be moving towards this top side, looking for a Cassante. A difficult gank angle, especially with Flash now up and available. And the best thing here for T1 is the fact that Poby has just been happily farming. Has a slight advantage up against the Jace. Fate's really been kept under control this game. And he's coming off a POG. He was very important for DRX in their last one. This time he's been somewhat muted. Does have his Duskblade now online. Still stacking up the tier though. And we haven't really had any sort of engages just yet, right? Like we've had the dive in the bottom lane, Gumushi no options there. Hasn't really been a skirmish or a 5v5.
But with Dragon in a minute 10,
that should be it.
That should be it. And obviously, Mountain, pretty impactful in terms of the amount of stats you get from like one Dragon. It's pretty big, but it's setting up for a huge soul. And especially when games are close like this, if you can get that second Dragon for DRX, it can make all the difference leading into the late stages of the game.
Yeah, I agree. And I hope Rascal builds a Sunfire Cape as quickly as possible, because otherwise that Abyssal Mask just makes me feel sad.
Yeah. It's just not going to be doing anything. And I mean, he'll help out his team, but it's not even like he has that much AP in his team. He just has the Maokai, and the Maokai has actually gone Radiant Virtue.
So they both now need to build Sunfire Cape for the ultimate 2-item Spike.
Yeah.
That's what we're hoping for. See whether it is actually what comes to fruition. As Rascal will shove out this wave, Zeus moving back towards the top lane with his Demonic Embrace now intact. Level 11s for both Fate and Rascal. All out with the extra level, feels pretty good.
It's a lot of gold. And 0 gold from DRX to the plate, so a bit unfortunate. You can see they're already starting to set up, trying to get control of this area, which is what you want to do with this sort of composition when you have the Maokai, when you have the Jace. Get there early, set up your saplings, make T1 try and have to walk into you. But it looks like T1 are ready to do so, and we can see already Zeus is here. He's moved down on the Rumble. And level 11, Demonic Embrace completed. Yeah. He's going to be the big factor, I feel like, in this team fight.
Absolutely huge. Poby also has an extra level in Emperor's Divide as well. As Rascal moves on over, he's going to be the one in charge of dealing with this minion wave. There's conga lining in, so T1 with a bit of control now. Rascal flank angle well and truly scoped out as Poby gets over the wall.
But his crown actually got broken by that sapling. So really nice from Croco there. Massively devaluing the one item that Poby has. And now they are starting up the Dragon. You can see that brush control with the saplings pretty big, and I think T1 just up not to approach here. So Dragon secured, they're going to try and trade for Herald. I think DRX pretty happy, and it's a Hextech Soul as well.
Man.
Big high rolled.
Well, think about it. If T1 finds themselves a fight, gets an advantage, then they have Zeri with Static Shiv and potentially 4-stack Hex Drake, Hextech Soul. Could you imagine the amount of electricity?
That'd be a lot of synergy.
That would be a lot of zap.
Yep.
A lot of zap, 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 zap.
You have the Electro Harpoons from Rumble.
Oh, man. It really does feel like the composition just fits. That is what happens. DRX, though, only a couple of Drakes away from grabbing that soul themselves. And with the fact that this game is so incredibly even once again, I think it is going to be their avenue to success. 2 items is, of course, where Fate is really looking to start doing some damage. Wants to have Mirror Mana as well as Duskblade completed to really feel good.
Going Iceborne Gauntlet second.
I'm upset.
Which the proc is, I'm pretty sure it's physical.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I would love to see how much damage. I'm pretty sure it's just 0, but how much damage Abyssal Mask has done.
You know what would be based? Like, he's just building a tempo sheen, and then he goes Nash's Lichbane. Oh, that's the value right there. As Croco, speaking of which, is going to throw some dragons towards this top side. Zeus going to just mark the line of scrimmage, and Rascal's going to pull him over it. There's the Twisted Advance as well. They ignore the Equalizer and take down the Rumble. And now into the bottom lane, T1 goes. They will be able to grab this turret as the crashdown comes in. Carrier gets the headbutt, but just into the wall there, as don't give kills to Gumayusi should be what DRX are going to be focusing on. As Paddock moving on in, but Gumayusi is spotting him quite nicely here as another charge to come through from this Rift Herald. Not going to take the turret with Croco and Beryl in the vicinity and Fate moving over.
But it's high value, and I think this is the thing, is that DRX go for a positive play on the top side, they take out Zeus, but they don't really get much other than his ultimate. And in response, we see T1 very quick to drop the Herald bot and turn it into a favorable play for themselves. So the gold lead, a little bit more than they thought it was before that play. It's not much, but T1 definitely making sure that they're not going to let DRX catch up for now, at least.
Yeah, great macro play here from T1. And good capitalization, of course. You do need to invest a fair bit to kill Zeus at this point in time. He's had a pretty comfortable laning phase. Azona moves on up, sees whether Rascal wants a bit of his own medicine. Carrier here as well. But the Rel is going to make her way through. The Pants are traveling to the top lane, and the tree is too. So looks like T1 just going to leave Poby up here. Will allow him to get the crash, and that is exactly what's going to happen. As there is, I think champions are seeing one another, but there's not too much actual engaging.
Yeah, but not much fighting right now, but it's 2 minutes till the dragon, and I feel like this is where this game's going to hinge on, because whoever wins this fight, you either have a situation where DRX ends up in 3 dragons, or if T1 end up winning, not only to deny that soul, but with Baron being available, they could very quickly switch over to that.
And the momentum just feels so good when you've denied that first Hextech Drake, and the second one feels doubly as bad, and then you know that you're in dire straits. And already, DRX are this team that has been playing around snowballing so much. T1 just finding a little bit more on this map right now. And none of these skirmishes and fights that DRX have been able to find, like these ganks and setups and kills and stuff. And I think there's only been 2, but they haven't really meant very much at all.
You just look at the fact that Ona just took Grump, and where Zeus was postured in the jungle, DRX have no control over their bot side jungle at all. You can even look at the minimap. All their wards are on the top side, as if they're trying to prevent a Baron from happening, but Dragon's spawning in a minute. So if they want to contest this, they need to start moving over there now, getting set up. And again, this composition wants to be there early. Wants to be setting up the sapling, setting up the vision, allowing Jace to get poke in. You leave it too late, you're just not going to be able to fight it. And we see Croco actually resets and heads towards the top side. Once again, it feels like that reputation T1 has for rushing Baron that we saw in Game 1 has kind of made DRX very wary of leaving that top side unprotected.
Getting a little bit anxious as Croco now going to throw some alpacas into the reeds. And Beryl going to come on down and look to get some vision of their own. So finally, DRX with now 20 seconds left on this Drake are going to move into the river, and they at least have an avenue towards this dragon. The outer turret bot lane down certainly means that T1 do have ways of getting on in there pretty comfortably if the waves are in position. Cassante going to get that shove out though, try and deny that. As Gumayusi taking a little bit of damage Not in too much trouble just yet, and has the 2-item spike now completed for this Zeri. Same can be said for Paddock, but like you were talking about, so much hinges on how this next fight is going to go. Area slowed down momentarily, and every time I see Beryl move forward, I get a little bit scared. A Shock Blast going to connect from Fate, going to need a few more of those, but this is a great start to getting the siege working.
Yeah, Ona was on a pretty deep flank angle. We spotted out. And DRX, you know, they're trying to contest mid-prio very hard against the Zeri because the Shiv is one-shotting the casters now. So they're kind of moving between mid, moving between the river, and T1 are trying to sneak in, get members behind so they can threaten a flank. And if they get a Vial onto Fate, Equalizer on top, and he's just going to get deleted. So DRX trying to be very patient, very cautious with this one.
And Fate needing to hit more of these as Beryl finds a bit of a stun onto Carrier. There's the Flash Pulverize! Immediately the Feathered Storm comes out as Paddock is just running for the hills, but Gumayusi executes him! And now they're going to be able to find the kill onto Ona, but Gumayusi is now free hitting. That's a second! And I feel like oh, never mind. Rascal is going to be able to pull Gumayusi out of this fight. He skates away though. Just some Zeri things, ladies and gentlemen. Croco is going to be taken down. And I am frustrated, but pretty proud of T1 for how they managed that team fight.
Yeah, the engage was great, and you could see they were kind of toying with Carrier. They thought, hey, we're going to get some free poke here on the Alistar. Maybe we can ban an ult. Carrier's like, no, you can't milk those. I will start the fight. And even though Paddock doesn't get instantly deleted, the ult is burned, and it leaves this window for Gumayusi to come in. And now the soul is denied. Soul point, at least, from DRX.
Yep. And watch it, the last fight means any... No, never mind.
Paddock takes so much damage here off the bat, and then Gumayusi actually flashes to cancel his dash to kill him. And now Fate is already low, Gumayusi's cleaning up, and here's the thing, any other AD carry in the game, and you just die here. Yep, maybe Ezreal, I think, is probably the only other one, but nope, Zeri just skates away, completely fine. Haven't missed her.
No.
Not a bit.
No, not even a little bit. Because it does feel like you're a little bit wrong. Already, Gumayusi had done phenomenal things in that fight. You don't need to also just walk out relatively unscathed.
And T1 are like, hey, you know, Zeri got 2 kills. We can now fight. Let's stop Baron.
Yeah, and Paddock does not have Featherstorm available, but T1 is still going to back away. They're not wanting to 50-50 this one. Zeus has just teleported in. The Equalizer back up and available. Shock Blast not landing. As DRX will at least mitigate the Baron pressure for the moment. So not out of this just yet. Still 3,000 gold, not the end of the world. However, the 2 kills picked up by the Zeri just feel very ominous. And look, there were a couple of moments yesterday that have scarred us. And so let's see whether DRX can try and mitigate some of that Zeri pain that we were feeling. Doesn't mean that we necessarily need DRX to win. Just please allow Zeri to look a little bit more balanced than perhaps she did yesterday. As Ona is going to get twistedly advanced on. Is going to trade that for a cease and desist. There is a Nature's Grasp as Croco's like, you can press R, so will I. There we go.
Yeah, honestly, I thought that play was pretty good because clearly Ona didn't know that the rest of DRX wasn't close. I'm like, you just got Ona's ult for free. And it's a longer cooldown this patch. And then Croco's like, you know what? I'll make it fair. I'll trade ult.
Yeah.
You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that.
He's a gentleman. That's what Chronicler would say, the leader of the Croco fan club. And gentlemen just trade when it comes to Arbit.
Fair is fair. But unfortunately, T1 also grabbed that mid-tier 1 on the back of that.
Yeah.
And 3 towers to 0. It feels like the amount of space that DRX have on the map is just being forced backwards. And T1 is just going to be able to expand more and more. And you know, I was saying about the DRX composition, wanted to be on objectives first. That gets so difficult when you don't have those towers, those safe havens to back you up on the map.
Yeah, it really does feel like their map is shrinking while T1 are taking more and more control. It's like a game of Risk right now. More territories being owned here by the T1 squad. Still, it does mean that there is a fair bit of standing gold. So if DRX can get themselves into a position where they are able to win a team fight or steal a Baron, then that could be a big swing in gold. And their Baron power plays so far this series have been a little bit stronger. We'll just have to see how they're going to be able to play this one out. But right now, it really does feel like T1 have everything moving in their direction. And Lord Dom's now complete for Gumayusi. He's pretty. He's
going to be doing a lot of damage.
He's airy.
And you know what? I'm not sure you even needed low doms this early because although there's bulky people near the team, there's not that much armor. But he's going to grab it and he's going to hit. And now DRX are starting the Baron.
They are. DRX looking for a little bit of a turn angle here as Carrier does have his ultimate available. So even if they engage on him, he will be absolutely fine. Gumushi moves over towards this control ward. And DRX not going to go for any sort of engagement.
Yeah,
jostling for position here.
If DRX do start the Baron against a Rumble, then it'll kind of be like a turn and then you burn situation.
See what you did there.
Yeah. Not fun.
And they have a tree, and trees don't like burning.
They're very flammable.
Yeah, they are. Or, I mean, I don't necessarily know. I haven't asked one, but I imagine they're not super keen on it. Although it does happen quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, Dragon up in 45. And we kind of highlight the last Dragon like, this is the point. That'll decide the game.
I mean, honestly, maybe it did already. And we just haven't necessarily seen the full effect yet. As T1 haven't decided that the trigger needs to be fully pulled. However, I think the bullet's in the chamber now. You know? Like, I feel like T1 winning that fight really makes sense.
Does Zeri Zappy Gun have a chamber? I guess the battery's in.
Yeah, right.
You know?
I think of it as, you remember when Halo came out and they had those electricity, like the energy guns?
Oh, like the plasma.
And we're like, yeah, how are they supposed to have a clip? You know, it doesn't really make sense. But then they have a battery.
Yeah.
That's how I
charged.
Yeah, I feel like the battery is fully charged, which is equivalent to the clip. As Zeus is just going to start off the Drake. That means that DRX can get full control of this Baron, but missing out on this Hextech Drake means that reality of the Ultra Zappy Zap lady is very, very close, and that's scary to say the least. As Carrier is going to be moving on in here. DRX need to... Okay. They may have just caught him out of position here. In goes Beryl. He just crashes down. The Unbreakable Will is in, but he is dead. He's buying a fair bit of time. But Zeus is taking the Drake, and they're taking an inner turret as well. Still, DRX, all they want is Baron. They might be able to at least make sure the Baron isn't on the map, but Owner, he could have the opportunity to get this steal happening. They have no vision of what's happening here as Rascal, he gets over the wall. They secure the Baron as now they get on top of Owner as well. Gumushi, he has ulted, but DRX just need to keep him at arm's length. Oh my, is this going to be it? I am so frightened as Rascal, he could be the first target, and oh, the Sand Soldier not quite enough to be able to take down this Cassante. And T1 not going to be able to get any kills off the back end. So the Baron does come in.
Somehow it ends up being a success, and Zeus peeled off the Dragon, so it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Kerry is trying to get the ward over, but they haven't started the Baron again. That movement speed from Beryl coming in clutch. And here, this is a very breakable Will in this situation. Carrier can't really do much. They're like, okay, it's fine. We lost Carrier, we'll take Dragon, we'll take mid tower, but they peel off Dragon to go for the fight. And all of DRX just know, don't let Owner get in the pit. The Nature's Grasp is fantastic. And then, yeah, it's done there. And yes, Zeri could have had a Zeri moment, but they just decide, we are not going to be part of that. We're just going to up and leave.
Yeah, and that is a very, I think, a fantastic idea. Because I think Gumushi, if they had have started funneling towards him, he could have had an opportunity to find that huge moment. They do not do that. Now GA is done for Fate. You've got more of Malmortius on Paddock. Rascal is starting to take down turrets here as Poby. I mean, Cassante is one of the Shirimans. Poby's not his Emperor.
That's something with DRX. They had no towers before they got the Baron.
Yeah, right?
There's so much gold on the map that they're just able to pick up. They've now overtaken T1 just slightly, but also the fact that they have those 3 dragons in pocket, setting up for the Hextech Soul, T1 actually in quite a bit of trouble.
Absolutely. I think I'd already kind of given them the Drake, right? I thought that Zeus was going to take that one, and then the rest of DRX were going to try and cause some shenanigans around the Baron, but not fully commit. That's basically what they did, except they also left the Dragon Pit, right?
I think even if they'd just given up on the fight, or like gone for the Owner steal attempt, they could have just taken the Dragon, have Owner
That's what I'm
steal,
saying, yeah.
And you wouldn't be in as bad of a situation.
No. And right now, it is DRX mopping up all of these objectives. You can see that the gold was even before, but now the Baron power play sitting at 3K. I mentioned this earlier, you mentioned it before. The DRX, they push these Barons pretty hard. Zeus is going to be able to answer here on this bottom side. The inner turret was on its last legs.
Don't do the... Okay, we see Zeus recalling. I was kind of worried after game 1 that DRX would just keep pushing until the Nexus explodes. Not again.
Yeah, not the greatest of moves.
And I think against a composition with Azir and the Shiv Zeri, it's very hard to actually push waves in and make an impact without Baron. So you see that, Gumi, you see, because of the minion demat, is still one-hitting caster minions.
Yep.
So you have limited windows to actually make an impact on the map. But bear in mind, like we just said, there'd be no towers taken for DRX, and they got 4 on the back of that push. That's pretty good return on an investment.
It absolutely is. And now they want to fight for this next dragon. 2.5 minutes on that one, synced up almost perfectly here with the Baron as well. It's going to be these next few minutes of play that are going to tell us the biggest story about how this one goes. And as the clock ticks further and further, this Zeri is getting closer and closer to critical mass. Now has a stopwatch available. And I am still, like, DRX have played fantastically well over the last few minutes. But a Zeri moment can push it all aside. T1 definitely have the ability to find themselves that Gumayushi moment. And Equalizer going to be used here towards this bottom side to stop this push from DRX. It's a teamfight tool that they won't have is now Poby trying to get to work on this top inner turret. It is going to go down, and now Rascal is going to look for him. Emperor's Divide going to be utilized. So T1 not going to be looking for any teamfights anytime soon, but that inner turret going down does help equalize the gold, and in fact, T1 will move to a lead. Now it's going to be equalized as the inner falls in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so T1 did a good job of trading across the map in this situation, but at the end of the day, DRX is still taking more towers and have already placed a lot of vision down towards the bot side. The fact that the Baron and the Dragon are synced up is really good for DRX, because they're happy with either.
Yeah.
But T1 can't give the Hextech Soul over to DRX, but even if they get the Dragon, they don't really want to give a Baron over either. And the Dragon isn't that much of a reward for them. It just stops the souls. So DRX can really leverage that in this situation. They can set up on the objectives and kind of play to both a little bit. You know, get control of mid and be like, hey, we don't know if we really want to commit to Dragon or Baron. And T1 have to kind of chase them and follow. T1 really want the fight. DRX, they're happy just taking the objective.
And we don't have any armor penetration completed for Puddock, and I think it's kind of okay, because they don't really have a tank.
They don't have that much armor. You know, it's
outside of Carrier, who's just damage reduction.
Yeah, and it's mostly
so you don't need to worry about it.
Health on Owner and Zeus, which obviously like an LDR helps against health, but it's not that big of a deal. And having, you know, the components of a Bloodthirster and a Maw will make you so much more durable. Because I think one of the problems we had earlier in this game was that even with the ultimate, Puddock would just take so much damage from the Equalizer.
Yeah, that he just kind of die. And now he has the lifeline. And when the Bloodthirster comes in, he's going to be even stronger. Yep. Cerilda's is now completed here for Fate, so there's a bit of armor penetration.
And Fate having GA as well means that you can't just fully commit on a Fate and be like, okay, well, he can't jump in the air and throw feathers down, so he's an easy target. Because if he comes back up, he'll be shelling out a ton of damage.
Well, now DRX is going to do exactly what you were talking about, moving towards the Baron, saying, T1, you can have a Drake if you would like it. And we're happy for this one as the Shock Blast 4-item Jace is now in. And look, he's shooting from the darkness. Beryl is towards that north. DRX is somewhat split, but now T1 are just getting corralled. And over again, the Shock Blasts are landing. Crash down from Beryl, and he does need to kind of watch his positioning a little bit here. DRX are playing so confidently.
It's such good play. This is a type of comp that so many of our lower tier teams have struggled to execute on. But DRX get it. They're playing to the fog. They're using the poke when you can't see it coming, when it's so hard to dodge. And now they're setting them up on the Baron. Owner has to try and get in.
Yeah, it's in full darkness here as they do try and pull in Owner. He goes golden, but they take down the Baron anyway. They jump on top of Zeus, but now Gumayushi is dived in. The feathers are so good. Puddock, DRX, where have you been all season? This is amazing as Puddock is going to look for some feathers onto the Pigeon himself, and Carrier, he does have one carry left, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And DRX, they got the prize they were looking for. They might even get the soul as well. There he goes. That is going to be the ace. And yeah, Rascal's already in the top lane. This is the last place team in the LCK. And to go on what you were just talking about, Hawks, like,
They don't look like it.
no.
They don't look like it, and just a lot of people were ready to call DRX's season over. It looked it. Last place, the only team on 3 wins, and just when it looks like they're out, they clutch a series against T1 and keep their hopes of playoffs alive.
They do. They move up to those 4 wins. T1 still only 1 victory away. Any of the next 3 series, that's going to do it. But every team on the east side of the bracket is on 4 victories.
You know, I know of a single solitary person who predicted this outcome today. You know, everyone else was like, of course T1 are going to beat the bottom team.
Well, that's actually not true. Everyone else was like, everyone could feel it. Everyone could feel that this could happen. Because T1 have been a team that have been struggling, of course. Like, this is not their main roster. Faker is still recovering from his hand injury. And DRX, they were able to get a 2-0 last time around. So this is not a result that is outside the realm of possibility. What I am actually surprised in is how well DRX played under so much pressure at the ending portions of that game. Because this was a masterclass in control of the map, denial of vision, and choosing when to engage.
And you know what? I've said this whole split that I feel like the Eastern teams have been drafted in these nuanced compositions.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why? Just play the simple comps. Play the brainless engage, press all your R buttons. And you know what? DRX didn't. And they showed a level of play that I think only Gen G and KT.
I thought you were going to say only a 2-time world champion.
That is also valid. But I feel like even teams like Honma and D+ have at times struggled on these compositions. But DRX, it really felt like they got it. They knew how to play the areas of the map, how to control. So a lot of people will look at this victory and think, oh, well, it's a struggling T1. DRX did the bare minimum to beat them. But no, I think they really rose to the challenge and performed far beyond from what we've seen of them so far this season.
Yeah, and I still feel like a lot of the narrative outside of this is going to be about, oh, T1 struggle, but I really want people to take away the fact that DRX have looked better in so many moments in round 2 here of Summer, and there haven't been very many positives to talk about this team previously this whole year.
Yeah.
And this was a series played fantastically well in the last 2 games. And it started off with 2 dives working out very well. Like this one, I guess a gank, you could say. But DRX had a plan and they played to it and it worked. And that is not something we've been able to say about this team at all.
Yeah, and it felt like every step of the way, the intent was so clear in how they were playing around the map, how they were moving. And there was, as you would expect, there were some hiccups. There were some moments where things did go awry. This was the moment. We were hyping up this dragon fight as being the critical point of the game, where if T1 won, it would just be over. Zeri got 2 kills and escaped at the end. It looked like that was going to be it. It was going to be a certified Zeri moment. But I think the main thing we saw from both of DRX's wins is that even when things went a little bit off, they maintained composure and they managed to bring it back. And I think that Baron setups, you know, funny enough, they're against T1. These look like the really clean, crisp setups we often see from T1, where they start the Baron, they know exactly what to do. The goal is kill or keep the jungler out, and both times they execute it really well.
Yeah, and then they utilized the Baron time really, really nicely. And we're going to have a listen as they do win this last team fight. It was pretty close to getting that Zeri moment happening, but the pull of the feathers from Parak.
That was so close. I honestly think there's a good chance. Guma had flash as well. I think there's a good chance they just lose the whole game right there and then.
Absolutely.
Super clutch from Parak.
Sometimes it just comes down to that. Like, do you get the Blade Caller in the right spot? And you can see, like, Croco losing his mind. Big smile from Rascal there as well. I can imagine that Parak is ready. Like, I think the shaky hands Morgan emote is probably the most suitable one for this moment.
Absolutely. I feel like Barrel would pop the Peter one, you know, the Rakan.
Yep.
Yeah, I still got it.
Yep.
I can still do this whenever I want. And if you're going to do it at any time, this was the time.
The Dom 1 2020 that he's going to throw up there as well, just to remind everyone. Oh, man. Well, Fate did so much damage on this. Jace was, of course, poking from afar, but I think the rest of his team really did give them a lot of opportunity to play around these shock blasts and everything.
Yeah, the setup and control and the patience I think one of the reasons like poke champs can often struggle on weaker teams is that you just get engaged on before you can happen, or your team engages, and it feels like you don't give the setup. But I think the patience, allowing the poke to land, it just felt almost frustrating for T1 from their perspective, but it was just really good execution.
It was, and Zeri loses as well as we bring up the predictions.
Wow.
Oh, guys, come on. Look, it should have been, I think in a lot of people's minds, like T1 had been pretty shocked in their first match, right? It was like DRX kind of took them by surprise. I think it was kind of a coin flip as to whether or not they could do it again. And we saw in this series, felt a bit like that anyway.
And the thing is, as a result of this, T1 haven't locked playoffs. I think we went in today being like, T1 are probably going to lock playoffs. There'll be one spot left open and available. DRX have kept not only their own hopes alive, but everyone else is potentially stealing it away. And it's, you know, they only need one more series, which that sounds like such a, why are you making this point? Of course they're going to get one more win. They just lost to DRX. Maybe they don't. Like the fall from being top end of the table, pretty much expected they would make it. And then now be in this position where we're so late in the season and they still haven't locked playoffs in.
Yeah, and we're so late in this series and we still haven't thrown it to the space. So we should do that right now. Valdez and the boys, take it away.
Hello, Valdez and the boys here, and I think Chronicler did some nice art for us just to show us a little bit about what happened in that last team fight.
Dog. Basically, T1 got dogged.
Oh no. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was Game 3 was a wild ride. I was thinking, you know, oh, Zeri's back. We're like prepping all of these oh no, Zeri's back things, and then Zeri doesn't carry, and it ends up being Padak in the last fight. Fate does a bajillion damage, poking everyone down during that one. How did DRX manage to win this game?
So what the most impressive is, and I picked up the Padak because it's funny, because it's a duck, and also he had the hype moment. But what is most impressive to me is that coming into the draft, we were talking about who do we favor, and it to me looked like DRX actually did have a really good draft, right? Being able to use the Maokai as a defensive tool, set up for the rest of the team. The Jace Maokai is a combination that is really strong, but I just didn't really have a lot of faith, and I don't think any of us did, in DRX actually being able to execute upon it. And then they did. Like, the team fighting was actually good. They were able to protect their front line. They were able to get poked down before any of these fights came through, and as a result, they get the win here.
Yeah, I mean, I told you, the Zaya's pretty strong. Zaya's pretty...
Could have been Zaya instead of Ezreal.
Yeah, that's what I meant. On also, I really love that they make the adaptation from Game 1. Like, they realize it's like the T1 is not playing actually today like that clean. Like, they don't have to win all the game. They can just go for later game, go look like put a more value champion on their draft. Like, especially, as you mentioned it, playing Maokai, Zaya, like they play K'Sante even into Rumble, because like Rumble into K'Sante also you have to snowball as a Rumble side, but it's not enough. Cause what? Because T1 is not playing that cleanly today.
Yeah, and for some reason, DRX, even though they are struggling a lot, just not really able to defeat, or rather DRX are struggling a lot, but they're only able to defeat T1 out of all the teams that they've played. They lost to Noshim recently, and then they just turn it all around, you know, maybe just saying, okay, well, we really don't have a chance against T1 today, so playing with a little bit less pressure, perhaps.
Yeah, and so for the parts I like, I think that T1 had the right idea with the top and AD carry ban. I think Zeus and Guma, going back again, have been the most consistent members on this team. But then the Vi and the Azir, I don't think they work very well together, and I think it really showcases how much T1 is floundering at the moment, because it feels like it's just comfort. Again, we know how high the priority is, and you can't reasonably criticize Poby considering the situations, but it is a consistent weakness that enemy teams are using, because the Vi also nerfed on this patch, Owner not having a great performance recently, so you end up with a draft that doesn't really, I think, enable either Zeus or Guma that well, right? Like, I would have much rather seen something like the Yone is a really good example, Yone Rumble, or anything that can bolster that topside carry potential.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I really thought like the Jace pick was like pretty like danger. That's what I thought. Like, it was like it could easily be the exposed, but how the gameplay from T1, like they didn't really care about mid lane, because especially I don't think there's a lot of right now the communication between Owner and Poby, since it's new. Like, I just don't think like that Jace has to be taken down. Like against Azir, Vi, especially into Rumble top. He has to die at least once or burn flash from lane phase, but nothing happened. Like, this is like really, really big blunder from T1, and that's why the later on the game, like, the Fate was being able to deliver so much high potential to carry and DPS, and later in the game, it was so impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look at the first highlight in this one. This was 21 minutes in on the Drake fight, as it started off pretty well for T1, actually.
Yeah, T1 actually have a pretty good setup. We saw this is where we thought the game was going to tilt in T1's favor, right?
Game's over.
Yeah, Zeri got 2 kills, and you got to imagine that T1 was thinking the same thing. But then again, Rascal is able to force Guma out of the fight, and they don't get the kill. Croco ends up going down as well. But it isn't decisive enough of a victory for T1. And what's really interesting to me is that you see that fight and you're like, okay, T1, they're getting into the game. They have a really well scaling draft, even with the power that was in theory there for DRX. And things should be going well.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't bring the next highlight, the next Baron right away. Carrier got caught, and it's like they actually get the Baron, like DRX get Baron. Like, that was really, really big, and that makes like be able to DRX, especially when the T1 is the one they actually need to snowball the game. It was pretty tough after that.
Yeah, and all those things you mentioned kind of led to our second highlight, which was this Baron fight. 34 minutes in, we were kind of in a position where, okay, you don't really have a way into this one, and DRX just able to pick it up pretty freely.
It's, again, the damage that Fate does is so big, but the moment where Guma goes in and Paddock with his maul gets the double feather recall on Owner and Guma, because at this point, the gold was still dead even. Like, if that fight goes the other way, T1 ends up locking in playoffs, they end up winning the game, and instead, DRX is going to be able to get him taken down here, get the Baron, and are able to immediately clean up because Fate and Paddock are still alive.
Did you see that Poby actually died to the little sapling on the side? I didn't notice that when I first watched it, but maybe he defends slightly. Like 1v4 was going to be really tough, but wasn't meant to be, I guess. Yeah. Either way, guys, we do have the POG ready here on the side of DRX. Let's see who does pick it up here for game number 3. And it will be the Paddock himself.
It's easy vote. You know, the last fight, the impact was way too big. And this is like what I previously mentioned it. Like, Carrier just got caught because they're doing the Drake at the same time. They're trying to get the vision on the top side. DRX plays so well around the Baron object. And it's like, this after fight, it's just like, they can't do anything.
Also, really want to highlight, I hope we get a bit of a split vote. Fate, I think, had an incredible series, not just game, but this specific moment is also coming from Paddock, a player that in the first few weeks of spring, or summer rather, I think actually looked pretty decent, but then for like the last 3-4 weeks, we just didn't really see anything of him. Kind of made us question, you know, why aren't they pulling up Bleda? When is Docdom going to get pulled back up? Is that something that they're thinking about? And I think the moments like this, really important for a player to kind of keep their confidence. And I like, look, everyone gets a vote. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Everyone played well. Like, everyone on DRX did their job.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, you know, Paddock, he definitely has the hands, but, you know, in this current team state, in this current state in the LCK, needed a little bit of time, and he did have his moments here in Game 3. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go, and we're going to see what they did have to say on the stage right now.
연패를 끊어내며 플레이오프 가능성을 이어가는 DRX 선수들과 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Thank you guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Fate and Paddock on the side of DRX.
정말 기분 좋으실 것 같은데요. 중요한 건 역시
You guys must be incredibly happy. What is important is an unbreakable spirit. You guys have defeated T1 in both rounds 1 and 2. So how do you feel, Fate? Lately, we have been in a slump and bad atmosphere, but I feel like whenever we do practice lately, I'm just really happy that we were able to pull off a good win in Paddock. Due to a lot of the losing streak, we were pretty down, but a lot of the Hyungs in the team, they told me, or they gave me a lot of good advice and told me that I can do it. So really happy.
또 이야기를 해주셨는데 안 그래도 궁금했어요. 오늘 승리가요 DRX의 2라운드 첫
And
승이기도
today's
했습니다.
victory was so meaningful. It was DRX's first victory in round 2. So during the losing streak, what was your central goal, Fate?
저희가 좀 준비할 때 챔피언 티어 정리도 좀
Whenever we practice, I feel like we lacked in sort of organizing the tier list for champions. So we try to communicate and try to play around each other.
응원이 되지 않았나 싶습니다. 파덕 선수 1세트는 아쉽게 내주고 말았는데요.
And Paddock,
2세트 패배 요인은
with
무엇이라고
game 1
생각하셨어요?
being a loss, what contributed to the loss? Like for game 1, having to go against Rel Jungle, I feel like we were able to take it away from the opponent, but we weren't able to. That's probably why we lost.
레드 진영을 선택하셨는데요. 그 이유도 궁금합니다.
And what was the reason for picking red side in game 2? After losing the first game, we thought about the draft and all of the picks and bans that came from game 1. We just analyzed that and concluded that it wasn't because of the draft and there weren't a lot of issues, so we went ahead and picked red side again. In game 2, you guys completed a 280 carry comp, and Varus and Tristana had an explosive damage outfit. So what was... If you would tell us the proper way to play a 280C comp? So Tristana has really good late game scaling, and I feel like it really depends on the team's color, but since our team is able to go ahead and grab a lot of prio for Tristana and Varus, so we wanted to go ahead and try that.
파덕 선수 상대 바텀에서는
And
또
Paddock,
이즈리얼이 깜짝 등장을 했습니다.
the opponent pulled a surprise Ezreal pick. So what did the team discuss? So we just told ourselves that it doesn't really matter, and with us having Varus, we're able to apply a lot of pressure and also go ahead and play a good late game. So we were pretty confident. And Fate, in game 3, you picked mid Jace. And lately, Jace's value has been rated pretty highly alongside AP Jungle. So what are his strengths? A long time ago, Jace was a little difficult to play early game until you get some items, but lately, I feel like we picked Jace to sort of complete the comp so that it's more solid. So I feel like it's definitely a good pick for playing around your team. And Paddock, in the last team fight at Baron in game 3, you pulled the enemy right into you. Let's take a look at the replay right here. Can you walk us through what happened here? So I used my ult against Zeri W, and I felt like I made a mistake, but it was actually a good strategy to grab the enemy's Zeri, so it worked out really well. I feel like the moment I was able to survive that first bit of the team fight, that was probably when I thought that it was winnable. And it looks like Fate is saying I was fighting in a different area, and I was looking at the map, and I figured that we were really lucky in that team fight. So with DRX joining the 4-win crew, every victory is so important to you guys. So what are your predictions, Fate? All the other teams have been improving their performances lately, and despite all our losing streaks, we were able to turn it around today and hope that this is something that we can keep up and keep our momentum after our win against T1. And Paddock? we're able to, if we're able to win the remainder of the matches, we're able to keep our chances for the playoffs. So we'll try hard to keep our performances. And with you going up against Kwangdong Freaks, next, what is your resolution? No, the next match we're against a good team. They're on a good momentum, and I would be so happy to win against them after preparing really well. And Para? So despite our losing streak, there are a lot of fans that just keep supporting us, so I'm really thankful. So I'd like to say I'm grateful. Thank you. And congratulations again. This will be the end of the interview with Fate and Padak, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. As we did get to hear from those guys, we don't often get to hear from them, so it's so nice to see them up on stage having their moments. Let's take a look at the standings now after this one. As was mentioned in the interview, we do have DRX joining the rest of the teams at 4 wins.
A 4 wins club?
4-win club. And yeah, between the bottom 5 teams, anything can happen. It's Brian looking the best, but especially with this win, imagine if you truly love Chaos, you want Nongshim to do well against Homa Life next, because that will make it even crazier. Because for T1, still they're in a prime position to make it just because of the matchups. It would basically require like KT or Genji or Hanwha to start dropping some games against some of the weaker teams. But if that happens, there is a world where T1 go from, I think they were 6-2 to not making playoffs, which would be incredible. And for DRX, you know, Beryl, if he somehow makes it to playoffs again,
it's about that time of year, right?
Not this shit, right?
Surely.
Right?
Never know. Everyone has the 4 wins. Everyone has the 4 wins. You never know. It's not done yet.
This is the storyline. This is the arc. Guys, our next matchup is, as Krani Wani did refer to here, Homa Life Esports up against Nongshim. And this one, on paper, again, does look like Homa Life Esports are in a really good spot right now. Nongshim are in a little bit of struggle street, but we'll have to wait and see what does happen. Join us in about 30 minutes for that next one. We'll see you then.
기쁨입니다. 이번에도 그 이름값 지켜냈습니다. 무려 10연패. 하지만 오늘 그 연패 끊었습니다. KT의 전성기, 우리의 전성기 지금입니다. 1런 KT 맞습니다.
또 마음을 내려놓고 본인들이 잘했던 시절 떠올리면서 잘 풀어나가는 게 중요해 보여요.
Well, it's more like who's going to be at the playoffs, right? And whether like they can use this. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if they do get to playoffs, I guess we can talk about what theoretically could occur at that point as well.
Yeah, but so I think with how the power levels of the teams are right now, Gen G is obviously second fiddle to KT because the matchup wasn't really... I think it was a bad day for Gen G, but I think even
it was a bad day for Score as well, definitely.
Yeah, even if it was a good day based on the play from KT, I think they always would have won the series. I like that meta read a lot more, and I think the individual play looked a lot better. So, but I think they still match up close enough that you can have them as one category. They have a pretty sizable gap. I actually think Hanwha is really solidified as third at this point.
100%.
By like a margin that I wouldn't have thought was imaginable like 2-3 weeks ago.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think Hanwha just have such a large versatility of champions they can play, which is weird to say because at first it seemed like Grizzly was kind of relying on like Viego, for example, but he's since widened his champion pool quite significantly. And Viper, we know, can play anything, and he's been around so long, he has played everything. So if the AD carry meta, I think, is the one that we're not 100% sure what's going to happen with, because mid, you can have some ideas about some of these nerfs and changes. Top side, there's, the Jax nerfs, maybe Aatrox comes back, which is good for Kingen, by the way. But I feel like Viper is just so good at everything that compared to Def right now in terms of champion pool, I give him a pretty huge edge in terms of what he's been able to show throughout this entire year. So I feel pretty good that Hanwha Life will be able to get through this patch. In defensive D+, though, they have always been pretty smart in terms of adapting quickly on new patches. So I think both of these teams will actually emerge like better for it. I do worry a little bit about T1, who are struggling with trying to figure out their footing right now as well. Again, I don't think they're going to get knocked out of playoffs. We've already discussed this.
It's going to be very hard for them to drop out, yeah.
I just don't know what it means for, like, do they get further than the first round of playoffs?
Yeah, and if you're a T1 fan, I know there's a lot of you out there, even if they do kind of, like, come into summer playoffs and they get, like, shreked by DK or something like a 3-0 or whatever, like, it's not over for them probably. They have enough championship points to almost definitely make it. I'm not sure about the calculation, but should have enough to make it into the Worlds qualifiers.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I mean, that's where
guaranteed.
DRX came from to win Worlds. So at the end of the day, like, maybe T1 make this huge resurgence and this will all just be a blip on their radar of history or whatever. But, it's a struggle for them. We'll just have to wait and see how they come out on the other side, but they have time.
Yeah, because I think the only scenario involves like the finals being Hanwha Life and D+, because of how the points work, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't have Gen G and KT because they already have so many points that if that ends up being the finals, then it would take away someone with a lot of points.
Also, like, Kwangdong would have to get third or something
to
beat T1 in points somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So and I think that, as you point out, like the fact that I think playoffs is still so close to actual LCK, but if you get knocked out in first round of playoffs, you have both time to like have Faker's injury heal and also, or at least hopefully, and then also actually have a reset. And then, as we saw with DRX, we thought it was going to be KT or Sandbox.
Yeah, and then
then they won.
And then you run the gauntlet, you get like so much more best of 5 experience.
There you go.
And then
Play-ins.
you start
believing.
you go to the play-ins, and then
Yeah.
you like have even more. And
Yeah, that's not the case anymore though. Play-ins buff is gone now.
yeah, that's true.
You go straight to Swiss.
Any fans of Swiss cheese?
Yeah,
I
it's
like
delicious.
holy cheese. I'm not a huge Swiss cheese fan.
I think it's all right.
It's okay.
It's not
I think
as
there
good
are
as
definitely
Dutch
better
cheese.
holy cheeses.
It's not as good as Dutch cheese, but it's all right.
What is Dutch cheese?
Yeah, tell me about
Gouda?
that.
Gouda? Yeah, I'm a big fan.
There's a
actually.
ton.
Gouda's Dutch? I didn't even know.
Yeah.
I like Gouda cheese.
And
a lot.
actually,
I only eat cheese from
here in
Wisconsin
Korea, if you go to the supermarket
Vermont.
and you get Gouda cheese, it's almost always just it's got like Dutch stuff on the front, like there's a windmill.
I like Gouda cheese, but I don't like it so much that I was that aware. Honestly, I wasn't aware. Why would you be? That it was Dutch, yeah.
Just more like it's cheese. We normally just eat cheddar.
The
in
nickname in
Australia.
Europe for Dutch people is cheeseheads, which is very appropriate.
Makes sense.
For us, it's Wisconsin.
Doesn't sound very appropriate. I wouldn't want to be called a cheese
We
head.
call ourselves that as well.
Anyway, back
Which is
back
true.
back back.
Yeah, we
to,
can probably draw
let's
it
go
back.
back to
Speaking of
pull
cheese,
it
let's
back.
get into the
Yeah.
LCK.
Yeah. So we're expecting that even if T1 drop out, then they do have another chance. And maybe
It's
that's
not
what they did.
Jover yet.
It's not Jova quite yet.
But
it's getting there.
Yeah, and I think even with D Plus being a little bit floundering, I do think that it was just 6th, and now it's looking like 5th and 6th are not expected to be contenders at all. Also flies with what we've seen historically, like the 6th seed. Getting there is the achievement. Bro last year in spring, I think it was Kwangdong last year in
Liv
summer.
Sandbox?
Sandbox.
Or
Yeah,
was
you're
that
right.
spring?
No, because that was
Liv
this
Sandbox
spring.
Bro
happened,
was
right?
last year.
Bro was last year in spring,
Yeah.
and then and then
This
we had
spring was Liv Sandbox.
Exactly.
So what has happened with our playoffs, generally speaking, is getting there is the achievement
For the
like Frank
6th
was saying.
place, yeah.
And then getting stomped by the team that we expected to also beat them in the first round gives us false hope about that team, who then loses. The favorites who then go to the finals.
That's the script generally. Yeah.
That's the script.
That's been happening a lot.
and we'll write down our funny brackets, and then they'll be out the window like instantly. And we're like, oh, but we designed our
Does
whole
that mean that
bracket
T1
based on
beat
this team
DK
doing what
in
they're
the
supposed to
first
do.
round,
I mean,
according to that script.
If Faker comes back and they have a good read on the patch, like in best of 5s,
Could
I don't think it's
happen. I
likely,
mean,
but you never know.
If he's feeling good and like.
None of us even made the argument of D Plus getting beaten by Hanwha last time around.
No, exactly. Although I think
seem
Wolf was
possible.
trying to push for it.
I thought I said it was possible.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we entertained it, but normally we often have someone that's like, no, I think this could actually happen. I mean, maybe someone did. I don't remember.
My
anyone-
big push last season was that KT was going to get picked by T1, and they
There
were
you
going to
go.
the winners bracket final, and everyone was like, "No, that's impossible." I was like, I think it's likely, and then it came true. But also,
Oracle Wolf strikes again.
What's really interesting is, well, I mean, just believing in KT when they're good has like been it's been rewarding. Let's say, KT. Speaking of, likely to get first place this season.
Oh, yeah.
They're up a game, and
absolutely.
Gen.G have Bro left and Liv Sandbox, so even if they 2-0 both of those, KT have T1, which, I mean, a bit of a tougher one, but probably a 2-0.
I think we have to obligatory say it's a bit of a tough one, but no, it won't be a tough one.
Not anymore.
I mean, tougher than what I just said for Gen.G. But yeah,
Oh,
I think
maybe.
both of these teams will probably go 4-0 for the remaining games. And KT, with that win over Gen.G, has one additional game score, so looks like they're going to win the season, which is, I mean, it's been a very long time, hasn't it? That's wild.
It's actually crazy as well, because KT, if they do go 4-0, they will break Gen.G's record that they just made this season and go on to be just behind T1 and their record.
Second
if that
best
does
record
happen.
ever.
So many records. There's a lot of like super powerful teams that are taking over the league in recent years. T1 obviously, Gen.G, KT now.
D plus before.
It's kind of
that.
weird just to like watch the different patterns and stuff, because now like we've got this meta where KT and Gen.G are pretty far ahead of everyone else. Like even Hum Life Esports, who are the closest at this point, like there is a huge upper echelon like where only those two stand, and then everybody else are just like the humans underneath.
There's a pattern though.
And then it's like Hum Life Esports and DK who are on their own tier, but then like T1's way below those two as well.
Yeah.
It's like really separated.
There's
which
a pattern
we haven't had for a while.
There's a pattern of which teams are like dominating, breaking, and setting records always, is the teams don't change their rosters that much. Shockingly, if
Imagine
you stay
that.
together for the most part, if your core of your team is the same, you will continue to do well. Remember 2021 Damwon as well. All stay
I mean,
together.
KT is the exception, though, right?
Well, like, not
'Cause
really,
they did.
because I agree with Wolf, but I also think that it's sort of like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Because if a team stays together, it's because it's working. And then because it's working, it's getting better because they're building up that synergy together because they've stayed together.
Yeah.
And so, like,
if it stops working, then you have to change it, but then you're changing it, and so you're not making it work. And so
KT
you
is
need
the
extra
exception, though.
time.
And there is also the unfortunate T1 situation, this split specifically.
Well, T1 stayed together too long.
Fair point.
Yeah.
They went even further beyond.
The problem is
too far.
that they like. I think that T1 probably could have stayed together and been fine if they had have actually won something, but they just haven't.
If they won Worlds, yeah, it would have been fine.
And by not something, because obviously they won the LCK and stuff like that, but not winning these internationals when they were expected as like heavy favorites moving into it has really done.
Every time we do Pog State, I'm like, the mental game of League of Legends is like 60% of it, actually. Like, I keep pushing it further and further. I'm like, actually, it's 80% next episode.
Yeah. Well, like, to be honest,
every
like,
single time,
how do you think
Nongshim
wins any series?
Well, like, this is the thing. And
probably
like,
the biggest indicator, actually.
Powerful mental is really, super duper important. It's why, like, D+, all we hear is that like they're super good in scrims, but then they get in their own heads for like a little bit on stage, and then they look middle of the pack.
Very meh.
Yeah, completely meh. And we know that like what these players are capable of, but they're unable to actually make it work because you need so much confidence to go for these plays and then have clear comms at the same time.
Remember
and all this stuff,
Nongshim
like,
last year?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
the roster they had.
Yeah,
remember
they
DRX
had,
this year?
yeah.
DRX this year, yeah.
There's been so many examples, and it also ties into like T1, the players literally don't look the same. Like even when they had issues, like even last year, even when they went to Worlds, etc. Right? Like there were clearly identifiable issues, but it just you can see how far they've regressed mechanically, which is kind of wild. And then on the flip side,
that's hard though, right? Because they've lost their brain. Because their brain was in the mid lane.
But your brain doesn't stop
even
you.
before Faker left,
They
before
already
Faker was injured,
they were starting to
and,
struggle. Yeah,
and like the laning phase should have still been as good if it was just. I mean, I think the mental aspect bleeds into the play. And on the flip side, you also see that a single player can just completely revamp how a roster looks. Humble Life is the example of this, where
Live Sandbox as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yep.
Clear coming in, and they like today especially.
It's just
or Prince last year.
It just makes you believe that, hey, things are new now, even though an individual player has an impact, of course, but it's just, I think the idea is what then...
Kehu and Paddock when they first came in?
Yeah, for like,
for like the one game.
I read that one time?
Yeah, I read that. Yeah,
because
like
sometimes the guy
game
goes
one,
down, Kars goes down, he's like, oh crap, I'm being benched. I'm going to practice my ass off. I'm going to play in CL and get wrecked there and be like, oh man, I'm really, really bad actually. Practice even more. And now he's like, whoa, I'm really aggressive and
I
good
love
now.
that people are, like, even in the Reddit thread afterwards, people are talking about the Karis, like, training montage, like the arc.
It's a
like,
thing.
it's actually so cool.
I mean, it's a thing for Karis. It's a thing even in really minor, but Dundun was sent down for a little bit, even though he played in both. Right?
Effort as well.
Yeah, another example. Like, there's been a bunch of players that have just been, even though it didn't end up leading to wins, Croco, I think, was night and day between when he was subbed out and when he came back in terms of individual performance.
Bible?
Doc Dom 2024?
Any Dockers believers?
Wolf's looking into his crystal ball again. He's spoiling everything.
Hey, maybe it's not 2024. Maybe it's 2023.
Dread training in the mountains with Fly? 2025?
You're gonna watch like the next season of Kingdom, and it's just gonna be those two like on a mountain in the corner or something like that. You're gonna see them there.
You guys laugh, but when Dudu and Dread are the top duo for T1 next year, I mean,
I think Dread. I read that Dread just
pretty good.
retired though. Not to be that guy, but
don't put reality into our fantasy.
no. But
He's reading the tabloids again.
I don't want you guys to get overexcited because that
I
sounds
heard he
cool.
was training with Fly in the mountains, so that's what I heard.
I was a Dread enjoyer myself. You know, I thought his Nongshim career was really sad.
Like there's like one of the Yasuo skins, the splash art. I can actually see that as just like Dread.
Also,
Yone sitting over there, and that's Fly.
Yasuo Jungle next year as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like it. That's the
also.
dream. Yeah. Sorry, you were gonna add something.
You were gonna say also.
No, I said I like it.
Oh, also he likes it.
Yeah.
All right, and so
Honestly,
now
I'm
we're
aware
gonna
of it.
end it on a little bit of a positive note because I think we've
positive.
been here.
Are we ending it?
We've been positive.
I thought we've been good to each other. We can't end this.
We've been doing very.
We've been
I
happy.
think we've been fine and happy.
It's not a comparison. I'm just saying that the ending topic that I want
It's
to talk
also
about
positive.
now is
It's also positive.
It has nothing to do. It's not a comparison.
Well, generally, when you
well, I
say
just
I'm
wanna
going to
make
end on
sure.
a positive note after
I'm going to put
what
this.
came
signals
before.
contrast.
Yeah, I'm going to put this down as a negative moment, and so let's end it on a positive note. Pulled it back, baby. No, we need to have a discussion about the best challenger call-ups, and I actually think they've only been
Grizzly.
good challenger
Yeah.
call-ups.
Grizzly, Jiwoo.
Grizzly,
Jiwoo.
Jiwoo, Clear, like
Clear.
all
Yeah.
three of these players looking absolutely amazing, and we just started a English broadcast
Andil?
challenger this year. Andil actually like
Individually.
No.
no, but I actually think individually he's mechanically
I'm
okay.
sorry.
His laning has been an improvement.
For like
I'd
the
say his
first-
laning has been an
I feel
improvement.
like he did what Padak and Yehu did, where it was like, I'm here, I'm going to make a thing, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden he got like smacked down. He's like, oh crap, I lost all confidence. Now I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And
Although,
he's made a lot of mistakes.
you know,
I'm worried about him because, you know, that
He
team
may not
is like,
be the one who knows the least of what he's doing on that team, though.
He has
Definitely
hands. It's clear he can make plays, but
I prefer not to call
The mental
or to
game.
talk too much about Kwangdong because that
That
team
team is
environment is seeing
Yeah.
how Bulldog has regressed, how Dudu has clearly just given up is not great.
Yeah.
the mental game.
So back to the positive note.
Yeah, back to the positive note, because Clear coming and joining Live Sandbox, I think we were calling for it all year long. Like, all of us collectively are just like, when is he going to play? When is he going to play? Like, Wolf is like going through all of his contacts here in Korea. He's like, make sure that the spies are out so they can tell us when he's going to start playing. And legally, he was able to play in round 2 and then immediately starts. And I think even in his debut game that they lost 0-2, he was the
looks
one that
pretty
was
good, yeah.
playing the best.
He, I was kind of like cautiously optimistic about him because challengers sometimes can give you these false expectations about
Yeah.
player strengths. Chronicler says yes, he's very. It says,
I am aware.
But on a serious note, I wasn't sure how he'd perform, but as it turns out, like the team he was playing on Live Sandbox in Challengers, like they're a very weak team, and now he actually has a stronger team to play on in LCK.
And he was never actually, he never played
never
for them.
played.
in
Well, he was
Challenger
playing.
side.
He was playing with them, right? He was training with them, whatever. So we didn't know his current
right,
form.
okay.
We didn't know his current form. But now he's was probably during that time playing with Live Sandbox and Scrims a lot, even though he wasn't eligible to play in LCK, which might also explain some of Birdall's performances and disconnects from the team as well. Maybe they're just like, well, Birdall, like, please exist on the top
imagine
lane,
like
but we're
having
really training
to play.
this guy.
Yeah, imagine having to play and then knowing that you're probably going to be replaced.
Birdall's career is so cursed,
It
man.
is
Because
so
he
cursed.
literally he got called up too early, then got like Flame Horizon by Ale at Worlds, was playing behind Rascal at the time.
Yeah.
Then went to D+ way too early, was playing together with Hoya, then got replaced by Nuguri, and now. And again, I think obviously a lot of the play warrants him being replaced by Clear, but it's just like it's one of those things that you look at and you're like, that's a rough one.
We kind
buddy."
of just we got overhyped by this guy because his performances were great in solo queue. Everyone was talking about Scrimbox and how well he was doing, and he did have some really high highs. But like ultimately, he didn't end up being a very strong player.
Yeah.
And I think it took like about a year and a half for the narrative to kind of die down. But
Yeah.
you know, at the end of the day, Clear is, no pun intended, a very clear upgrade at the moment, and might be what helps push Live Sandbox to playoffs. I mean, it's not decided yet, and I'm not putting them as my front runner, but I think he's made a huge impact already in such a short amount of time.
You guys ever read the book Outliers? No. Malcolm Gladwell?
No.
I mean,
It
I've
has
heard
this
of
thing where like people who are born earlier in the year get the innate advantage of like, especially at the earlier ages, because you are physically and mentally ahead of your peers who are like 6 months or more younger than you, and it just snowballs, and that like leads to, and then he like looks into a bunch of, I don't know how scientifically relevant it is, but looks into a bunch of like professional sports players on the physical side, and like a lot of them, the vast majority of them are born actually in the first half of the year. I feel like this can be made relevant with Birdall as well, where like he was, you know, he came in, had the wrong thing, he got the reverse snowball, and so he never really got that going. But some players who are like really good and they get into a really good environment right from the get-go, they are the ones that flourish because the snowball is there. And it's so many things, not just their ability, because a lot of these players have great ability. Like Birdall is a fantastic mechanical player, but he was never really able to show it, lost his confidence, kind of never got a chance, got replaced, and
goes back to that
affects
emotion
him, so-
conversation that you were talking about as well.
It's like huge because guys like Zeus, who comes in into a great position, performs right from the get-go, like everybody loves him. Of course, he's gonna be on like the best team, and he's gonna have so much confidence. So like he's just really put in a fantastic spot to succeed.
So what you're saying is Grizzly was born in January.
Pretty much, yeah.
If you've seen
Physically
him,
and,
I would
League of
agree.
Legends
I think
way.
if there is a month that we can make up that happens before that, I reckon he's probably there.
Well, people were like anybody but the other guy, right?
Yeah.
So there was like Grizzly, it seems like you're
there's
good.
no
Can
expectation.
you perform? And he's like,
Yeah,
oh, I don't
that's
know.
true.
And he's like, seems like a nice guy. He just does really well. And then all of a sudden, gains all this confidence.
It's actually not that dissimilar to where Poby is in the LCK, and obviously Poby has way more expectations on him just by the nature of who he is replacing, greatest player of all time, though. And Poby also didn't have the same sort of start that Grizzly had. Like Grizzly, we were already watching him in Challengers going like, oh, this guy's pretty solid. So when we were seeing that he was going to be called up, instead of Guwon, we were like, well, yeah, this is actually really good. They want to actually integrate him into the roster and not just use Guwon and then keep Grizzly where he was and actually give him an opportunity. So I feel like Poby's situation is very similar, but kind of back to what you were saying, like he's on the rougher end of it because all of the additional pressure is like crushing him.
Yeah, he's the cursed version of it, though, right? Because
exactly.
like, you take out the guy that was the main problem that everyone was blaming, you come in as a solution, whereas Poby, you take out
the solution,
the greatest player of all
and now
time,
you're the problem.
who does everything for the team, and then you come onto the team as like it's not even nearly a solution.
No,
It's-
it can actually be a curricular, right? Because we've seen so many players, like a year of challengers can do so much. Feisty was a really good example. When he came in on Brion last year,
he looked so bad.
Looked really, like, objectively was just not good. And then now he's one of the best mids in CL. And it really is just being able to grow in an environment that's right for you is so big.
I mean, even
and then,
Fiesta as well. Like, remember,
Sure,
like
yeah.
Fiesta last year, like.
oh, there
last
was another
season
that was
even?
replaced and then came back and looked better.
Right.
There's another one for the...
They're like, oh, let's bring Quad. He's got that more experience and things are going to be fine. And then they try out this, like, apparently on paper better roster and
didn't work. Yeah.
How
didn't
about
work.
all-
Go back
Same
to
with
the old
Jiwoo
one.
coming back.
What about Pyrion? What if like Pyrion was on,
Oh, poor
MVP
Pyrion, man.
from the beginning of his, beginning of his career? What about like Closer? Like he's obviously really, really, really good, but kind of had a rough time subbing in for Faker at a time where everybody was like, no, things are like perfect. Why are you putting this guy in? Like nobody, and then he was playing these aggressive champs and like falling on his face, and people were just hounding him just for like playing the game, right? Imagine if he just had like a nice
I'm
environment.
so glad
to go off
Closer
of.
had a good day today.
Yeah. I mean, I just, and that I think is the really rough situation for Bo because you can't really hold it against him, but he's also just clearly not LCK level, and that's not you can't. There's just nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. And I gotta say, most of the fan I've seen have also been very defensive of him for that specific reason.
Yeah, I remember I tweeted out like in Poby's defense, like I was trying to get in front of it, but then most of the comments that I had were like, no, don't worry, like no one's.
Yeah,
gonna
we've
do
all
that.
tried to kind of like take care of Poby, but actually like no one's really been mean as far
No.
as I can tell.
Well,
so we were all worried.
People are being mean,
can
but
find
not
anything on the internet.
Yeah. You
I
can
think
find it. The majority of the takes
though,
are not it.
overwhelmingly though, I feel like people have been really cheering him on, especially the T1 fans. and the ones in the studio as well.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see how many of the go away for a little bit and come back have just worked out really well this split.
Yeah, the like short break,
Almost
recharge.
as like having a good challengers team is valuable.
Or just a
You could
good
have
mental
known.
health routine.
Also works.
Take some mental health walks.
Positive
happy
vibes,
walks.
everyone. Positive vibes.
Yeah.
So are we changing the Asia Games roster?
Oh God,
I mean,
all right. On that note, we
that's
if we could, we should. If we're trying to win,
discussion. Yeah. Well,
We
you
should.
know
I don't know
what?
if it's
I
allowed.
actually,
it's not that.
well, actually think that both those players will be infinitely better the moment they change environments. I don't think they'll be as good as like Keen Lahens, or Keen Delight, which probably would be your go-to, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
They get a taste of coma.
Well, I
It's
mean,
time.
like it's Keen, and then I don't know who else should.
All I care about is Keen going, so that we don't have to say goodbye to him.
I mean, also for other reasons.
Look,
right?
a new
'Cause you just-
generation of T1 gets the old generation of
Yeah.
T1's coaching staff is what I was trying to say.
Okay.
That is funny. I do.
I'm
agree.
glad you clarified.
I'm not talking about the belt, Valdez.
Yeah.
I think that a change, as we've been saying, a change of environment will make those players a lot better. Will it be good enough to beat LPL? maybe, probably not. Who knows?
Like got
tournament.
I mean, we got 40% of LPL.
So
yeah, we'll be fine.
I think we're
surely.
We have a little bit of
Chovy's
JDG, so I think we win anyway.
as well. You know, like
it was
that
supposed to be a
doesn't go
one-line
anywhere.
zinger, and then actually we created relevant discussion.
Yeah, there you go. Nice note to end on.
Nice.
What a banger!
Beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs for the second series of the evening, where we have Hanwha Life Esports standing behind the monster in the jungle, the G-Riz himself, ready to take on the power of friendship, the Raccoons, Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, Nongshim had a little spat at the bottom of the standings where they were there for a little bit, but yeah, they've gained some ground now, and they are firmly into that race for the 6th place spot. I feel like we're going to hit on this so hard, but like every team on the eastern side, after the last series, is now on 4 wins. It is just 4 all the way down, so it is a full-on brawl to to try and get that final spot in playoffs.
They are actually 7th place now. Yeah, they were dead last in the league. That was DRX now, I believe. Yeah, it's Lit Sandbox. But everyone's on 4 wins.
One match could go from like 10th to 6th like that. Like it's great, it's hilarious, but it's also scary.
It is nerve-wracking. Let's have a look as Nongshim. Yep, they're the team with 10 losses, not 11. A loss here does put them in last place. They go from 7th to 10th.
But a win here would put them up to 6th.
Yep.
And it's just, that's how quick it can swing.
It's 6 or 10. 6 or 10. That's
there is no in between.
Nope. Nope. This is it's playoffs or really not. And even with a loss here, they're not out of the race just because
they can win next time.
Everything is so volatile. Yeah. They just need to pick up as many as they can find. This one is, of course, going to be a difficult one because Hanwha Life Esports are on a bit of a tear right now. Grizzly picking up solo POG twice in a row last week. 4 POGs for the rookie jungler for Hanwha Life Esports, and they've been singing his praises over there as well. And Nongshim, they have been able to take down teams also of not very many victories, but they haven't been able to take down the top dogs. Of course, the only win for T1 without Faker has been against Nongshim.
You know, I think it's just so hard as well. Hanwha Life Esports typically a team who perform well against those low in the standings, and so much confidence I feel has been gained for this roster. Grizzly, obviously a massive factor, as you said. 4 POGs consecutively. And the thing is, when you look at some of the other players who have 400 POG points, it's like Showmaker, Deft, Cuz, all have 400 POG points. And this dude got it in such a small period of time.
Week. Yeah. 1 week. It is just absurd. Zeka, yes, of course, his Yone has been launching up the priority list. A lot of players getting behind that one. And I do think this is very relevant to talk about the fact that Zeka is getting patched in a little bit towards the end of the season. This is something that has happened in the past, and it led to a trophy. We'll see whether it's going to happen again. I don't know whether we can get that far ahead of ourselves, although the G-Riz really does put a little bit of faith towards Hanwha Life Esports. They're going to take to the stage first. So we welcome King and Grizzly, Zeka, Viper, and Life to LoL Park. See whether they can continue the streak.
Yeah, I mean, the roster just looks revitalized, and I think T1 is a great example of how one player can make all that difference, but it kind of feels like the reverse has happened with Hanwha Life Esports, where the addition of Grizzly, everyone has started playing better and working so well with him, and it just looks like, as a roster that had so much talent, but people were like, well, you know, they have great players, but are they a great team? They're finally looking like that great team.
Certainly are. And just hoping for better and better performance. This is something that Viper was talking about as well, was just wanting to focus on looking better, not necessarily their position in the standings. This is a team, though, that definitely has to focus on their position in the standings, because if you don't make it to playoffs, you don't need to worry about any of those conversations about performance, because your year is just done. But this is the team with the power of friendship. This is the team that has been playing together for a very, very long time. Dundun, Sylvie, Fiesta, Jiwoo, and Peter. And Nongshim, Red Force. They have surprised us in the past. Is today going to be that day once again, is the question. They took down Kwangdong Freaks.
Yep.
Weren't able to do that in round number 1. They certainly weren't able to take down Hanwha Life Esports in round number 1 either.
Yeah, and this is an interesting matchup, obviously. Unsurprisingly, is favored towards Viper. Viper's been pretty phenomenal, and I think the meta really vibing well with him, the Kai'Sa, and
yeah,
I don't want to say it, but potentially the Zeri, very strong in his hands.
Stop, you.
Jiwoo, however, is great at bringing out some funky picks. The Neela is being permabanned against him, but also he's played, you know, when Vega was the thing, he was pretty big on that.
Yeah.
And I think now is the time where we're getting towards the end of the season, there's not many chances left. You bring out a bit of the spice to shake things up.
They are Nongshim. These are the known spicy noodles.
Yep.
And if the Prophet Orcs has anything to say about it, this team needs to make a deep run now, because otherwise how are we supposed to get our Noodle Neela skin?
Oh my god, and everyone knows that would just be one of the greatest skins of all time.
No, actually it already is. In my mind, it already is actually the greatest skin of all time.
Whip him with the noodles, it would be iconic.
Uh-huh.
Bestseller.
Like, Honestly, Riot. Can you turn down free money?
Alternatively, Honolife Esports make a miracle run and we get a Zeri skin, which I think no one wants at all.
No.
We just want that champion gone. So,
well,
you know,
maybe Viper just won't choose that.
I hope he doesn't.
He did choose a 200-year skin, though.
Yeah, I think he's like, this champ was broken. People like to play broken things. Lock it in.
Yep, there we go.
And I think he knows as well, Zeri is eternal. She will always just keep coming back.
No, stop it.
You know,
stop it.
You know, sometimes you can pick, like, for example, Kingen picked Aatrox. When have we seen Aatrox? You know, he got buffed and they instantly nerfed him again.
Yeah.
He's just not been around, but Zeri will always be there.
Is he going to be in, like, 13, 14?
I think 14 is the one where he will show his face, and then 15 is gone again.
So 1 week.
A week, yeah.
Yeah, we get 1 week.
Well, maybe isn't playoffs on 14 as well, or is it on 15? I don't know.
I think playoffs is on 15.
Well,
we get 1 week of 14. I'm pretty sure that's how it is. Which is
you lock
just
it in
great.
and get the mileage. Yeah. The skin, you know.
Yeah. Then King can at least show it off for a little bit. Zeka did actually have the opportunity of playing his Akali skin, but he just didn't because Prestige KDA is
something
just
about
too good.
that roster and just refusing to play your own skins.
I mean, it's Beryl he's mainly to blame.
Yeah.
Like, I think that Showmaker is a great example because he just always plays his skins.
Yeah.
And often just mixes it up. Oh. Need more people like Showmaker. But he is not in this series, and we are in the draft. So the Vi going to be the first ban. Yone from the graphic is immediately going to be taken away. Nope, no more of that. We're just not going to see it.
I think with Azir being such a high priority as we saw in the last series, you can't pick it when Yone is open. It's not something you can do.
And it's Fiesta's best pick by a country mile. So
that makes
don't
me
give him
wonder,
the ability to play into it.
Will Honolife Esports opt for like the Tristana, which you've seen match up well into it, or will they go for the Azir themselves in the first pick? That's the question. You see Nongshim continue with the Renekton ban, very much targeting the solo lane as a Honolife Esports. Do we get the Neela ban? Is my question. No, we don't. I think this is the first time it's gone open since we had that win.
No, there was one. There was one game, and he elected not to play it. The unnecessary ban is going to come through here as Honolife Esports. Is it the Grizzly Sejuani to make us all super hyped about the jungle matchup? Or is Kingen just going to lock Jax and say, I don't care? I think Sejuani is pretty powerful here. Or Kai'Sa is up.
Yeah,
Viper
Kai'Sa exists. Viper exists. It's a good duo.
If you're offered the win button, maybe you press it.
Yep. And I think Nongshim were in a tricky spot because if they ban Kai'Sa, Honolife might just take Azir. But by not banning Kai'Sa, they have to play into Kai'Sa, which, from what I've seen, from what I've experienced, not a fun time. Generally speaking.
Ooh, there's the flex rel here.
Okay.
And Zeka's Tristana going to come in.
Kind of just have a god comp so far.
Yeah.
Tristana, they got double AD carry, but one of the AD carries is AP and has long range poke, so itemization's fine. You have a flex jungle support pick who has engage. It's going pretty well, I think, for Honolife Esports so far. Nongshim, it's not like their picks are bad. It's just, I think Honolife have some really good ones right now. No.
Oh, dearie me. I was kind of excited about the Shadow Isles vibe, you know, a bit of that Callista Maokai for the bottom lane. Flex the Maokai and then surprise, pick Poppy. You know, that could have been kind of cool.
Yep, and instead we get Xayah who, you know, when there was a period, not last week or the week before, where Kai'Sa was just 100% prio, but only banned once, and people kept picking Xayah into it, and Xayah was just losing again and again and again and again.
Yeah.
Because when you're a champion who you need people to run into you, mostly for you to work, you don't do well when they can just stand 3 miles away and fire Void Seekers at your face.
Yeah, forever. Yeah.
So, gonna be a rough one. I think Nongshim definitely need more engage to close the distance. Honolife Esports have plenty engage, could layer their composition with a bit more poke. And we actually see the Ivan and the Rumble targeted away, so Ivan making a lot of sense with the Tristana. And Honolife Esports, normally when you have double AD carrots, like, oh, don't they need some AP? No. They have Kai'Sa. They've kind of got the boxes ticked.
Oh god, I'm really scared for Nongshim here because Honolife Esports have a Sejuani Jax 4-5 if they want it.
Oh, yep, that would be a Joe.
That does sound like a joke. It is going to be an Alistar, and so yeah, now they're oh god. Okay, well, it could be denied. The Jax could be locked in here for Dindon. He is a known Jax player. It does keep the Maokai a little bit ambiguous as well. And so Sylvie's Poppy is still then on the table. That, though, is a Cassante. So, if Hama Life Esports want to do it, they can. We'll see whether Nongshim have a good response.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just makes too much sense. You could flex the Rel, but when you've already kind of ensured with all these other supports banned that you're going to have a pretty stable matchup, pretty chill, that could also be a good option. The fact that you have this Tristan in the mid lane, you have enough AD, Kai'Sa can even go a bit more towards AD than AP. You can pick an AP top. Gwen scales fantastically into Cassante, and you could still go Sejuani if you want.
And still get the Permafrost synergy.
They have all the options.
Oh, man. Okay, well, see what Life is going to lock away for himself or for Grizzly. And it is going to be the Nautilus. Of course, Nautilus, a fair bit of value here as well. You were mentioning the amount of engage that Nongshim require. Well, now they don't have access to probably the best one. And it will be Grizzly on the Rel in that jungle. Peter, considering what he wants to go towards, Braum would be the opposite of what we want.
They need some more. I think it has to. Leona's doesn't feel good because you're kind of like Leona Maokai. It's very easy itemization for Merc Treads and for cleanses. But I don't think it can be Braum in this situation because you're just going to get...
Oh, no.
You're just going to get... It's going to be like in a shooting gallery against this Kai'Sa. I just think you're going to struggle to close the distance. And if Hana Life Esports just run at you and try and dive your backline, then yeah, Nongshim's composition works well, but I'm hoping that Hana Life Esports just don't opt to do that. And they also will win in the side lane.
That's the thing, their 1-3-1 is so scary. Like, even Tristana plays, like, against this Nongshim comp that sort of lumbers towards you quite slowly. Like, Tristana presses Rocket Jump, she's out at anywhere. This is a pretty scary moment for Nongshim. Of course, like you say, if they manage to find themselves in advantageous positions on the map, if they get map control and have vision and can start knocking down some turrets, then yes, it's hard to engage into them. But I don't think that Hama Life Esports should ever have to.
That's a lot of ifs, you know, I think is kind of what we're getting at. A lot of things have to happen for this to be successful for Nongshim.
And I'm trying to think, like, if, say, the roles were reversed, right? Like, if it was Nongshim that had this Hama Life Esports comp and it was Hama Life Esports with the other option, like, I would say that Nongshim are favored. Like, I think that, like, this draft even kind of goes beyond nameplates. But we'll just have to see how the performances are going to go. As we have a glance over it once again. It's been a while since we've seen the Gwen. Of course, was an OG anti-Cassante pick towards the top side. Another Shadow Isles sort of pick up there as well, which is kind of cute.
I think whenever you have comps like
and Grizzly's playing Nautilus jungle.
Oh, okay. So they flipped it around. Why not? And still so much setup, so much potential. Nongshim really need a good start in the early game for this one.
We'll just have to see whether they can find it. Let's jump into the Rift for game one. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is Nongshim's chance to make 6th place if they win the series here. If they lose it, they're 10th. There is no in between. There's no buts or ifs. It is just 6th or 10th.
Those are the two choices.
Yep.
You're welcome to either. And unfortunately, it's bad news, Max. It is a Cloud Dragon to start us off.
Oh.
Cloud Soul free day.
I mean, maybe we'll just have our 2 Drakes off the table to start things off, and then like an Infernal Soul or a Hextech Soul.
That'd be cool. I think
that would be
think I'm okay with not getting Cloud if we don't get Chemtech.
Yeah.
I think that's an okay trade for the rest of time.
Yeah, we can take the Windy Chemicals off the Rift, and then no Chemtech Soul. And I would say that the Cloud Soul has died for a worthy cause.
Yep.
If that was the case.
Good sacrifice.
Yep.
And you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to bring it up again.
What's that? Oh, okay. Yep.
The Braum. If there's ever a game where you need points in your E, it's this one. Double AD carry and Kai'Sa W's constantly.
That's
You need to
true.
be blocking those. So, you know, Peter, you've been warned. Also gun the exhaust, which in terms of like peeling backwards, it makes sense in that regard, like the defensive play. But in terms of trying to set up early plays and make things happen, not the best summoner, I would say. And I think especially like when you have a Braum, one of the things you can do that's a bit unique is go for those like early invades and make things happen. But they haven't really opted to go for that. So Hana Life Esports just happy to go for a pretty casual start.
Yeah, Grizzly as well. This is his first Nautilus game. Surprise, surprise. something that we did see a little while back, and is now so much more flexible. It's very cool to see this Rel Nautilus flex that we're starting to see now on 13-13. That we have finally gotten to, if you're a not all the time watcher of the LCK that's now here. You might be wondering why I'm talking about it as being a recent thing. This is our first week on 13-13. We're on 13-12 for a little longer.
That's why it's so actually difficult. It's so good for blue side and so bad for red side, because the whole point of the Braum is, yes, we sort of highlighted that for what the composition needed. Nongshim, the Braum wasn't it. Oh, wait.
Dundun going very aggressively here, but there's the snips. And Kingan's got flash. Still, Sylvie going to come out of that brush. And that jump scare, I legitimately fell for it.
That was spooky, but I think overall, pretty good for Hanwha Life Esports. The fact that Sylvie came top and you're just trading flashes, you're absolutely happy with that, all things considered. Kingan getting the better of that trade and Dundun have to flash out early, not the best scenario.
And thankfully I know that Dundun's mana costs aren't very high because he didn't have very much of it. Still, he is going to be A-okay here. And he's still playing with fire. Like, Dundun is not afraid of anything.
Well, actually, you say playing with fire, it's kind of like running with scissors.
Ah, yes. Well, that's Kingan. Dundun's running with Notofos. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But normally when you're running with scissors, well, I guess it depends how you're holding the scissors.
What about running with anchors? What about running with ray guns?
I think
all of
those sound dangerous.
Yeah, it sounds dangerous. And there's a lot of running that happens on Summoner's Rift, you know? The people are walking pretty quickly, you know? You buy shoes, they're generally made for running. As Viper is going to avoid the Winter's Bite, Peter puts up the door. It has at least 1 point in it.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of the thing, though, because the reason you pick the Braum, despite it not being the best for what Nongshim needed, is because it's good into Nautilus. Like, you know you're going into Nautilus Kai'Sa, you're like, oh, this is great.
Yep.
Except they just flexed the Rel, and now you're not into Nautilus Kai'Sa, and this is no longer a fun matchup. And now Nautilus is going to gank your flashless Cassante.
And he is standing on a ward, and Dundun's actually going to try and keep him interested. Let's see how this one is going to go. And
that feels like such a Dundun move to do.
Yeah, seriously.
Even at the cost of his life, he like dies to the gank, but he's like, wait, you know.
He's probably not going to sweep this brush now. Okay, Dundun's going to see what he can do. Doesn't have all out or anything, so Grizzly doesn't need to worry about heading towards the turret. But in this 1v1, I have a feeling that Cassante can probably do some Cassante things.
You know, pre-6, not a ton of damage. And Grizzly actually doing well in that trade thanks to Aftershock. But now Sylvie's headed over, so Grizzly's just going to back off. But Dundun kind of just got chunked out for nothing in that situation. And I feel like the consistent theme of this game is all the laners are very low on health because they're just fighting constantly. And not wanting to miss out, the junglers are doing it too.
Yep, they are just... And once again, it's Nongshim taking the lower end of it. Grizzly finds the smite and then immediately tries to throw out the hook. Is this a plate as well? And you don't even need to... You don't need to win the matchup as Gwen. You don't need to. As Fiesta is... Oh! Just needed one more auto!
Life, flash ignite, auto!
Oh, is it gonna be it? As Life is cantering in, that's the flash from Zeka. The fadeaway is Kingan is in trouble. There's the flash twisted advance, the needlework. Trying to get away. Oh, the turnaround as Kingan lets the minions do it. It's a disaster for Nongshim, and now Grizzly is looking for a hook. He can just auto him, to be perfectly honest, and he's just gonna wander away. He doesn't want to get baited in or any of those shenanigans, and knows that Dundun's pretty close to 6. There it is. Doesn't bite off more than he can chew. A reserved Grizzly Bear. Amazing.
Yep. Knows exactly when he needs to bring out his bear claws and when he can just keep them sheep.
Delicious.
Yeah, but this was phenomenal because I was thinking, you know, the bloodthirsty support comes in for the kill. Fiesta definitely should have gone for the reset. But he just walks him over to Zeka so Zeka can flash auto. He just delivers it on a plate. And then here the level up from Kingan so big. And the healing he gets right at the end from the stacked Conqueror. Just
and the needlework. So he needed all of that. He needed the level up at exactly the right time to get the health and to get the activation of the ultimate so that he could get enough health to not die, and then he gets the kill, and it's the minions that take it, so he doesn't even need to put himself in harm's way.
And then he needs to type in all chat, calculated.
Yeah, calculated, 100%. As Fiesta sidesteps the dredge line. Oh, they can't keep getting away with this, can they? Well, actually, it's probably easier to get away with it now that you have more money than your opposition.
It does give you a lot of assistance.
Yes.
You know?
So as it turns out, League of Legends is one of the games where actually you can keep getting away with it, and it becomes easier to get away with it the more you get away with it.
Yeah. It's,
I just defined a snowball as, okay, stun not going to land there as Life is going to get stunned up himself. Viper throws a Void Seeker into the door.
And the door holds up.
It does. Ooh, is that because it has... No, it doesn't yet. Level 5, we're not going to see any extra points into E, so we don't even need to have the conversation yet, okay, Orcs?
Address it. It's fine. Everything's going as planned. Life Esports are happy.
And Peter is not going to let you down. He would not be that guy.
I would hope not.
Nope. There's only wholesome vibes from Peter, as we know.
He's possibly the most wholesome support in the league.
I would say that he's definitely up there. Quite a few options to choose from, though. We're doing pretty well. Although I guess not Lehens. Not very wholesome, but definitely
he's got the trash talk.
An absolute character.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the problem is with these lanes, with the Tristana, so we've seen the Tristana Azir a lot. The Gwen, Cassante, not so much recently. But neither of them are like conditional on stomping early. There's some lane counter you're like, I need to crush you into the dirt, and that's the only way it works. Like, Quinn Renekton is a great example. This is not Quinn Renekton. This is a matchup where Kingen he just wins by default after a certain point. So the fact he's already ahead,
this is just exist alongside and you're winning, and it's a cherry on top if you're also just winning. And in fact, becomes nigh unplayable if already
as well, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Bit of cream.
Yeah.
Little swirl. Even the biscuit.
I would say that there's
when they put the biscuit in and then they
flowers around it as well.
But they put the biscuit in and then they put a little swirl, like they do like a second one on the little biscuit.
Yeah,
and it's like, that's so over the top.
Yeah.
But it's also very cute.
It is very cute, and everyone likes biscuit, you know? Oh dear. Well, Peter is going to find a Winter's Bite.
Hey, but we got what we wanted.
Not going to care.
Cloud into Chemtech, the trade-off.
The dream. See what happens when you pay attention, Orcs?
Yeah.
It's extraordinary. As, okay, Dundun goes all out onto King, and he's going to have to flash to try and get himself out of this one. But the needlework makes it very difficult for Dundun to actually win out on the trade. So R buttons do get exchanged. Dundun will survive. Looks to try and get out of here.
He just got the flash as well, so a bit of an edge for Dundun. Considering this lane was going a little bit in the negative direction.
I would say it was skewing towards Life Esports.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. It's a positive move to be able to get that flash. And also now going to pick up some magic resist with the Negatron Cloak. We did see last series when Cassante was in a Rumble, it was the Abyssal Rush. There is a bit more AP on the team this time, so it would make a bit more sense, but still a very selfless build, being that Cassante doesn't do magic damage.
It would be okay if he built second item or even first item, Sunfire Cape.
For the burning, yeah.
You have to not think of Sunfire Cape as an armor item. It is a damage item. And it allows you to do mixed damage if you're a physical damage dealer.
Yeah, and it allows you to deal damage just by standing on top of people.
Yeah.
Tank.
And I love it because I don't need good hands to be good at Sunfire Cape. I just need to right-click, and then I don't even need to auto-attack. I just stand.
Yep, you just vibe on top of them.
Exist and be okay. As Dundun doesn't quite find the Q onto King in here.
And it looks like Life Esports are going for the double shift gaming, as we expect to see, so...
Yep, Kachizi's in the back pocket of Viper.
I think it's obviously, we've seen a lot it's strong, but one thing I think often gets overrated is how hard it is to play against that, and if you don't have Baron, you just don't have waves. They're just cleared so quickly from a distance.
And also you can't move towards the lane that, like, once Kingen has a couple of items, his hook is going to go wide there. Still they're going to go for it. The knockup comes in because, of course, depth charge is a bit ridiculous. That is a fantastic ult, but it doesn't matter. Although this might, because Grizzly is going to take a whole bunch of turret shots. Now Sylvie's making his way over. Blast Cone, shout out to Brendan Valdez. And I don't think that Grizzly is going to be okay because Peter's going to turn up and make sure that the Nautilus pays the price. Yeah, gonna get punched via the ground, and that means that the dive does not work out. I thought when they got the kill with the explosive charge, oh, that's very cool, but there's a turret.
Yeah, you know, it's not favorable for Life Esports. It does feel a bit rough for Fiesta. I think we saw this thing, you know when new champions come into a role, and I think sometimes players are like, oh, dude, of course I can play Nautilus. It's like one of the easy supports.
Yeah.
This is a demonstration of how not to play Nautilus. And then here, he could have just autoed him. But he's walking to the edge of the tower,
Yeah, and imagine if he hadn't have, like, queued. Instead, he just walks in and ults.
Yeah.
And queues.
A lot of optimizations, but Life showing how it's done.
Life is going to come in as the real support and allow that kill to come through. And he's probably telling Grizzly, like, buddy, like, come on, I've got way less levels. I'm still getting this done.
Yeah, it's just easy. Just, you know, press your buttons.
He needs to be playing Leona for the original support is easy, though.
Yeah, that is true.
From after
I will say, Fiesta, this probably isn't a fun experience for him. He is kind of getting bullied a bit, and he has now lost his mid-tier 1.
Yeah, and Sylvie's here like, I'm going to protect you, and that doesn't work. Rift Herald is going to be used into this outer turret, and it's 13 minutes into the game. It really feels like it's kind of later. As Zeka is so far up the lane. Dindin now as well. Oh, there are a lot of friends here. The hook is going to miss yet again, but I don't know whether that necessarily means very much. The knock-up comes in, the crash down comes down, and there's the all-out. Okay, Hook going to come forward here as Peter is going to find an ult, but it doesn't really do too much. Kingin is now on the warpath as Dindin tries to find the Q, but Life is going to be okay. Oh my goodness. Life, they just keep getting away with it.
Yep, and you know what we said earlier, the more gold they get, the more they're going to get away with it.
Yeah.
You can see Viper move up to mid to cover the waves with the Shiv, and this game is quickly falling out of control of Nongshim. Oh no.
Okay, Jiwoo, he may be in trouble. Void Seeker is also going to land as Killer Instinct comes down, and now Featherstorm going to be used. Supercharger as Viper's going to flash after him. There is a pit entrance as he doesn't go over the wall with the Emperor's Divide, and Explosive Charge going to be shared there by Peter.
Well, at least Fiesta didn't die also.
True.
But Jiwoo
could have been worse.
Jiwoo just been ult and flash and heal and died, and Honor,
and we're not going to even say that they got away with it, because they sort of just took it.
Yeah, Fiesta just a bit too pushed. You know the previous one, you're on a tower, I'm like, it's not really your fault. This one kind of was, Fiesta, that's kind of on you.
Yeah.
And here, Grizzly, you know, still learning the Nautilus mechanics.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, he kind of did angle it right, but you got to remember that your anchor is 16 times wider than it looks.
True.
And so
but
it's
also,
going to hit the wall.
Because he hit terrain, the cooldown is reduced, so we got to use it again.
True.
So,
might have actually been intended.
Maybe, probably not. But it worked out, and that is the important thing. And then I love how we're just getting 3 replays in a row, because that's how much stuff has happened. Here, Jiwoo is just, unfortunately, not long for this world.
Yeah. The Blade Caller does manage to snag Zeka there, but Zeka just waits for the Emperor's Divide. Actually, nice patient play, to be honest, because otherwise he would have been pushed back in the middle of it. That could have been bad.
Yeah.
But still, not able to kill Fiesta this time. His flash almost back up. Lots of money in favor of Harmalife Esports.
I think the important thing, when I see this in front of me, this graphic, I think at least it's a best of 3.
I think at least the 1 plate went to Jiwoo.
It's better than 0.
You know, there you go.
It's something.
They put all of their plate gold that was available into the right carry.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
And I can't wait to see what Jiwoo can do when Viper just spams Void Seekers from 8 miles away. And oh my lord, look at that mate.
Oh my goodness. Fiesta, I mean, sometimes Zeka has these days where he is just a bully, and that seems to be happening today. Although some of it is Grizzly being a bit of a bully, and some of it is also Life being a bully. Sometimes Life being
collective bullying, I think, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like Grizzly and Life, you know, like in movies, when you have the bully and the 2 cronies, like Draco Malfoy, and then you have Captain Doyle. They're the ones who hold them still, so the main bully can, like, hit them.
Yeah.
That's what Grizzly and Life, that's their job this game. They hold Fiesta still, so Zeka can just wail on him. That is what is transgressed in this game.
And it's actually kind of cool that Life has also been hitting the gym a little bit more, because he is actually kind of looking like, if you were to imagine the 3 of those players, it works. It actually
totally
works. It really works. And then you've got Viper that walks over after. He's like, what are you doing, guys? What are you doing?
This isn't okay.
This isn't okay. You need to make sure you make your demands first. As Dindin is going to tick down, and the Explosive Charge doing a fair bit. That's 2 items. He has 2 items.
Yep.
That is 1 more item than what I expected him to have right now.
Look at Dindin's items. He has a Abyssal Mask, Thick Treads, Not helping.
And now Peter is going to come on over and try and help out as Grizzly hits another minion with a... I mean, the Dredge Lines, it's a difficult ability, okay?
Hey, he's getting better. He's learning with every single one that he uses.
He's looking like he's going to win this game. However, he's going to have to flash and hook a wall to try and get out of there as the depth chart's going to turn it around. Still, that is the one target you're not allowed to use that ability on. Oh my goodness, Life! That's an incredible stun. The needlework is amazing! Life will fall down, but the explosive charge was there. That grabs the kill. And Dundun is now chasing after them. Kingen is just casually under an inner turret pre-20 minutes. That is the state of this game as the resets start to fly forward. Zeker is playing Mario while everybody else is playing League of Legends.
Oh, but he just got
That'll be an ace.
He got Viper though, so at least there's something, right? He's only, about 8k goal behind. They've only lost Inhibitor Tower 18 minutes.
Yeah, they've only lost Inhibitor Tower 18 minutes. That's true. That's what I made that pathetic little noise about.
It's only a Gwen, Tristana, and
it's not like they scale, right?
They don't have a Rectin with scales.
There's no lizards on this team at all.
Oh my lord. Yeah, I mean, the ult comes in, and this is a problem sometimes when there's so much engage against Xayah, is you ult one thing, and then you no longer have an ult, and you get mangled by both a Tristana and a Gwen. And look how strong this Gwen is already.
Yeah.
This is far too early for Gwen to be this relevant and just one-shotting everyone. Yeah, it's a rough one.
There's not a whole lot more to say because, Zeker just last hitting people.
Well,
and they do manage to get the kill on the Viper, so there's that.
Yeah, that's something. That's a lot of fed people.
I was about to say, oh wow, they took the Baron. But they didn't, because that hasn't spawned yet.
The Baron he didn't want to show up. He's like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, no, I'd understand. As Grizzly is going to be caught, or is he? Yes, that's 4 people. They look for Zeker, but Emperor's Device used very, very late here. Zeker is going to be able to rocket jump as Life finds the angle. Oh my god, these wallets are so heavy because they're full of all of the heist gold that they've stolen away. That is going to be the Tristana picking up the kill. Dundun not there, but I wouldn't wish being there upon my worst enemy, because that looked brutal.
And you know what? I think at some point this stopped being a fight between Honolife Esports and Nongshim, and this became a fight between members of Honolife Esports on who would get the POG. Right?
All right, who's the front runner then? Is it Zeker or is it Live?
Kingen was looking pretty good, but Zeker has really started to take charge.
I think perhaps it's not Grizzly this time.
He's been struggling, even in that last fight.
I mean, I'd want to give it to him.
Yeah, but in that last fight, he queued the wall again. Which, sometimes people do that to gap close. That didn't feel like that.
Maybe if we had the information that this was actually first-time Nautilus, then we could consider it.
Yeah.
Because for first time.
He's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Second time, not so hot.
Yeah. Still, I mean, it's absolutely fine. He's been clearing the jungle. He's built the right item. Like, look at this.
Hey, the thought process,
there we go.
the understanding of the jungle, that's all there. The cues,
so it's like he's played the jungle role before, but as a different champion. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, pretty much. Wow, because production wanted to really solidify the POG vote. They wanted to be like, guys, look, I hear this conversation, that's great and all, but look at this graph.
Yeah, we see it. We 100% see it. I have a feeling that he may have a chance of getting a POG for playing Mario this game.
Possibly, potentially.
Oh, unless Sylvie is getting him. No, it's going to be the smite.
I love the commitment from Peter to try and ult to steal it. That was... I don't think they win even if they get it, but that's probably what you need.
Oh?
That's a sort of miracle.
Bounties? Never. Because I think Dundun may be required to attempt to stop Homolife Esports from destroying their base.
Hey, have you seen the item difference in mid lane?
I'm trying not to look. Because I did see it before, and Zeker had 2 items, and then there was 1, and now he has 3 items, and now there's 1 and a bit. Sylvie taking a lot of damage. Peter's door is somewhat working, as Grizzly's going to tank up the entirety of Nongshim. Dundun trying to do the same thing to Homolife Esports, and that is difficult. He's trying to go all out, but it's not going to work. That is the Tristana getting another one. Maybe a little bit far forward as Kingen, but he's going to be able to dash his way out as there's the killer instinct. Fiesta tries to find it, wipes the floor with Viper. That looked pretty fancy there as the Featherstorm does come out. Zeker is now right-clicking people. And he just...
Oh, we gotta reset, Go, go,
yeah,
go, 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 go.
is he gonna find Jiwoo? The answer is absolutely yes.
He's just gone.
The
He's gone
heck?
already.
That is just absurd. Blade Caller not actually available, but once again it comes in. The Quadra kill, the denial of the Penta, the Nexus turrets have gone boom, and Humble Life Esports, they will take down the Nexus here. 22 minutes. An absolute certified shellacking here from Humble Life.
Yeah, I think sometimes you come out of the draft and you're like, wow, this team has like all the really good picks and their comp looks great. But you're like, but draft isn't everything. Gameplay matters. Well, they had that too.
Yeah.
And Humble Life Esports demonstrating some of the level of form they've had in recent weeks. I would say rather good, I think is a fair statement. And I think that picture's fantastic. The little Alpha Bill who's just very heated.
I think I'm realizing that my favorite version of Orcs is the one that's trying to understate as many things as possible sarcastically. I think that's my favorite thing. Because Humble Life, yeah, they just completely trounced Nongshim in this game, from the draft to the gameplay to everything else. And it did not look close in any role, even though Grizzly didn't necessarily look super comfortable on the Nautilus.
I think that makes it worse.
It does. I imagine it probably makes the loss feel worse because you can... Oh my goodness. Look at the dwarfing of Viper's damage because Zeka exists, skewing everything completely. This is not a very long game. There was not a lot of time for the careful macro setups of these Drakes that there were only 3 of in this series, in this game.
That's a lot of damage per minute.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage per minute. Like, Zeka's like 1.3? We'll have a look when he gets POG.
You will know the numbers then.
Yeah, we'll figure out those numbers. In the meantime, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break down the destruction of Nongshim, and then we'll have game number 2.
나 녹어. 여기까지. 아지르. 아다 빼게. 그냥 빠져봐 한번. 같은 실드. 아지르 자연 노플. 아지르 노플이다. 아지르 자연 노플. 이거 맞디레 해줘. 만약에 오면. 보자. 맞디레도 돼. 아지르 자연 노플. 야, 이 없다. 봐 노공이야, 봐 노공. 일 없어 쟤네. 요번에 얘 딸피거든. 잡았다. 아지르 노공. 넘겨줘. 아지르 노플 노공이야. 노플 얘 노플 노공. 펜타? 네, 너 알아서 해. 펜타. 까비. 콩 셌다. 아깝다. 다음 괜찮아. 나이스. 소리요. 할 게 없다. 편안하네. 이렇게 못했지? 야, 아쉬운데, 펜타? 잠깐만. 소리.
Or rather, Doran can teleport back in. Chovy's still trying to contest this. There's that TP. Trying to do some big damage. Oh, he's going to take out the Ivern, and that is massive. That's going to be the go button here, but Chovy going to hop away to get the root, and once again, but look at the health bars of Genji. They're just getting wiped up in their own brush. A triple kill for BDD. Quadra, actually.
That's for KT. It looks
looks like going to try.
Yeah, Cuz going to twist it, advance over, and there is Canyon making his way in. Cuz taking a lot of damage. It's a great pulverize, but it's still the Maokai that's going to fall down. Key makes his way in though. Emperor's Divide comes down, and it's fantastic for KT. Canna trying to do the barbecuing, and BDD does go down, but it is still a huge win for KT. Aiming still massively full health, and that is going to be a Baron for KT. This is what we were talking about.
This is pretty nice for them. So now Kwangdong, I mean, you're really not in a great spot to fight this one, but they feel indexed into it. So here we go. Bulldog taking more damage from Poppy than he's doing. As the Magnet Storm coming on in, big knock up, and there you go. Everybody's just in the meat grinder as the Azir just knocks everybody up. Nobody can move around, and the Kai'Sa.
Success. We are making their way over. Closer does not have his teleport available.
I mean, it is Soul Point. As Kyle going to be spotted on a control ward. He's going to find a Magnet Storm angle. That was actually amazing as the Feather Storm comes in. Viper gets the turnaround. Those Closer is taken out. And it's the G-Riz moment once again.
But it is just the one Infernal Drake, and again, and again, this is going to happen. This time, Lifu gets a massive 3-man flank, and it is just over right from there as Viper, they don't even need him. He's just going to come in for cleanup, as that's going to be the end of that. It's a triple kill for Viper.
And it's going to have to flip it.
Yep. Croco can get over here as they look for it. Paranoia comes down. Kyle. Great Magnet Storm as Teddy gets into the back line. Once again, Pollock survives for a fair while, but it is not quite enough. As now Rascal has sunk his teeth into Teddy once again. As Clear makes his way through DRX, a little bit more of a local one. As Rascal's going to move on down. They line up. For the Nature's Grasp, into the back line he goes, and oh my god, Closer finds it! The angle's fantastic, takes down the Azir as well, as Teddy also getting into that back line. Now Rascal.
And welcome back to the space. We're here after that very swift victory, or beatdown, you could say, from Homolife Esports over Nongshim. I'm Valdez. With me is still Huni and Chronicler. Any initial thoughts on that first game?
Oh boy!
All right, thank you, Chronicler. Huni, what about you?
Huni.
I mean, it's absolutely.
See what you did there.
It's absolutely.
See what you did.
It's absolutely just one-sided dominated. I mean, like it's just. I mean, it's as you said it. It was on the paper as we expected, and that's how it went basically. But I mean, it's still like I thought Nongshim could do a little bit better in all the game, but I actually think HLE is just getting better throughout the seasons, and they're actually kind of doing good job of cleaning the game, like Ollie, like making proactive play like Ollie game. Those kind of things for sure has gotten better.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the draft real quick here. Any initial thoughts on this one? Obviously, as we did see, or rather hear Ox say, sometimes the draft doesn't matter. And this game was one of the case. But what do you think about this draft?
Yeah,
anyway?
so you get on Hanwha's side, Kai'Sa, Rel and Nautilus, which are flexible depending on matchup. Tristana, which is should be the highest priority mid laner at the moment. Obviously, LeBlanc for some reason was banned, which we didn't really understand. The Yone Bando, that was good. And then you also get the Gwen counterpick into Cassante, and things just... I don't think you're allowed to get that many good matchups and champions from Hanwha. And like the Nongshim comp, if you take away their opponents, I'm like, that's a good comp. You know, yeah, that's playable depending on what you play. If you play into dive and you have that, you're like, okay, but no, they don't. And I want to echo what Huni was saying, which is that the cool thing for me with Hanwha is that they've gone from just winning always against weaker teams, because they've been doing that basically all year. Like, they didn't stomp them, they just win. But this is stomping. This is like, and they are much better individually than Nongshim, so they should. But if you asked me like a few weeks, months ago, I wouldn't have expected them to be this good.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They are just even getting better. Let's take a look at the first highlight here, which is the first couple of kills that we did have. A lot of this early game defined by a couple of these early kills.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we highlight.
Oh, he walked. Walked out.
I mean, this is the thing. Like, this is why we actually just highlighted the individual, the level of the playing from HLE as everyone's one-on-one player. It's just too good. Like, King is just winning 1v2. I don't know why Dindin is not actually just helping him to clean up.
Yeah, so he got the level up, then he got the full double-channeled ultimate, and then he also got Conquer and the full snips. So very tragic. And I don't think if they killed Kingen, the game would be any different. But it would have felt a little bit less bad because that was a really good... That set the tone for what was to come.
Yeah, and what was to come was even more devastating. Let's take a look at the second highlight, which was the stomp. We had 17 minutes in. After this, it was a 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, devastation, destruction, to the great dismay of any Nongshim enjoyer out there, to which I count myself. They just got obliterated. Like, when you can get dove, or, I mean, the turret went down, but it kind of started out as a half dive, like, what are you guys going to do?
Yeah, I mean, basically, you're getting dive, both tier 1, 2, both tier 2, and straight up. And that's ace.
Hard.
And it's, like, not even close. And Tristana getting jump and jump and jump and jump and jump and jump.
G-Riz with the question mark. Like, not Nongshim, man. They're so awesome.
He's talking about his Nautilus game.
Yeah, it's
not the best Nautilus game we've ever seen, and I feel comfortable talking about it because G-Riz has been so awesome.
Incredible.
In his last bunch of matches. So, well, a question mark on that one, but
not in the same level yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
It's just one game.
I mean, I thought it was cool that was Zeka was, just playing Mario, but in League of Legends. I haven't seen that before. That was cool.
That was fun. Guys, we do have the PUG ready to go. Let's see who did pick it up here for game number 1 on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. It will be Zeka with a pretty much perfect Tristana game. Why was he given Tristana on third pick? Not 100% sure, but either way, he did pilot it to great success.
Yeah, I mean, he played just basically already, the game's over. As soon as he just solo killed, just first kill the Azir, like, it's just not even close. I mean, honestly, I think Nongshim, they're gonna take away this Tristana. Like, when they pick Maokai, do not pick Azir with the Maokai, just pick Tristana Maokai. You might as well.
Yeah, and this is actually really reminiscent of the issue that we saw for T1, where it feels like if you are confident that you can handle the enemy mid laner, you should go Tristana. But a lot of our weaker players, I think, gravitate towards Azir because they're really comfortable in champion and they've played it so much more. But if you are the better player in a Tristana versus Azir matchup, it is not close. It is very, very, very bad. You will get absolutely obliterated, and more importantly, your turret will go with it. And like, there's matchups that you can lose and then be fine. As I like the King and shout out. Look at that. He had the one play at the beginning.
I mean, that boy, he knew that no matter what, he's gonna Tristana get it, so he's gonna, yeah, whatever. Let's shout out to King.
What are your thoughts?
Tristana.
No shout out to Kingen.
He was pretty good, but still, I gotta do my job.
Tristana.
Okay. So Nongshim, they're gonna hop over to the blue side here, and we also do have a very important sub. So the last time Quad came in, he actually performed really well, and that was after he started here in summer, and we were like, not too convinced. But after a little bit of a hiatus, he has come back. Hiatus meaning, you know, some time on the bench, some practice time. Thoughts on Quad coming in?
Hey, the bench has actually been one of the biggest upgrades for so many players. Like Croco, Karis all look way better. And Quad, you know, I think after that game, it's good. It's good to give Fiesta a break.
It's good to try, you know. Fiesta is probably Azir's Fiesta's better, but the other, my Quad better. So we'll see different champion from mid here.
Yeah, I think as you guys were saying in the draft, like, take the Tristana. Seemed like he was very comfortable on the Azir, so at least this time you get a chance to maybe throw Quad onto something interesting here on the blue side. But guys, we are done on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, astronauts. Absolutely fantastic breakdown of game number 1. And yeah, there was it was just a shellacking, just a good old clap.
I don't think we need to dwell on it.
No, let's not. Let's move forward to the land of Quad. Fiesta has been buster-shotted to the bench, and Quad is now in. And we'll see whether he's going to be able to stand up to Zeka a little bit better. They do synergize in amount of letters in name, so
that is true.
Something to think of.
I will say, I think Fiesta did struggle in lane, was overextended on that second death, but part of it was also the fact that we saw the two cronies, Grizzly and Life, holding him back and letting Zeka wail on him. And I think it doesn't really matter who you put mid if you're gonna let that happen. So changing the Quad, completely fine, but you also need to make sure that the enemy support and jungle don't just gank him 6 times in a row.
That might be the first thing. The other thing is going to be side selection, and so blue side will be selected here for Nongshim, so they will be able to at least switch up where these picks are going to be coming through. You don't need to ban away. Like, they definitely won't have to ban blah blah.
And they shouldn't have to ban Kai'Sa because they can just face pick it. So Honor Life should ban Kai'Sa. Or
there we go.
Maybe Honor Life don't ban Kai'Sa and then Nongshim first pick LeBlanc, and then I pull my hair out when Honor Life pick Kai'Sa. But
don't do that. You just got a really nice haircut.
Oh, thank you. Well, maybe I didn't get a haircut, but I pulled my hair out.
Ah.
So first picking LeBlanc.
Well, you can't pull your hair out anymore because it's already been pulled out.
True.
So there we go. You're safe. LeBlanc bans might still be happening though, so we do need to be a little bit aware of that.
Yeah, we saw the Renekton from Nongshim also banned. They're banning the LeBlanc again on blue.
Huh.
Which is interesting, to say the least. And
we have seen that in China on this patch, it was still very strong and things like that.
The thing is, the way I view it is I think it can perform well. Like, we're ragging on the pick quite hard. It can perform well. You know, it could do previously, before Shiv was changed.
Yep.
But the bar for execution is very high, and it's just been struggling. And there's a lot more reliable picks like Tristana or Azir that are really good. And Nongshim are going to open with the Renekton, so Honor Life Esports could just take, like, Kai'Sa
Sejuani.
Would be pretty strong.
And then R3 Jax.
Yeah.
And then you're just sitting pretty. We asked the question quite a few times, the one of what do they mean by this? And yeah, I mean the G-Riz on the Rel. I think
or not on the Rel. That is the question.
Well, this is the thing. So the Rel is now going to be flexed. The Kai'Sa Rel, very strong.
Stop picking Xayah into Kai'Sa.
Is it now Renekton, Xayah, Rakan into Kai'Sa, Rel, Tristana again?
I don't even think that... Well, the thing is, I don't think the matchup with the Rakan is that good into the Rel. And Rakan got banned last time, so I don't know if they prioritize that. Honestly, if you're going to pick Renekton, just pick Sedge here and just go Renekton Sedge and try and stomp through top, but they won't do that. They'll go Azir. Now, Honor Life Esports, that would be spicy.
I mean, it feels a little bit like a feeling yourself thing. And like, Zeka is probably annoyed that Tristana is still available.
How have they got the same picks on red side? How is this happening? they switched sides and they've got Kai'Sa, Rel, Trist again.
No, but like the benefit is Dundun is now on Renekton instead of Cassante. And that completely changes how it doesn't. No, I agree. I'm quite baffled. I'm just trying to
what was the point of changing sides?
because now they get now they
don't have counter.
Now they don't have counter picks. Yeah. They have counter ban. They get to react to the enemy's bans better.
Oh, imagine if it was like, because you talked about how Jack Sejuani are open.
Yeah.
Imagine Jack Sejuani on top. The Nautilus is still open as well. They're going to ban the Nautilus, Nongshim. You really want to, because they could just pick Nautilus on 4, and then you really have no idea. You can't even, if they go Nautilus on 4, then who are you? You can't even counter pick the 4th pick. Like if you pick Braum, they can just put Relegate. You have no options.
Yeah, I mean, they pick Nautilus on 4. You could have like Tristana top. You could have Nautilus mid. You could have Kai'Sa AD. You know, like they could all go so many different places.
Limitless opportunities.
It is actually ridiculous just how flexible everything is.
Oh, and they banned the outer course.
Well, yeah, they couldn't see the forest from the trees last time around, and now they banned both of the trees. Yeah, so now they can see.
2 trees isn't really a forest.
And now that they've like parted the branches, they can see.
They've been a terrible
mistake. No, yeah.
Of course, they can just go say, you know, I'm talking about the Nautilus. The Sejuani's also there, and there'll be a Jax on 5 probably. I don't know what you can do at this point.
Yeah, and it could also be a Gwen on 5 if you really want to. Again, like, of course, the matchup into Renekton is not feeling super great. And so now, I mean, the Rakan is banned, so Peter can't go towards that pick. I think a Nautilus would be fantastic here for Nongshim.
Definitely probably one.
Bel'Veth. Yeah, I think Bel'Veth is the end. Oh, Skarner is going to be it. So.
Okay.
Yep.
That is a pick that you can, it has a high win rate.
It does.
I think you can, one thing is you can actually take the Alistar now because you know it's going to be rel support. So that's something at least.
Well, you don't, because it can be Sejuani top.
Man, they can't even win on that. Come on, give them a bone. Give them something.
It could be Sejuani support. Tristana Sejuani.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa mid.
It could be anything. We really just don't know at this point.
And then they just pick Zeka's Silas and say like, oh, I think our draft is fine. Ah, Olaf.
That would be an interesting... Would that be jungle into the Skarner? That would be pretty... He was the old school.
No, I think that's top lane into Renekton.
Both work. Both are valid and viable. Jax is available if they want to go that direction, which I think like would make more sense. They're going to go for Ornn.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's not the Jax. Still, I'm not optimistic for Nongshim. I just... See, the thing is, I feel like the 4-5 of the Gwen Nautilus was very good for Hon Life Esports last draft. Don't get me wrong. But that wasn't the thing I had like the immediate visceral reaction to when I saw it. The main thing was the Tristana, Rel, Kai'Sa on the first 3. And it happened again, so...
Yeah, that's the big issue. And Grizzly is now on a real jungler as well. Sylvie does have this Skarner that we have seen, especially from players like Umpty, find a fair bit of success
that's
when paired with the Azir.
Because against Skarner, you have to pay the QSS tax. But Ornn is an accountant and does your taxes for you.
He cooks the books.
Exactly.
In his forge.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He balances
have all the answers.
He balances the budget. It's genius.
Well, I don't know, but no one pays the QSS tax anymore. Like, it just doesn't happen. You just see that Skarner, they get away with it. And also, they spend a lot of time walking towards you, and there's this cool ability that Tristana has.
Oh, yeah, called
on an R button. Yeah.
Oh, that's also good against Renekton. Oh, it'd be a shame if you had Renekton and Skarner. Oh, wait.
If, is there a way that you can buffer Buster Shot to the point where Impale goes off and then you can Buster Shot yourself and the Skarner away?
I think the problem is he has to be so close to you. You kind of need the travel time. But what you can definitely do is let him, like, impale Viper and then you knock him away to kill Viper.
Hey, there you go. Could be some infighting here. Let's jump into the rift and see whether it happens. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2. Nongshim needing to fight back. So we have to remember, this is between 6th or 10th. Nongshim very much in control of where they're going to land in the standings. Because their game score is suffering, if they go to 11 losses, they will well and truly be last place.
I think the best way to approach this game is to just kind of try and forget about last game, which I think Nongshim have, and focus on what they can do in this game.
Oh, and what they can do is they can have Dundun actually step up the emote game. And he's already done that.
Good start. They also have more agency in the support role with Peter on Alistair, so he can hopefully match some of the proactive plays that Life was making. And Sylvie on this Skarner, his goal should just be hit level 6.
And also, like, you saw them banning away the 2 trees. We were mentioning they couldn't see through the trees. Now they have a jungler with 2 chainsaws as arms.
Oh, they are really anti-tree.
They are really anti-tree.
Surprised we didn't have Lumberjack Scion, if I'm going to be honest.
Oh, would have been fantastic.
That would have fit the theme.
Yeah. Hillbilly Gragas could have been in there, although I guess he probably just sits on the front porch, doesn't he? Doesn't do too much.
That's an important role.
That's true. I guess you probably need that in the tree felling business. I don't know too much about it. As Jiwoo and Peter trying to throw their feathers around. You can see Viper actually losing out on that trade so far in this early game. But they're just trying to get level 2 first, and they should be able to get there.
Yeah, I think Life might be trying to go for like the Q into W crashdown combo. And Nongshim's playing very cautiously. Don't want to step up, take some heavy poke for no reason, and get chunked out the lane. But this is part of the problem. Alistair, often picked in a rel, can interact quite well with it. I don't think it's like a hard counter, but a lot of the time you can like knock the AD carry away and then Q rel or interrupt to dash. But Alistair still very much suffers from a weak level 1. And as a byproduct of that, it's level 2. You're normally trapped in a tower with a big wave, like we're seeing right now.
Yep, not a whole lot of answers. So now has Headbutt and Pulverize, the 2 abilities that really make Alistair a champion, as Grizzly has now just walked over to find Sylvie. And this is so cheeky.
And the red's just going to be, and also, you know, the rel jungle buffs increase the damage to monsters, so she can just help kill the red, and then they're going to leave. And Sylvie's going to be so confused. He's like, I swear there was a red buff there a second ago.
Or they stand here and they just kill him.
He's like, where's my red gone?
Oh, okay. He clued into it.
Yeah.
So he knows that it's not there.
He realized that jungle camps don't just run away randomly. That's not a thing.
So gets in range to see that it's not there, and
how interesting
immediately
would that be, though,
leaves.
if your jungle camps just roamed around your jungle and you have to track them down?
That would actually add, I think, a next level to the gameplay. I think that there's not enough sleuth mechanics in League of Legends.
Not enough puzzle solving.
Exactly. Especially not if you ban Evelyn every game. Although I guess then there's Shaco. Okay, we've got a little bit of a battle here as Kingen winning out. Does find the knock-up onto Sylvie, who's left the bottom lane and discovered that the top lane is not much better.
You know, in terms of like combos in League of Legends, there's like duos you think of in terms of power, right? Like Redect and Sejuani.
Yep.
I've never thought of Ornn Sejuani as a strong duo, but I've been surprised before, and it looks like Hunter Life Esports want to demonstrate that.
It's working pretty well here. He is a Freljordian blacksmith, isn't he?
You know what?
I think his forge is in Freljord. I think so.
May well be.
His icon is a little bit red for it to seem on theme.
Doesn't thematically sync with typical Freljordian champs.
I don't.
Who am I to judge?
Unfortunately, I don't have access to the collective right now. Because, okay, we've got flash headbutt pull from Peter. That is just the cow picking up the first blood, and look at that! Uses his own emote. It's been a while since we've seen that, Orcs.
You know what? This is the redemption arc, where towards the end of the film, you see the main character's being beaten up by the bullies. His friends back him up, right? Peter right now is Ron Weasley, standing up to Draco Malfoy.
No, he's Neville Longbottom.
Oh, even better.
Standing up to Voldemort.
Oh, even better, yeah.
He just does not care.
And he's there to help out. And Quad, now still behind in terms of lane, but a little bit of a reprieve, knowing he's got a friend to back him up.
There we go. And that is sometimes power of friendship in the team that we define as the power of friendship team is going to do wonders. Let's see whether it is going to work out. 500 gold the lead off the back of that one here for Nongshim. Hasn't alleviated too many of their problems. Of course, their composition scales really nicely, but we've still yet to see them actually take down Hummer Life in one of these multi-man skirmishes. That gank, absolutely fantastic. And Peter not actually getting punished. You can see that like Jiwoo isn't behind here on this bottom side outside of a wave. But I think you're okay with that.
Yeah. Oh, 100% with. And Zeka just didn't react in time to flash the Alistair combo, but to be honest, may have just been dead regardless, even if he did flash it. So retains that cooldown. And this is one of the things with the Tristana matchup, is you kind of have to jump in. You can't just play it by sitting back and ultra in the wave. Or the Azir can actually out-trade you. You have to be playing it super aggressive, and so it is vulnerable to ganks, which is surprising considering how safe Tristana can be. But yeah, if you want to win the lane, you got to do the jump in.
Yep. Humble Life Esports is going to be able to collect the first dragon here. It will be at the cost of Grizzly's topside jungle, so he'll be immediately getting over there. You can see Dindin as well, just farming between the turrets.
And this is going much better.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. That's not saying much, but it is saying something.
And, I mean, there's the fact that they first picked Renekton, and now Renekton has a gigantic CS lead. We have seen that certain Ornns can win this matchup in the early game. I think it does take a certain Renekton on the other side of it, and certain things to go right, and also playing towards it a little bit more. Kingen not actually winning out, but it also just doesn't matter, because you're eventually just going to make, what, like 5,000 gold worth of stats for your team anyway.
Yeah.
So
and you also have two incredibly strong scaling AD carries in your team who will benefit from that. And
life. Sometimes life comes at you fast. And sometimes life goes into the wall.
And that was definitely the second one. You know, like just showing off some cool mechanics with Ral.
Yep.
You can stun people, then dismount right next to them.
To just, you know, show that you've got cool pants.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he does. So nice work there from Life. Of course, not really going to get punished for it or anything like that. Bone plating now on cooldown. And Viper still retaining a gold lead. And this is the thing, like Viper still just, okay, a little bit of a stunt. Still just taxis his way towards getting those two items, then builds the Rage Blade, spams W forever.
I feel like Rel's Q looks so like visceral. For how little it did. Like, it's like this big lunge, like,
yeah, no, it looks back, like epic. Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, stun for like a second, he just walks it off.
Yeah. It does really look impactful, though.
Yeah.
Which is why it's very funny when it's followed by a opposite direction crash down. As Quad been standing up to Zeka as best he can, and even though they did manage to grab the kill gold did go over to Peter, which is somewhat not what you want.
Yep. It did get him boots, though, you know, so if he wants to keep roaming around...
Oh, now it's got even better boots?
Oh, he's got the blue boots.
Yeah, he's got the Mercury ones. They're very close to the sun.
Which I feel like the Mercury treads wouldn't be good for your health.
No, I mean, it depends, like, what kind of Mercury is it, you know? As Zeka is just going to get pushed underneath the turret. He isn't going to die, but that was not really where he wanted to go. As Jiwoo was also just telling Humble Life Esports to leave him alone.
They did,
and they will acquiesce, yeah.
They forced his ult out, so that's something, you know, Jiwoo, but able to survive. And I think it wasn't quite at this point, but a little bit late in the game, in game one, Longshim were just doomed. All their lanes are losing. It looked really disastrous. Things are going a lot better this time. So
I think at this stage of the game, in the last game, it was like a 5,000 gold lead. Life is going to do that very, very aggressive lunge, and Peter is going to look at him and say, look at my cowbell.
Yep, he's going to... I don't even know how that works. Like, he puts 5 cowbells together and
then you stun someone.
Yep.
I mean, if I saw that many cowbells, I would probably be a bit taken aback.
You'd have to pause for a moment.
Yeah, I would have to pause for a moment, and that's basically what you do.
Yeah. That
is
an apt description.
Yeah, I think it does kind of work.
Yeah, I think first Dragon good on Humble Life Esports, considering their comp scales so well. It is a Infernal, which means it's not Infernal Soul. The next one's a Mountain, not Mountain Soul. There's a chance it could be like a weaker Soul, but also just the stats from the Dragons is so solid. And when your composition is going to rely on ornaments later on and you have fantastic scaling carries and a great front line, you're happy to play a slower paced game on this one compared to the first. Oh, no.
Okay, that's a bit of a face check there. Permafrost does come through here as Quad's going to flash. Zeka is going to regret putting that rocket jump on cooldown. But
yeah, no Emperor's Divide on Quad. And the problem is you can't, like, E through someone. And he can't knock Grizzly away. So it was a really opportune gank timing from Grizzly there. Now, Quad has to be even more defensive than he's already been playing.
And not having the flash, actually pretty dangerous. Will have Emperor's Divide very soon. It's only a few seconds away. As Duo and Viper just facing off. And I think that in an even game state like this, Nongshim do, to their credit, have a little bit of a gold lead. But in an even game state, there's always the on. And it feels like, you know, playing against Twisted Fate, you know, when there's just like someone on the enemy team that's just printing money. And it just feels sad to go even. You know, you feel the pressure to find more. As Harm Alive, they're the ones that have found Peter here. That's a lot of cowbells, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. He does have an unbreakable will, but does he have the ability to get out of the way of the explosive charge? The answer is no, but he's going to be all right. Not charged up or anything like that.
You have to be a bit careful there, because the Alistar ult, the damage reduction scales with level, and the first rank of it, you know, it's significant, but it also, you still will die if you have 3 people on you. And Harm Life Esports doing a really good job. Once again, I feel like Grizzly and Life have been pairing together so well, which makes it just so surprising that they haven't been a jungle support duo for that long.
I know. It's just very impressive. And of course, when there's a lot of good vibes in the team, it does just help bring people together, right? And you can see that that is certainly working out. And I think they're very happy to support their, you know, back-to-back double POG new jungler coming up from Academy and then Challenger. Has only been in Challenger this season.
Infernal Mountain into Hextech Soul is probably about as good.
All right, Grizzly going to find it here as Winter's Wrath is going to go slightly wide. There's the flash from Zeka, though, cancels one auto, but there is the reset, and he's going to be able to pop himself back out again. Grizzly going to tank up the turret for his mid laner. Very nicely done.
Yeah, beautifully played, and tanking up the tower for the perfect amount of time.
I got a question for you.
Yeah?
I know you want to break down that play, but what does Grizzly have to do? And is it this? What does he have to do to get Rookie of the Year? Because Pays exists. What does he have to do if he wants to get it himself?
That is a large ask. I think if you remove Pays from the equation,
oh, I know. That's very easy. Like, you know, it's like an actual conversation, but he'd have to do something pretty extraordinary.
I feel like Harm Life Esports would have to go to finals, and he'd have to get like POG for the finals, because that's what Pays did in spring.
Oh yeah, true.
It would have to be that sort of level of impact. Just pretty tall order.
It is a tough one. How many... I mean, he's lost a series, right? Because he lost his first one.
Yep. He lost
it was against Pays.
Wasn't it D+ and Gen G?
Oh yes, they did. They did. But since then, it's all been coming up G-Riz.
Yeah, it has.
And he has been playing very, very well. And it's sad for any rookie debuting this season or this year because of Pays' existence.
Yep. He has been quite the consistent player for Gen G. But, you know, things could always change. I think, obviously, a good 90%, well, probably about 75% of the LCK this year has already been played, and Pays has been great for it. But that last little bit, that can really redefine everything.
That can, like, recency bias is a real thing. But, I mean, T1 are almost a shoo-in to playoffs, even though in round 2 they haven't been going very, very well. I think the same has to be said for, you know, Pays' ability to get Rookie of the Year.
That's valid.
Because it feels like he's pretty far ahead. As Dindin has found Grizzly here, who does steal away, I believe he stole away the blue buff, unless Sylvie made it. No, if Sylvie managed to get there.
Yeah, Sylvie grabbed it, yeah.
And secures it for himself, as Dindin was just on a bit of a merry jaunt around the topside river, and he will have to flash the wall to get out of the way of this.
Yep, and they're now just playing the Protect Zeka and Let Him Hit Towers game, which is a pretty on-fun game for Nongshim.
Yeah, it is. And this is one that Kingen and Zeka have been pretty used to as well. It's one of what was one of Deft's favorite games to play. It was how DRX managed to win the few games that they were able to win in the regular seasons. As Glacial Prison does go wide, Grizzly proving that he is a professional jungler here in the LCK by missing one.
Yep, has to be done.
Yep.
And now does relieve a little bit of pressure, I'd say, because Harm Life Esports clearly want to set up for this Herald. But with the ult from the Sejuani down, it's not mega significant, but it does trim down their power in this fight. So Nongshim, they think it's enough, and they're just going to start this up. Everyone is here apart from the top laners, but they do both have TP.
Yeah, Viper as well can easily just Killer Instinct his way in as Grizzly gets to the back of the pit. Not able to steal this one away, and Grizzly does have to flash as the Arctic Assault was on cooldown. Zeka, in the meantime, is going to claim first turret blood. As Kingen, I don't think he's too worried about the Crocodile here. Does get a little bit of a knock-up as the Brittle proc, I believe, is available as okay. There's an Impale. Flash comes out, Killer Instinct, but he's still going to be stunned up and destroyed. Peter gets his second.
He's getting some kills on the board, but ultimately a really nice ult from Sylvie, and the Skarner proving to maybe be the pick that Nongshim needed to find some proactivity. They'll slam the second Herald down, get mid-tower. All positive things. I was going to say, the fact that Nongshim got the Herald, but Life Esports got the first tower, kind of made it seem a little bit less worth it. But when you transition this well, it's super positive. And now Nongshim will take the Scuttle, set up a Dragon. Yeah, I think Viper just has to Ghost here at minimum, but he saves it for so long. He's already caught by the time he uses the Summoners and he just ends up dying.
Yeah. And is then going to die with all of them on cooldown, which is very unfortunate. So, not exactly the greatest of situations, but they do have 2 dragons, and the next one is Hextech. It's just a collection of pretty good dragons this time around. Would, of course, love a Cloud, but can't have Earth, Wind, and Fire every single day, although it does feel like it does come up relatively often.
Oh, if they find Sylvie here.
Or does Sylvie find them? He doesn't have Impale, so I don't think he wants to find anyone right now.
That's the thing. Life Esports could start this Dragon immediately and hopefully get it done before Impale's back up, but the window is small and Viper has nothing. So I'm not sure they'll go for the risk. Ultimately, it looks like they might be giving over a lot of space. They were fishing for a pick before.
They do get control of the Crystal Spire as well, so Sylvie able to book it in this river. And the G-Riz and Life looking for their opportunity here. We do have Glacial Prison back up and available as Life looks for that flank angle. Declares to all of Nongshim that that's what he's going for. And you can see Zeka making his way in as well. Kingen wants to find the Ornhorn angle. And here it is. The Call of Forge got the Magnet Storm. Just fantastic combo. They eliminate the Azir immediately. The Rel will follow as Life Esports now just reform the Phalanx. 4 versus 4 now. They can wait out this Dominus as well, as they have started off the Dragon. Sylvie, I mean, it could just be a 50-50 for this one. Soul Point on the table. They get the knock-up onto the Scorpion, though, walks in. They steal it with the Jiwoo's feathers. Okay, Sylvie now in a little bit of trouble, but he just runs it off. He should be able to use the speed from the Crystalline Exoskeleton to get himself out of there. Nongshim do clear out some vision, and they'll walk away with the Drake Denial.
Yeah, you can't chase the Desire in that situation, and it came down the wire, but ultimately Nongshim do manage to secure the Dragon, and it is massive for them. I think if Life Esports had 3 in this game...
Yeah, the next Baron question is not even a question.
It'd be so hard, but they managed to navigate it, and ultimately it looks like a fantastic engage here. Sylvie very quick to respond with the ult, so that Life can't do anything to really follow up and just dies. Trade of 1-for-1, and then as much as Life Esports have a really strong front line, they can't really just run at Nongshim when the Dominus is running, when Jiwoo has lethal tempo stack. So instead they're like, you know what, we're confident in the G-Riz, we're going to go for the Dragon. And it ends up backfiring.
And where did the smite go down to?
153, I think I saw. I think I saw 153. It wasn't even the feathers though, the feathers are still there. I think it was just an auto.
I guess, so Jiwoo just helping out with the burst.
And when you ask the question, who is the better smiter, the answer is Jiwoo, apparently.
Yeah, I guess. You just look down and he's got Unsealed Spellbook, and you're like, oh, this is the new tech. He doesn't, because as you were talking about, he has lethal tempo.
He doesn't need it.
No, not at all. So, Grizzly making his way down, and Zeka will be joined by the Sejuani.
You can see in the gold, Nongshim have a lead overall, but like a lot of that is mitigated by Zeka having a significant lead mid. Everyone else is pretty far behind in terms of gold.
Yeah. This is looking far more competitive than game number 1. And that is all we really wanted, to be perfectly honest. Didn't want to see Nongshim just getting back-to-back destroyed like that game number 1. And this is also into a very similar composition. We have to remember we were once again baffled by the fact that Kai'Sa, Rel, Tristana went through. Nongshim were like, we have the answer for it, you just wait and see. We didn't believe. However, I am starting to. You know, it's like what Morpheus said. He is indeed beginning to believe, although maybe it was a little bit too soon, as Dundun taking a fair bit of damage here. Zeka not with the Buster Shot availability. Peter going to come down, ring the cowbell a couple of times.
That's the real thing to me, is it's like, well, only Zeka is fed. But then it's like, yeah, but did you see him in game 1?
Yeah, well, this is the thing is, okay, Grizzly at least didn't throw an ult into thin air.
And it's just kind of a consistent plan with Honor Esports right now, is just let Zeka hit turrets. That is the A, B, and C of the 3-step plan.
Yep. Is there the profit thing at the end, or are we just in question marks after that?
I think Honor Life are currently in question marks, but they do profit a lot with the money they're making for these towers.
And there's like only a 300 gold gap between these two squads, and if you factor in the stats that they get from the Drakes, as well as the stats that are going to start coming in as these ornaments start getting picked up. Quick Blades ornament, what is that called? Really Quick Blades? Navori Super Fast Blades?
I could believe it.
Navori Hyperspeed Blades. Kind of like that. I like Hyperspeed Blades. We're going to go with that.
Yeah, let's stick with that.
With
there's a lot of Radiant Virtues this game. What's the Radiant Virtue upgraded one?
Blinding Virtue.
Oh, that's kind of lame.
Oh. I actually don't know what it's really called.
Oh.
It's probably called something like really, really epic though.
Normally the names are like so completely different from
There are some of them that are really good, like Gale Force is then Typhoon.
That's good,
That's amazing. Divine Sunder is Deicide, which is incredible.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah. What is the Eclipse one? Syzygy, which is also fantastic.
Is that a word?
It's an actual real word, yeah. It's something about the dark side of the moon or something.
Oh. You know what's hilarious is that someone...
Syzygy is a different Eclipse.
Someone at Riot clearly went through so much effort to think of these names.
I know, and then
to barely show up, and hardly anyone actually knows them.
No. And we did go through and like actually have a look at the real names, and then we just didn't like them as much. So we just went back to the ones that we made up. So, you know, it is fun conversation to have when there's no action. Although we might have some of that coming up pretty soon.
But Honor Esports are like, you know what? We tried Dragons. Didn't work. Baron is now the plan. Let's go.
Yep. And Life has a decent flank angle here as well.
Right? He's not stunned.
Okay. Huh. Well, Teleport does come in. And that is apparently what Honor Life Esports wanted.
Apparently Kingen was just stunned for like 15 seconds, which I assume is just a weird spectator bug.
Huh.
But the Skarner also was next to him at some point, so I was like,
huh.
I mean, Skarner does have a stun.
True. And suppression. As Viper says goodbye to the minion wave more effectively than Jiwoo expected.
Yep. Oh.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's begun. It's only 2 items, so it gets worse, but it's begun.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun to play against.
Yep. And
now Nongshim moving towards the Baron. The Dragon is still up though, and I feel like that has to be a big factor. Kingen, now free of his 20-second stun, is clearing wards, and Nongshim might... No, they're clearing the wards out. A fight is definitely brewing.
It is. The fight is with the Baron at this point in time, as Grizzly going to finish things off. Also upgrades Zeka's light speed blades. Sylvie going to look for Grizzly here. I don't know whether he's the opportune target, as there's the Glacial Prison. Does get it onto Jiwoo somehow. Quad goes golden, and the Emperor's... Oh, sorry, that's not actually going to land. The Call of the Forge God, but that Blade Caller just fantastic from Jiwoo. But now Dundun is on the wrong side of the fight. The knockup from Kingen, fantastic, but he still has to flash to get out of the way. And the explosive charge, tick, tick, boom! Oh no, Zeka going to be able to pick up Jiwoo, and that should be the Baron.
Yep, enough was done there, and you start to see the scaling kick in. Double Radiant Virtue from Honor Life Esports. So much bulk on this front line, and they just front to back. As long as they are hitting the tanks of Nongshim with both their 80 carries, that is all they need. And they will lose the Dragon, but I think with that teamfight win and the Baron, they're happy to make that trade.
Yeah, I think there's a cliche about battles and wars that you can use with that one, because the Baron's certainly working out. Let's have a look at this fight one more time.
So beautiful. The ult threads the needle on a Jiwoo, forces his cleanse. As Kingen gets a double knockup, he's to target the Skarner, and he just doesn't care. He even uses his W to buffer the Azir ult. Meanwhile, Zeka and Viper have just been free hitting. There was a moment where the Renekton jumped on a Zeka, but he just managed to W away, use the QSS, and then sends Jiwoo on his merry way.
He did. And was that an underground Call of the Forge God, or did I miss the first bit of it? Because I got a little bit confused in that fight.
I don't speak Korean, but I'm pretty sure she was saying wow, wow, wow several times.
Whoa, she may have actually said that.
Yeah.
Your Korean has certainly improved. As Grizzly will upgrade a second one as Radiant Virtue #2 of the upgraded variety. And now Hanwha, they do have a 3,000 gold lead, but it's more like a 6,000 gold lead.
You know, I feel like a lot of the ornaments could do really well if they were just called like very Radiant Virtue.
Yeah,
you know?
That would work.
Like very Navori Quick Blades.
Yeah, I like it when things are a little bit more nefarious. Okay, there is the headbutt into Impale combo. It's Grizzly gonna go for the fadeaway to try and get himself out. There's the knockback, Kingen! Oh my goodness, his on is just a joy, and it continues to be so as Jiwoo just gonna get booted out of there, and Zeka gonna get back to doing exactly what he wants to do, which is destroying turrets. How did the G-Riz get away with that?
I have no idea. I feel like moments like those, when you make the correct play and it doesn't work, what are you supposed to take away from that? That was a good play from Nongshim, and it just did not pan out. Grizzly is too tanky.
And this is not the kind of lead that they had at this stage in the last game, right? As Kingen dives forward, not going to find too much, but there is no Nexus turret to take care of them. Life is also here, just making sure that he's threatening with that CC every time as the Acathian Rain. Peter just melts! Oh no, Dundun, he's gonna dive forward, looks for Grizzly, and he will go down, but at the sacrifice of absolutely everything. It's a double kill somehow for the Rel, and Zeka is just hopping mad in this fight. The second Nexus of the series will go down, and Hanwha Life Esports will solidify their position. The very top of the standings here. Third place, well and truly theirs.
And I think this is kind of the problem when you're facing this Tristana Kai'Sa, is game 1 was a ruthless stomp where they crushed them from start to finish. Game 2 was slower pace, Nongshim had more hope, but you still just get outscaled so hard. The double 80 carries with the super tanks, with the ornaments, is too much. And they make one mistake in one team fight, and the game is just over. And Hanwha Life Esports on phenomenal form today and in general.
Honestly, yeah, just in general, they have 3 more matches to go of the regular season. And if this continues, oh man, you might be looking and you're like, oh, I need to get 6th place again to the playoffs, and then you're staring down the barrel of this. That's a very scary prospect.
And the thing is, I even think, like, when you play against Gen G or KT, in series score, they're so intimidating.
Yeah.
But we've seen games in series where they look like a little bit fallible, you know, where it looks like there's some hope, and then they win in the end.
Yeah.
But with Hanwha Life Esports, it doesn't even feel like you get that. Didn't feel like Nongshim had that, like, level of hope.
No, and I think that when you've got Zeka playing on form, like, this guy's always playing on form, right? Like, it's Viper, but when Zeka is also doing really, really well, they can add that element of risk to their choices in the game.
I thought you were about to say the element of risk.
Well, the element of risk is absolutely also
that's
I don't know which one that is on the periodic table, but it's somewhere, and it's one of my favorites. But no, they can add that element of risk, and they can also play through more places on the map. They're not as predictable as they otherwise were, which was like Hanwha Life, like Viper Life Esports, right? Like that was the vibe.
And how fun!
It doesn't feel like it anymore.
How fun is this team to watch now?
I know.
I just love watching them play. It's so enjoyable.
It's one of the only teams that you can watch pick on, and you're like, oh, we're in for a good one. Because Kingen always finds an angle to like make a sick play.
That game.
Right?
He was actually like when I was going over the replay of that fight mid, I was just drawn to the Ornn. He was just popping off, and Nongshim had some good moments this game, you know, showing that they understood letting the mid laner get bullied wasn't going to be positive in the long run. Unfortunately, Hanwha Life Esports still found some element of success there, punishing Quad, did the best he could. And some moments like this, like catching Viper out with the ultimate. You could see Nongshim were like, okay, we need to do more if we want to win, but it just felt like the barrier for what they had to do in this game was way too high. And this was the one I was talking about with the double Ornn knockup, was just so fantastic.
Yeah, it was really beautifully done. I think it was like slightly off screen, so I missed the initial Ornn, but man. Hanwha Life Esports, when they get into these team fights and find them in the right spots, like Kingen getting that massive knock up there, and it was enough to lock down the kill onto Jiwoo. Just really beautiful play. And this, like, he shouldn't have really got away with this.
No. he should have been dead. But the flash, the dash, the ult for the extra health from Radiant Virtue. And then Kingen just comes in and decides, I'm going to one-shot your Azir.
Yeah. And he does it very, very calmly and confidently as well. Summer Life Esports pushing forward here. We'll have a listen. The last few moments of this game. Looking pretty business right now.
You know, I love Kingen. We'll just put a pillar down and just leave it. And it looks like he's forgotten it's there. And just as it's about to fade away, we'll just dash to it and get the knockup. He's playing it so patiently.
That's how you get him. Or you just have a really fed Tristana that's eaten every turret on the map.
That works too.
As that's the first time I've seen was that a Magnet Storm double kill from Life? Tristana. He likes Tristana. We're enjoying the Tristana comps on the side of Summer Life Esports. And that's somewhat understandable because this is 2 sub-30-minute wins for Summer Life Esports. And once again, Zeka does ludicrous amounts of damage. This time under 1,000 DPM. So maybe not POG worthy.
Bit of a shame, yeah, but he's still pretty good, you know, solid effort.
Yeah, does the vote go to Kingen for POG this time? Where are we going?
Kingen, you know, I think his own was pretty spectacular.
Oh, and we have top voter extraordinaire on the desk.
Yeah, but he's not really a big own fan.
Ooh, that's true.
He prefers like the rumbles and stuff.
Ooh, we'll just have to see where
we'll have to find out
where Huni's vote's going to go. Let's head over to the space now as they break down game number 2.
Thank you, casters, for that awesome work on the day. We do have top vote biased Spacer Huni here. Who could have guessed? Also Chronicler. Guys, that game ended in the span of about 2 minutes. Things were really close. Like, Nongshim were doing well. They were getting picks. They used the Skarner. We saw the Skarner in the draft. We're like, wow, that was good. Speaking of which, let's pull up the draft and talk about the draft a little bit here because it did seem like at first we were like, oh God, no, not again. Please. Yeah. And then
I still don't think that Summer Life should be allowed to get this draft. I don't think they should be allowed to have Kai'Sa and Rel and Tristana and Sejuani. And Sejuani somehow in the second rotation as well. Like, I get the double trees, it's annoying. But this doesn't seem much better. And I think for Nongshim and with a lot of our weaker teams, we were talking about this, Huni and I, during the game. And it's like the read seems to be just that this is what works for them. And if they divert from that, they're also just not going to be able to do well, right? Like, a lot of our weaker teams have so much stuff to work on. So I think that they draft like this just because it works for them. Because it feels like Nongshim in particular, like, always goes Renekton, Azir, Xayah, if they can, no matter what. Although I don't know why you'd sub out Fiesta if you then...
If you're gonna pick just
if
Azir,
you're gonna pick
no matter
Azir,
what.
yeah.
And for sure the performing on Azir into especially the Tristana early lane, started from the early lane, wasn't great. I mean, even Fiesta lane wasn't great. Just pick Tristana even though you can't do anything. I think that's my, you know, like, as what Chronicler said, it's illegal that HLE just getting distracted again. Another one. It's just not right.
Huni,
this is not a right thing.
They didn't win the early game.
I can't believe.
They didn't win the early game though, so it's okay.
All right, so move on.
Yeah.
No, well, it's not, I was kidding.
It was illegal, but it did happen. Guys, we're going to take a look at the first highlight. And our first and second highlights happened within a span of 2 minutes, right? We had this fight, and then we had the game-ending fight. So take me through what happened here.
Yeah, I mean, basically the game actually just falls down really, really, really fast, and because like this actually happened like in a 2-minute HL1, HL2. But if you see the fight, it looked really, really close. But you know, this is like, I would say this is like actually draft gap like from the fight. Like HLE basically based on the champion DPS is just like way higher.
I also think you see there the fact that they weren't able to get Jiwoo ahead at all. If he has Lord Doms in that fight, that Feather recall might actually be enough to turn the fight. But the problem is that your front line is a Skarner who isn't really that tanky. Obviously, his lockdown is good, but he doesn't really have great tank steroids. And Renekton and the opposing team has Rel and you know, Sejuani and Ornn. So guess which front line is gonna hold on for longer.
And double AD carry.
Yeah, the two best carries in the game currently, not double AD carry. It was rough. So we go straight into highlight 2, which is 2 minutes later, right? So they get that fight, they get the Baron. 2 minutes! They push bot, and the game ends.
It's a nice try. They try so well. Like, they're at least doing something. Like, they know they have to make a bait play, but, you know, like, the trap doesn't really matter because the game's already so... Like, as you guys saw, like, how the gold draft it went, exactly that's how a game it actually went.
Yeah, I think Halma Life are very good at realizing when they are ahead and just ending the game immediately. And then they just don't really give any space. Also there you see, like, again, Nongshim is one of our weaker teams. Jiwoo not being able to get the Fatal Recall in time to actually stun the Sejuani. But like, let's be honest, like Sejuani dying there, would it have changed anyone? No, we would still love G-Riz for what he brings to the team. Wouldn't matter, and they would have still not been able to come back because once you're behind against that comp, like what? How do you actually? You can't. It's Kai'Sa and Tristana. Like, how are you going to Skarner ult?
Yeah.
Can't impale them. It's impossible. It's like
did that
so
one
hard to
time
play.
When Viper decided, hey, you know, maybe I can get away.
Maybe I can walk
I'm okay.
up. Yeah, that.
He took a little risk.
Yeah.
I kind of respected it. He did look very silly afterwards, which I suppose punished, deserve it in that sense. But either way, they get across the line. Who was the POG for game number 2, I wonder? There is one certain Z member. Oh, it's him again. It's Zeka on the Tristana for 2 games in a row.
And I think in the beginning of when Zeka started farming POC points, it was like when he gets his good champion, he looks amazing. And outside of that, he's pretty invisible. But this is not dissimilar to the ramp-up he started having last year around, because he just looks good on everything now. Like, the player has been playing so much better over the last few weeks.
Yeah, because it's like he actually got much better because the playoffs is coming, especially this summer, especially Edward is coming. It's in Korea. A lot of factors.
Also a certain synergy, which I think is very important in the video game, which is mid jungle. And you know, I'm a fan of the bear. I gotta bring it up.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Grizzly came down, something magic happened. That's what Zeka says.
It's really a lesson in duality, how a single player can change a team, like both in a negative and a positive way, right? Because Halma Life, they keep going up.
Yeah. You know, League of Legends is played by 5 members, but you get that one right guy. It's like that one puzzle piece that just fits in really perfectly, and all of a sudden that 5-member team becomes a whole. So Zeka, 900 points. He's catching up to Ken, who, you know, he's sitting, waiting. He'll have another shot here of 2 votes for Kingen as well. His Ornn was great, as always. Makes sense.
I mean, it's Ornn on Kingen, so you kind of have to pick it if you want to.
Well, we wanted Olaf. We were not happy about Ornn.
Yeah.
I want Garen.
I want Garen too.
Darius, Garen, Olaf,
also fine. So, and obviously, he had a. We're not slamming the votes. We're slamming Kingen not giving us a fun champion. We know your Ornn is really good. Yeah, we know you're exceptional at it. You know, we've seen it. Give us something, please. Zeri's back. We need anything to keep us going.
Well, we're definitely going to have a lot more Zeri. That's definitely going to happen, so I'm glad you did mention it. And we will be hearing from Zeka in the interview in just a moment, the solo interview. We've had a lot of solo Grizzly interviews recently, picking up the double back-to-back solo Pog, which has been pretty interesting, but now Grizzly's doing really well, obviously. Zeka is now ramping up, and again, I don't want to overreact. It was a 2-0 win against Nongshim, one of the weaker teams here. Halma Life have been very good against the weaker teams in the bracket, so do they have what it takes to kind of take on KT and Gen G at this point?
I mean, that'll be the big question. Let's not forget that Gen G got 2-0'd by KT, like absolutely boomed, and Halma Life actually took a game off of them, right? Like, and they lost against KT, but KT are at the moment clearly the best team in the league, so I don't think it's impossible. I think Halma Life is shaping up to be a really cool dark horse going into playoffs, because there could be an opportunity, like once you get to the best of 5s against Viper and King and Zeka, I'd be a little worried.
Yeah, I mean, it is for sure. I mean, especially they're performing so well. Like, don't forget, this team used to take 45 minutes to win against Brion.
He remembers.
Like, I do remember because I was here. It takes long game.
It hurt him.
It was not good. But this team reformed. They know how to beat the team that is not good under 25 minutes. It's a good thing.
There you go. They have really reformed Hanwha Life Esports. That is very nice. And they do have Gen G, I think, next week as well. So that's going to be a very fun match. But guys, we are ready for the interview with Zeka. Let's hand it over to Jir for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Zeka on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations on the win. And with today's match, Hanwha Life has reached 10 match wins, and now you personally have secured the sole position of second place with 900 POG points. I feel like we took a different approach with the comps that we're trying. And I feel like it's most important to make sure that we pull our potential up to the max until playoffs. And you guys are on a 4-match and 8-game win streak right now with a great momentum. The team atmosphere must be amazing. So how is it? The team atmosphere right now is very good, actually. And I feel like Grizzly, he's been very introverted and shy, so it's really fun just like teasing him. And in game 1, Grizzly kept ganking mid, so was this your call? So given the comp, it was funnel the Tristana, so we had to make sure that the Tristana scales well. And of course, I was fine if Grizzly made a mistake, but with the mistake, he just kept blaming himself. But I really wanted to tell him that he did a great job today. And there was a scene that the analyst desk was curious about, so we have to ask you about this trade. And so, did you know that Azir was going to hit level 6 late from sharing experience with Maokai? So I noticed that Maokai was rolling across mid and that he took some experience. But regardless of Azir being level 6 or 5, I feel like I would have probably gotten the kill. So it was a calculated kill, huh? Yes, it was. And so, given that the youngest child of the team is ganking your lane often, you must adore Grizzly. And it seems like you also look after Grizzly a lot. So would you have a message for Grizzly? From the outside, you know, I look younger, but it's really reliable. He's very reliable as a younger brother who looks older than me. And you reached 1,316 DPM with Tristana. You seem to be proficient at not only Yone but also at all AD champions. So which do you prefer between mage champions and AD champions? Like from a long time ago, I played a lot of AD champions in solo queue, so I have high confidence. But given that this meta has really enabled me to play those champions, it's been going great. I feel like my preference probably goes either way depending on the meta. And so according to a video on the Hanwha Life Esports YouTube channel, you visited the ophthalmology clinic for an eye exam, and there are several stills of you wearing the eye exam device that turned into a bunch of memes, so have you seen them? Yeah, I don't really watch the YouTube videos. Well, we have these stills ready for you. Are you happy about these? What purpose do these memes serve? It's just that you look so cute and fans are worried and concerned about your eye health. Maybe we can use these memes whenever we can't really spot your performance, or maybe you're invisible in the game. Yes, sure, you can go ahead. And now, up against next, you guys will be facing DRX. So, what is your resolution? We watched the DRX match previously. They're doing really well under a lot of pressure, so I feel like they're probably going to clinch their way up to the playoffs. So we'll make sure that we are ready for that match and make sure that we win. And any message for your fans? Thank you so much for supporting us as always. And I feel like we're able to definitely reach for third place, and we'll make sure that we wrap up the season with good results. Congratulations once again, and this will be the end of the interview with Zeka and Back to the Space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to see Zeka's having a good time with his teammates going to the eye doctor. Let's take a look at the standings, as we did have Homa Life Esports taking the win. They do move one step ahead of DK for now.
And we'll see if they can keep it up. When it comes to form, Homa Life right now look like very clearly the third place team. I think D+, they've had their moments, but they're still, like really they have for most of the year, been so up and down in their performance from game to game. Not even series to series, but like even within series. So it will be interesting to see, because if D+ can also pull it together, then our playoffs are going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys see, getting third, it's pretty big advantage as well. And even though Dongsim is at the 10th place, it's still 4 wins in 11 club. That means Brion still has a little bit edge on it, but, you know, anything possible.
Anything's possible. And as you will notice here, Bro is playing tomorrow, which, you know, there's still a match ahead of the other teams, so they have a chance to hop into the lead here. DK will try to bop down Kwangdong Freaks to start off the match, or the night rather, and then Bro will go up against Live Sandbox for our next one. So that's going to be pretty fun.
Yeah, that Bro versus Sandbox match might end up being the decider of like who makes playoffs, which is insane. Could be decided, or not mathematically, but practically, given that most other matches will go as expected.
Yeah, someone get out of the win 4 club, someone get the 5 wins, no matter what in this world. Someone, Friday night, tune in.
Showdown. There it is, yeah, and it's cool too because our Preds are all over the place. Like, we got some Live Sandbox, we got some Bro, so it's going to be a fun matchup. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, guys. But we are done for tonight's LCK. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time tomorrow at Friday Showdown.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Never believed I was separate. Break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange madness every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling. I'm falling with you. I'll be falling.
KT입니다. 이번에도 그 이름값 지켜냈습니다. 무려 10연패. 하지만 오늘 그 연패 끊었습니다. KT의 전성기, 우리의 전성기 지금입니다. 1런 KT 맞습니다.
또 마음을 내려놓고 본인들이 잘했던 시절 떠올리면서 잘 풀어나가는 게 중요해 보여요.